हेलो यार, अभी तो इसमें 20 मिनट है। वालेकुम सलाम शबीर। What's up guys? What's up? What's up? Hello Toki bhai, what's up? What's up bro? How are you bro? I got your message by the way. We'll discuss. I think Falcon will do a good comeback. I have a feeling. Hello guys. According to you, top 3 teams who qualify for 4 AM is confirmed. Geek is confirmed. A point है IHC का. I think IHC will also confirm. Yeah, instead of Falcon, I was expecting Falcon, but they have had a very bad time. IHC T2K, yeah. Geek Fam 4 AM IHC, yeah. Falcon is around, they have to get around 80-90 points. Man, today, it is not easy to even come in the, you know, another chance.
Disfrutar el juego.
Space Clan have also chance. It won't be easy, bro. I mean, they are a chicken away from top 3, right? But yeah, that means that they will have to basically get that chicken dinner in the first game and then take the momentum. Or like, at least end up in top 3, top 4, and maybe like, dip, considering that other teams will not have to perform as good as they have been in the rest of the days. So that's what I feel. Sainath Bagula, I'm doing good, bro. How's your day going? Day has been going good. Whole week I was at home, working from home. Nothing specific. दिल पे बुखार ही नहीं छोड़ रहा था भाई.
Hola a todos, soy Iván de Pmgc. Estoy muy contento de estar en esta etapa de la liga. Hemos trabajado mucho con mi equipo y lo logramos. Mi equipo favorito es el mío. He visto todo lo que hemos trabajado desde cerca y la verdad estoy muy orgulloso de ellos. Me encuentro muy feliz que nos encontraremos con DX en esta fase de liga.
Only 4 game consistency में fan phase हो जाएगी.
El año pasado en la final del Pmgc lo hicieron
But same goes for IHC as well,
right? El escuadrón nos aniquiló en un punto. Pero cuando lleguemos a esta etapa de la final de Pmgc, de PUBG Mobile 2022, será nuestra revancha. Prepárate, porque vamos por ti.
DX कौन से spot पे है?
Hạ gục chúng tôi bằng cách nói như thế này
T2 के number 8,
các
wow.
bạn hãy cầu nguyện. Tôi tin rằng chúng tôi không làm các bạn thất vọng thêm một lần nữa. Các bạn cẩn thận về nhà sớm thôi. Em cảm thấy rất hồi hộp và vui khi lần đầu được tham gia một giải đấu lớn như thế này. Tuyển thủ em không chờ
कल तेमने बहुत अच्छा खेला.
Tony K. Vì cậu ta bắn rất hay, xử lý cá nhân rất tốt. Em mong là sẽ được gặp cậu ấy trong các trận đấu sắp tới. Chào GD, rất vui khi được gặp GD. Chúng tôi sẽ cố gắng hết sức và giành được chức vô địch. GD thân mến, chúng tôi là loại các bạn ở Pmgc 2021 Invit năm ngoái và đã giành được chức vô địch Đông Nam Á mùa thu năm nay. Chưa kể chúng tôi đã xếp trước các bạn trong một mùa giải mùa hè C. Chúng tôi đi trước các bạn cả năm và sẽ không có gì ngạc nhiên khi chúng tôi sẽ đưa các bạn về nhà trong giải vô địch toàn cầu PUBG Mobile năm nay.
Aduh, Ficoy. Kalian ini
Today I think it's 4 a.m. I think today is IHC day. As far I can say, I think IHC will really outperform today. But yeah, 4 a.m. bro. I mean, Chinese teams last day pay, they will go crazy. I'm sure about that.
Dari tuan rumah juga nggak akan ngecewain loh. Jadi buat teman-teman yang ada di Indonesia tetap support.
How do you manage everything?
Kami, semoga kami bisa membahagiakan Indonesia.
I have people to do work, bro. That's how I manage it. Geek 205 4 a.m. RC, I mean like, come on.
PUBG Mobile ก็เป็นเกมที่สามารถเล่นได้ทั้งวันแล้วก็
Battle Royale тоглоом. Тэгээд PUBG багаараа тоглосон, толгоогоороо тоглосон, аюуханаараа тоглолтыг тоглоомда.
PUBG Mobile bir savaş oyunu ve taktiklerin de öne çıktığı bir oyun. Genellikle kendiniz değil, yani pozisyonları da değerlendirmeniz lazım. Sadece kendinizi düşünmeyin, etrafınızı zamanlamanın çok önemli olduğu bir oyun. Takım oyunu bir de.
Haritadaki çeşitli kaynakları toplayıp sürekli daralan alanla birlikte rakiplerle savaşmalısınız ve hayatta kalan olmalısınız.
PUBG Mobile adalah game yang banyak sekali kejutan dan suspense tersendiri. Apa yang nggak mungkin bisa dimungkinkan di game tersebut.
PUBG Mobile Esports adalah tempat pertarungan antara pro player dan untuk mencabar diri sendiri demi pasukan dan negara.
กีฬาเป็นมืออาชีพครับโดยที่มีแบบมีวินัยในการซ้อมมีวินัยในการแข่งขันแล้วเนี่ยครับแล้วก็จะมีผู้เล่นโปรเพลเยอร์ของแต่ละทีมมาร่วมแข่งขันในรายการของทัวร์นาเมนต์นั้นๆโดยที่แบบเป็นมืออาชีพแล้วก็มีในการจัดเวทีมีเสียงเชียร์จากคนดูเข้ามาร่วมให้กำลังเชียร์เราในการแข่งขัน
buat pembuktian buat gua kalau misalkan gua bisa ngegapai impian gua.
Киберспорт PUBG Mobile позволяет мне соревноваться и знакомиться с удивительными людьми со всего мира.
Se não fosse por causa competitivo, eu ainda não estaria aqui. E é o que me motiva. Eu gosto muito da competitividade e isso me ajuda muito todos os dias a continuar nessa competição.
PUBG Mobile Sport ก็น่าจะเป็นที่ที่เราสามารถโชว์สกิลโชว์ความสามารถ แล้วก็ทำให้ผู้คนรู้จักในตัวเรามากขึ้นครับผม
PUBG Mobile Espor hayallerine kavuşma yeri.
Dan salah satunya juga kita menjadi the best of the best player di dunia.
Энд ороод өөрсдийгөө баталж харуулахын тулд шин тэмцээний зохиодог юм байна.
Welcome to the 2022 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. This year, we'll witness the world's best teams fight for their share of the $4 million prize pool across the Pmgc League and final stages. The league stage will be held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, with an all-new format consisting of 3 parts: groups, survival, and last chance. The group stage will kick off on November 10th all the way to the 27th. And we'll split our 48 teams into 3 groups. The top 3 from each group will advance directly to the finals, and the bottom 5 will be eliminated. The survival stage will take place from November 30th to December 2nd. The remaining teams from the group stage will battle to stay out of the bottom 8 spots to advance to the last chance, held on December 3rd and 4th, where the remaining 16 survivors will compete for the last 4 spots in the finals. The Pmgc Grand Finals will be held from January 6th to 8th in Jakarta, Indonesia, where the 13 league finalists will compete with 3 special invite teams for the 2022 Pmgc Championship Trophy and be crowned as the best PUBG Mobile team in the world.
Hello. Okay, what were you saying? How do you manage everything? I told you, bro. I manage things. But yeah, ST का इतना खतरनाक roster कैसे find किया? बहुत मेहनत करनी पड़ती है. We have our own scouting process, and we'll even have crazier lineups. You'll see. Trouble because these guys were performing very well in South Asia at that time. ST had another lineup, so they decided to pick a champion team for their roster. Finals LAN होगा क्या? Yes, I think in Bali. वहाँ पे I'll go. स्पेशल इनवाइट किस रीजन को जाएगा? इन्हीं आइडिया? कोई आइडिया नहीं है यार. गॉड लाइक का अनाउंसमेंट का कोई लीक आपको पता है? नहीं पता है भाई. पता होगा भी तो I can't give it. But I don't have it genuinely.
PUBG Mobile
I don't know what
Global
it is.
Championship League stage. And with me, I have a team that's currently battling for their lives. I have GLD with me and none other than Akashi. How are you doing today?
I'm good.
Oh, he's feeling great today, and that's actually a really good sign. So, you're currently in
Senator!
Can you share with us what your game plan is for today?
Senator, check. Can you hear me?
C'est de remonter. On sait qu'on est à 39 points de la 3e place. Et je sais qu'on peut le faire. Et le plan, ce sera de se qualifier en grande finale.
Senator, mic check.
Climb back up. We know we're almost 40 points behind the 3rd place, but our plan is to make it all the way.
All the way to top 3. Wow,
I hear you.
that is confidence in a big battle.
Check.
What is
Can
going
you
to be
hear
the
me?
biggest obstacle in your plan?
On sait qu'on est à 39 points de la 3e place. Je pense que ça va être nous. Faut pas qu'on fasse d'erreur. Et on va essayer de tout donner pour remonter.
I think the main obstacle is ourselves. We really have to avoid making any mistakes. We'll do everything we can to climb.
That is actually really exciting to hear.
I hear you.
Now, I'm
Wait,
really
wait.
looking forward to a great game for you guys, but how confident
Mic
are
check,
you
mic
that you
check.
guys will be making it
Are you
out?
here?
On est assez confiant, on sait qu'on peut le faire.
Mic
Hello,
check,
hello.
mic
Juste qu'on
check,
fasse
mic
aucune
check.
erreur, et ça va le faire.
Okay, nice.
We're really, really confident.
Alpha to Charlie,
As we
check,
said
check.
earlier, we just need to avoid making mistakes and we're gonna get there.
Okay, let's have a scale. Between 1
Do everything we can to climb.
Okay, I'm ready. My stream
10,
started.
10 being most confident. Which one?
Who do you think today, coach?
Nine.
Top 3.
What's missing? What's the one here?
I don't know.
I think
Ouais, come
I
on,
really
man.
don't know. It's
Okay,
the
so
two
he's the
top
worried
3
about
to
the
top
mistakes.
10
So my final
is
question for
Very
you,
small difference,
what
right?
words of
yeah,
assurance
very
do you
small
guys
difference.
have for your fans
It's a
over
matter
at
of 1 chicken dinner.
Merci du soutien.
Yeah.
Even number
Thanks for the
11, I
support.
think,
We love
has a
you guys.
chance.
He didn't even have to show
Yeah,
that
yeah,
to
yeah.
us. I saw the heart
Falcon
rate
has to
immediately,
get
so
around
I
80
hope all the
points
fans
in a
at home
day
for
to come to the
GLD will
survival
continue to
stage,
support
right?
them as we go through
Yeah.
our first
Let's
match
see
of the
today.
day. Let's see who goes home in the
Yeah.
top
Last
3
day.
and who will be stopping their journey today.
I think 4 a.m. will go aggressive today.
Yeah, yeah.
Like every other Chinese team, how they play.
Chinese team play always good in the last day.
Yeah. Gave us a freaking tough time in the last day.
YouTube live байхгүй. Twitter юмсгэлөө. Ни ах юм уу тэл. За. За манайха бэлэн үү? Манайха сайхан стрим дээр лайк болон шеэрээ гэдэг. За түгээгээ үзээрэй. Хэвлээ сайхан шеэрийг ч олоолаа үзье. Өнөөдөр гайгүй баха. Хоол арай гайгүй. Өчигдөр бол бүр аим.
Togir bhai mat jao, finals pe aap panoti ho. ठीक है भाई नहीं जाता पहले last day aggressive approach रखती है Chinese teams. Yes, they do.
Хоол арай гайгүй. Өчигдөр бол бүр аим.
Togir bhai mat jao, finals pe aap panoti ho.
What is up, everybody? How are y'all feeling today? Welcome to the final day of Group Yellow for the PUBG Mobile Global Championships. I'm your host, Jukes, and I am here with two of the best in the business, the 7WG and Glitter Explosion. How hyped are y'all for today?
Insanely hyped. We're gonna.
हाँ भाई अपना ही coach है, अपना ही coach है.
Group Yellow, and also which teams are going to be going to survival stage later, and sadly, some teams are going to have to go home after this.
And we have had such a close back and forth for the last 3 days with this competition that today is going to be guaranteed pure insanity. I am so excited, Jukes, to get into everything.
Ooh, same here. We have so much to talk about, so let's not waste any time. Guys, hop in the game real quick. Get your Pmgc token and vote for who do you think is going to win this. This is the last day here for Group Yellow. Don't waste a second for us. Hopefully you can get some of those sweet in-game rewards. Also got a big shout out to our sponsor, Sony, with their Xperia 1.4 and Xperia Stream. They were created in collaboration with professionals. You guys can play PUBG Mobile in 90 Hz with Xperia Stream's total cooling system and multiple ports for intensive gaming and streaming. Also got to give a big shout out to our hotel partner here for
आज last day है वैसे.
Pullman, Kuala Lumpur, Bangsar. Our world is your playground. And last but not least, our platinum sponsor, Prime Gaming. You guys got to go check out Prime Gaming today. They have some sweet benefits. Not to mention, you guys can get some nice in-game items for PUBG Mobile. Go check out Prime Gaming today. And while you're in there, hopefully we can see you driving that sweet Maserati. That's right, the collaboration is now on with Maserati. You have until the 31st of December, end of the year, and it's gone. So hopefully you can pull that, and if you do, send me a clip. Send me a clip on Twitter. And when you do that, follow us as well. You know what I'm saying? Hit that follow button, all the official PUBG Mobile esports channels, and make sure you use that hashtag Pmgc 2022-7.
We've been checking those. There has been some healthy discussion, especially yesterday, about how some of the teams were able to perform, and I'm pretty sure we're going to be hearing a lot today, too, about certain teams that have to perform.
I'll tell you what, let's take a look at all the teams that are playing in here today. So, just to let you know, everybody watching, 3 of these teams are going to be going to the finals. Automatic golden ticket. The rest of the teams probably aren't. Okay? I'm telling you guys right now. You do not want to be in the survival stage. No.
फिर
Against all the other groups, all the other
पे
teams, it
जाओगे
is too
तो
risky. Only
खत्म
4
फिर
teams from the
नंबर
survival
3
stage are going,
पक्का
and there are some monsters
PUBG में
in the
कास्टर को
survival
फैसिलिटीज
stage. So
प्रोवाइड नहीं
none of these
करते
teams want
क्या
to be there. You
मतलब
want to be in the top 3 as we take a look at the best players in
hope
this
after
group.
unban Indian
Glitter.
teams playing Sadesh I
Listen,
know
speaking
bro
of
I
the
know
top 3,
I hope
okay, right
that
now we're
too
looking at our top 4 damage dealers. We've got
when that
4
happens
different
that will be a
teams being represented
big
here. What I think
W
is really cool about this is that we have 2 of those teams currently in our top 3 who will be 4 Angry Men and Geek Fam, and then we have 2 of the teams outside and just barely outside of the top 3 with FaZe and IHC. Strong performances, tons of damage coming out of those players, Seven, and that's going to be a huge factor today.
It is, because now we're going to be looking at the stolen elims, and this is crazy, by the way, for Rejects to actually have 19 stolen eliminations. That's about 38% of their total eliminations. So you're telling me that every single time they get at least 3 elims, one of those is going to be stolen. And then we have Geek Fan. We know how aggressive they can be. I actually expected their number to be a lot higher. Same with 4 Angry Men. And then last but not least, we have FaZe Clan. This is a team that's actually trying to push for that 3rd place. I'm pretty sure today they're going to be looking to possibly, and I know it's
that will be interesting more than Chinese leagues compared to competition. Yeah, I mean,
it's gonna matter today. We have seen it come down to just 1 point. Sometimes we see it come
agreed,
down
bro.
to a tiebreaker. These teams need to make sure that if they do knock somebody, they eliminate them.
Yeah, and that's going to apply to 2 different bubbles today, if you will, right? We're obviously going to be keeping our eyes firstly on the top 3 right now. That's Geek Fam, 4 Angry Men, and Reject, if you guys weren't here for that, because we want to see who gets the golden ticket that Jukes was talking about. There are teams hot on their heels. I mean, IHC right behind them, FaZe right behind them, and the entire middle pack is separated by so few points that any chicken dinner that goes into the column for any of those teams will completely shake up our standings. And then there's a second bubble, which is who will at least just barely make it through to the survival stage. We're looking at that 4 through 11, and right
Navi
outside
Kumar,
of
do you
that
think
is
that
more
4AM is already in
that
top
have
3? So
had
I think, yeah,
strong performances,
they
and one good
they will stay there.
Xavier game can
Kabir bhi, Tokir bhai, kya hal chal? All
so
good, bro.
close today,
Tem
Seven,
ka
right?
momentum acha hai, maybe
How is it
top
gonna
3
play out?
today.
Yeah, and sometimes
Tem is a bit far from. They will need another couple of, you can say, chicken dinners. Not gonna be easy for them. ऊपर already बाकी अपने points बटोरते रहेंगे भाई, वो थोड़ी ना ऐसे ही बैठ जाएंगे. But they will need a big leap.
That's why I'm thinking 4 Angry Men are going to have to come out super strong. We're going to have to see that day 2 that we saw out of them, which was super impressive. And if anything leads to anything, I mean, we saw last week what kind of performance one team was able to do, and we've been talking about it. Well, let's show it to you here. You can see there, Geek Fam first place, 205 points. 4 Angry Men there in second place with 179. And what's crazier here,
Then I get to know about your education batch background till the match starts. I have done masters in international business and marketing
can definitely get that amount of points in just one game.
and
It just comes down
research.
who's gonna cancel each other
FaZe
out.
top 3 आएगी क्या?
Easily. And you can
FaZe आ
also
सकती
see
है यार. It's a matter
the
of
play styles reflected in
1
the
or
points.
2
Some people have
chickens.
higher
I
placement
think
points, others have higher elims, and we keep talking about that aggression. Geek Fam has been
trophy
crushing it with that
अपनी है
aggression.
इस
I
बार
want to see them
hopefully
continue that
bro,
because you know
inshallah.
that 4 Angry Men is going to be trying to at least beat the
3rd place
points
ही
that
change
Geek
होगा
Fam
देख
have
लेना.
to give
3rd place
themselves a
अब
little
हाँ
bit of push
3rd
because
place
they're
होगा,
not
but
that far
today
above
I mean like
Reject, and
anyone
Reject needs to protect themselves.
top
And we
8
know
सारी
once
hard
we're
push
talking about
करेंगी.
how
Top 10
close it
rather
is
will
all the way
push
down
really
tonight, but then
hard
when we look at 11
because
through
they
12,
know that it's
these
possible to
Xaviers
get
are
in the
4
top 3.
points
It's a matter of
behind
1 or
Game
2,
Board to try and make
1
their way
chicken,
back
couple
into
of
that
good
seed
games or
tier
in
and
top
to make it
3.
through to the survival stage. So, I mean, and to be fair, I
Finals
can't
are
even really credit
in
Genesis Dogma Gids because
January.
they closed out the day yesterday with a chicken dinner to even get themselves into 13th place. If they get another chicken dinner, they're now right on par with the
Points
Xavier.
का ज़्यादा
So
गैप नहीं है
it's
यार.
just
तुम 11 तक भी
pure
देखो तो
insanity. And we
मतलब
have a
ज़्यादा
little bit
गैप
of
नहीं
points
है.
breakdown here for some of our squads, and this is a lot of those teams that are in the middle of the pack. You've got Besiktas up there, you've got FaZe, we've got IHC and GK. Now, one of the biggest things that I see when I look at this 7 is everybody minus GK is insanely volatile in their consistency. Tons of up and down. And today, that's
Naveen, I have done my masters from Scotland,
GK kept
Edinburgh.
themselves super consistent yesterday. They actually had a pretty strong performance. They didn't fall outside of the top 10 placement-wise all day, and that consistency
2 to 10,
could
it's just one
be
chicken.
enough to keep themselves where they want to be, where if any of those other
Yeah.
teams don't perform, they instantly fall out of the running.
Definitely can, and what was crazy too is you could see some of the teams whenever some of the
Yeah,
other teams
basic-
would spike up, the other ones were spike down.
Besiktas की अच्छी performance
And then we
हुई
were
है.
talking about it, Game Lords and D Xavier. I mean, we saw D Xavier being able to put up a great performance, and what's crazy here,
Bro, if
is that
BGMI
all these
comes
stats
in
are
December,
pretty
is
much
there any
identical,
chance
and
of
this is
Indian
through
slots? I don't know what you
3
mean,
days
bro.
so far. What's crazier though, if we go back to yesterday, Game Lord was actually able to outpoint DX Xavier by a lot of points, by 18 points, which that can be a lot coming into the last day. But you mentioned it too, they have to watch out for those teams that are towards the bottom. I mean, Genesis, Dogma, Gids, you said it perfectly. They finished off the win, and they finished off the not just like a regular win with 4 eliminations. They were able to get
यार
the
forever
number
तू
of
एक ही
eliminations
सवाल
that is
100
massive
बार
because
पूछ
they
ले मेरे
put
को.
themselves in a
कल
place
भी यही
where they
सवाल
can
तू
maybe
पूछ
bounce
रहा था
right
गॉडल
into that
बूट कैंप
eliminate
कब
place.
आ रहे हो.
And now they have to, the other teams have to worry about Furious Gaming, Team Falcons,
बोला तो
and
सही
the
अभी
last
कोई
place
plan
Team
नहीं है.
NSR, because they can also try to play that spoiler role, Hot Jukes. I mean, we've seen it over and over again. We see those hot drops. Any teams need to watch out for those 3 teams at the bottom, because it's about to get spicy, and I'm pretty sure it's going to get spicy right off the bat.
Oh, they're going to be a huge problem because let's be real, they don't have a chance in hell pretty much of making it anywhere at this point. So they could do whatever they want today. They can have fun. They can say, hey, let's just hot drop that squad that, shot our boxes, 3 weeks ago. Or maybe, we were having lunch and this guy looked at me the wrong way. So let's go and hot drop him and try to take him out early and punish him. I mean, literally, everybody right now in that lobby, while they're in Malaysia, are looking at those squads and saying, hey, guys, how are y'all doing? Start telling them all their problems, anything they could do to get them on their side today, Seven.
Yeah.
What would
I don't think it'll be that deep that they looked at it the wrong way on lunch, but I think it might come down to them seeing
This
a
is
team.
not the
and
place to
teams
have
at the
these
bottom, they got nothing to
conversations.
lose. They might see a team right away, and they might just try to send it. I mean, we saw yesterday Furious Gaming going after 4 angry men. They were able to
Interview ले
win
रहा है
that
क्या मेरा?
fight. Now, Furious Gaming, knowing
Third
that they
वाली.
might want to take that fight again, and then we saw some crazy plane pass yesterday as well that were forcing teams to land in weird locations. I'm thinking about Game Lord with Geek Fam, when Geek Fam and they are actually pretty much eliminating 2 players. That can be massive for a team that's currently fighting to stay there within those top 11 places. Now, talking about the teams to watch, I'm going to be looking at Tem Entertainment. They had a great performance yesterday. They're currently in 9th place, and I feel like this could be a team that could possibly make that push for the 3rd place. D Xavier, I'm hoping that they are able to outperform Game Lord, because if not, Game Lord is going to be able to just keep that point gap. And NSR, I mean, I said it earlier, Glitter, they're just going to be trying to doing something for their highlights.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, I'm keeping my eyes on Reject's 3rd place right now. They're right on the cusp of that safety zone, and too many teams are close behind them, possibly be able to catch up. FaZe closed out the day well, but they were one of those teams on the points breakdown that were super, super volatile with their inconsistency. So that's something that could come back to bite them in the end. I want to see how they manage that. And like you said, D Xavier, right on the outside of that survival stage bubble, I want to see them push their way back in because they've done so well.
Let's see it, guys. It's about that time. Match number 1 is ready to go. Get hyped, get excited. Let's take it on over our casters to start the day. Zute at Esproxy.
You guys heard it on the desk. There's so many different teams to watch out for. So much riding on the line. This is the last week, the last day of these group stages, and we will figure out who's making it to the survival stage, who's going to punch their ticket straight to the finals, and it all comes down to the next 6 matches, X-Proxy.
Ooh, if we were talking about those stages, we were talking about the pressure that is cooking on the last day. Well, here we are. 6 opportunities, 6 maps to now suddenly fill and close that gap that you have between either yourselves in the top 3 placements or yourselves and that survival stage. And like the desk mentioned, you don't. Trust me, you do not want to go to that survival stage. It is going to be even tougher than what we have seen in the last couple of days. So why do that to yourself? Get yourself into the top 3.
Yeah, the survival stage is Not only is the survival stage, like the teams in the survival stage are scary, but it's to go from the survival stage back into the finals. It's like the top 4 out of all of the teams getting thrown into the survival stage. Like it's gonna be tough. I mean, every step of the way is tough. Like just all year long, for the teams to get here in the first place, they needed to place like top 2, top 3 from their respective tournaments as well. Like this is just a long grind, all culminating down to this very day. We'll see what happens. First game, Erangel, we are in it, and it is a nice plane path at the very least for most of these teams. No more of that like very southern east to west or west to east, where the entire northern section of the map is pretty much blocked off. 4am here is going to decide to land on military base even with this one. I was thinking 4am could like land west of Yasnaya, grab some cars, and drive over to George Pole, which is where they loot outside of military base. Because I feel like they've been struggling, you know, coming in from military base almost like 80% of their games so far. Either it's being bridge camped or having to rotate so super late because they're so worried about getting bridge camped that they don't manage to find a good position in zone. And we've seen they're a team that actually has really strong rotations when they are able to, you know, take the chance to make those rotations.
And again, like you were talking about, the trouble is coming from those two teams that are really just making their rotations all that more impossible. I mean, over to the west, we have GeekFam. Over towards the east, like that zone, we have IHC. And IHC actually rolling on up with a substitute right at the beginning of the day. Alex will be sitting out in place. We have Demo. So that means we have Godless, Zayol, Icy, and Demo. Icy and Demo, we know they've been the duo of danger. I'm going to say it. So an opportunity now for them to really pop off. And IHC, they could start this off on a great footing if they can pick up, you know, 4 Angry Men making that rotation.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll see how this plays out. Circle is towards the north, and Circle, it's just close enough down to the south that Geek Fam might, you know, be comfortable bridge camping a little bit. We saw yesterday when the Circle was further north, 4am was still very paranoid about getting bridge camp, but Geek Fam had already left. They actually already rotated way to the north for that very northern circle, and so 4am essentially was just caught sitting in the blue zone for no real particular reason. Now with this circle being a bit closer down to the south, it could mean Geek Fam, you know, feel comfortable. Hey, circle's right next to us. Let's sit in the blue zone for like 1 or 2 zones. Just wait for 4am. And VOD review too is so important. They could watch the VOD review back yesterday and saw IHC camped out 4am, forcing 4am back to the left side. And then it's almost a mind game, because if 4am watched a VOD review, they could think of it as like, oh, Geek Fam didn't camp us yesterday. Maybe we can take that left bridge. And Geek Fam will see it and be like, well, that's what they might think now. Now with this new zone, we're going to, you know, psych them out and do camp them. And it's just like, at least me as a competitor, that's what would be going through my mind. You know, it's just like, man, landing military base and just being bridge camped even just once throws in so much, like, you know, it gives you so much like question marks in your head, and it gives you so much paranoia that I'd rather see 4am, you know, drop.
अभी जहाँ बैठे हैं वहाँ PMGC पे ध्यान दें, बूट कैंप जाना जरूरी है. Islam versus Volkanovski, how many rounds this match? I think second round Islam by submission.
Battlefield, and we saw it a little bit earlier on for those of you. We've been reminding
Mark
you
my
so
word.
far, Captain Messi
अरे
is joining the PUBG Mobile
guys,
Battlefield.
अभी मुझे
So
chat
if
पे
you wanna
बता
stand
how
out on
many
the
of
background,
you
hit that
actually
Messi
watch
football icon so
UFC
you can go ahead and
or
grab that
follow
right now
UFC.
in PUBG Mobile.
न्यू
Limited
और क्लच को
edition
बुला लो
limited
वॉच
time
पार्टी
offer,
के लिए.
I'd like to say, but
Bro, they
I
must
agree
be
with you. I mean,
busy.
that reverse
मेरे
psychology
बुलाने
that
से
4
आते
Angry
तो
Men
क्या
will have to
होता?
deal with. We go west to
सोए
the east.
होंगे
That
अभी.
decision all of a sudden goes from 50-50 to a lot more complicated. It is not as, you know, black and white as it would normally be, because obviously there's a lot more pressure on the line here. They are in second place. They are still in that
भावनाओं
top
में
3,
मत
but there's a lot more
भावनाओं में
pressure
मत
coming
बहो
through from the
भाई.
bottom side. We have so many teams stepping
As
up yesterday.
I
4
think
Angry
today
Men
we were
had a
supposed to
tough
have
day.
Shadow. देखते हैं
Hopefully
Shadow
they should be
आएगा
able to
क्या.
make this rotation.
Yeah, I like this adjustment.
भावना
They're just
ऐसे
gonna
नहीं
rotate
पिघलना है. तोकीर भाई
extremely
अरे मैं pro player नहीं
sub
हूँ
5
भाई.
minutes. So, and plus,
Any
I guess it
plan to
works
watch
out with
FIFA
them,
World
for
Cup
them,
in
like
Qatar?
plane path-wise.
Bro,
They
to be honest, I
know
even have
they're looting
tickets. I had an
before Geek Fam
invitation,
does, 'cause
but
Geek Fam
I
literally
won't
started
go
over
because
military base. So it's like
It's
if
too
we're able
crowded,
to
bro.
loot
It's too
first
crowded.
quickly, and then
It's
also
way
do
too
an
crowded.
extra early rotation, we should be
Any
able to get by without
maybe
them
I
getting
will.
fully
I
set
don't
up
know
as a
yet.
four-man team to bridge camp us. So
Um,
very good
Tokir
adjustment
bhai,
on that.
ये
4
number
a.m.
3
They make it
curse.
past the bridge,
Who is
which
more
I feel
dangerous
like
for
if they took
SV?
any longer, we would have seen Geek Fam,
Tokir bhai या number
hover
3?
two players over to the bridge just to see if they could do some sort of bridge
Tokir
game.
bhai
But that's
कैसे हो? All
completely
good,
negated
bro.
now. 4 a.m. They're able to do the 4 a.m. rotation. We'll see if it works out for them in the coming few minutes.
I
If they'll
short
be able to get a
Sabri.
good
Assalamu
central
alaikum
circle
bhai.
and work
Walaikum
from there. But
salam.
besides that, 4 a.m. 's really the only
Circle
team
किधर
with
बना
a
भाई?
really
Circle बताओ
strong
किधर
rotation
कटा?
so far. Every other team is more or less looting. Nongshim Red Force made a kind of split loot around the center of circle. They've grouped
आपकी
up
favorite
together. You see them
IPL
right there on
team
your
भाई
screen,
जहाँ
right next
कोहली
to
वहाँ मैं.
Genesis Dogma Gits, also making their rotation. We're heading into the 5-6 minute mark, so this is where we're going to start seeing more teams start moving into the zone.
I do like what Train to Kill are currently running with. They're going to their usual drop sites shooting range in Zaverny, which is in the northern part of the zone. Pretty open based on the flight path that we had. A lot of teams chose to drop
Are
on
you
early, but then
fasting
they've
for
got
recovery?
Sandish just doing a little bit of scouting over towards just now, holding that bridge line as
Who
well
told
to
you
make
I'm
sure that they
fasting?
can keep hold of any potential early rotations into the north. It's going to be valuable information for them, also just in terms of potential scouting later on if they want to move closer to center. So Sandesh will be locking in that position. Genesis Dogma, they started off just at the end of yesterday when they were looking so down and out. They completely turned it around and brought in that winner chicken dinner. But now, if there's a potential
लग
for
गई
an
लग गई लग
engagement against
गई.
Four Angry Men, it might be a very tough bullet for them to fight, because
देखते हैं
clearly Four Angry Men are
पहले
back
मैच
on
में
a
4 AM
vengeance.
क्या करते हैं?
Yeah, you see this 4 a.m. beat out Genesis Dogma just by mere seconds for this Sky Hill top hill position. This position very central of circle and also very strong, giving a lot of options to the rest of the map. You can see the sight lines here. They could see multiple power positions that may be clear, or if they want to take it on the next circle shift. So very strong rotation out of 4 a.m. Just seconds difference between Genesis Dogma having that one and 4 a.m. taking that one. And Genesis Dogma, they rotated in from Milta, which is closer to that position than military base, but the plane path started on military base first, and with that fast rotation, it's a domino effect. Now, I'm not saying this is going to impact 4 a.m.'s game like this is it. Like 4 a.m.'s going to win this match now because that just happened. But it will have a rippling effect throughout the course of the game.
And it's good to see Four Angry Men, bringing in that adjustment.
सारांश पुरोहित आपके
No holds barred. If there was ever a
साथ
time for you to make a change that you think had an opportunity to make a positive impact on your gameplay, look, I would have wanted it 2 days already, but it's fine. At least bring it in.
मेरा
on the
फेवरेट
last day, at
हसबुल्ला है.
least
हसबुल्ला
bring it in
सबका
for the
फेवरेट है
beginning
भाई.
of these 6 matches for the
हसबुल्ला
last
is the
potential
OG.
gauntlet to get you
जब वो
out
पहली बार दुबई
of a
आया था ना,
much
so I
more
picked him up
difficult
from the
survival stage.
airport.
So
तो
great to
जो
see
मेरा
those adjustments.
आर्मरेस्ट
Now
होता है ना
we need to
गाड़ी का,
wait
तो
to
उस
see
पे
who
बैठ
else
के
is
फोन
going to
चार्ज
be bringing
करके
in those
वीडियो बना
adjustments,
रहा
who
था वो.
else might be
I
bringing
still
in
have
that
that
aggression
video
like we saw from
when he
Nongshan
came
Red
to
Force
Dubai
and
for the
Genesis
first
Dogma
time.
yesterday. It was a few
Very
glimmers
sweet
of
guy.
hope. I mean, Nongshan Red Force, I'm still taken back to that engagement with FaZe and just the way in which they took out game loss. They really brought in some great aggression. But if they want to get themselves right now from 16th all the way into 11th and be secured, it is going to be a fight.
Yeah, next circle centers
I
quite beautifully.
think
Smack dab in the middle.
230
You see a
240
lot of
तक
teams
टॉप
making some
जा
minute
सकता है
adjustments.
अगर
Obviously,
गीक
4 a.m.
परफॉर्म
in
कर
the
गया. I think
vehicles.
230.
GK with a huge split on that first circle, which is absolutely fine. Now all of them are in cars to try and probably group up a little bit more. Maybe run a 2-2 rather than a 4-man one-way split. We see VK coming in from the northwest, driving by Train to Kill. A lot of teams shuffling around. I am imagining we won't see many eliminations for this zone, though, because this zone pretty much, it sets in a way where there's no more question marks to be had. I think the north of the river is pretty much out of play. However, there's still so many territories open for all of these teams to take.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, massive opportunity towards the south as well. The northern side closing down now because of that zone shift. We still have a central band of a lot of the teams trying to get themselves well situated, ready, and setting up for a few of those rotations. Potato Hill still open because it's a little bit just
Busy
towards that
नहीं
southern
bro,
position. Maybe
real
Geek Fam,
हूँ.
we might see
अच्छा.
them rotating a little bit closer on in. But for now, A little bit of looting needs to happen here. I mean, anything that these teams can get at this moment in time just to help them in the later phases is going to make a massive impact. Falcons, we talked about them off camera. We talked about seeing a little bit more from them. That
By आज
hesitation
Falcon at
that
least
we saw
Falcon should
yesterday
perform,
made a
bro.
bigger rolling impact on the overall leaderboard. I mean, Geek Fam sitting at the top now off the back of
आज
that 2v4 that was
Falcon
gifted to
perform
them.
करनी है. At least survival stage में आ जाए. I
Yeah,
think
yesterday Falcons
even to
dropped the
come
ball
in
extremely huge.
survival
Led
stage
the
में
lead
आने
count,
के लिए
led
भी
the
इनको
match.
कम से कम
Hopefully Falcons, not
70
just
80
Falcons,
points
all the
निकालने
other teams
पड़ेंगे.
just play a bit more aggressive. Not because, you know, like it's we want to see action, but because they literally have to. They have to get these points, especially the teams near the bottom. Teams hovering in like the mid top range also, they don't really have anything to lose. If they're high enough that they're pretty much secured in the survival stage, why not go extra hard for a chance, a shot, right, at making the top 3? So the only teams that, you know, can play a little bit more passive is the teams like right around the cutoff for survival, where they don't want to go too aggressive and make a mistake. They just need to do enough to get by and see if the teams below them are playing well or not.
I mean, Glisser mentioned it yesterday. We saw that amazing aggression from Gifam once again making a statement. But then the worry is that today they might just be playing for keeps, and allowing that might give teams below them that opportunity to catch on up. We were talking about that hesitation. You know, that hesitation of like, I'm here, I'm in a good position, but what if I make a mistake? What if I don't hit the shot? What if I don't make the right rotation? And that hesitation
Nova, bro.
causes mistakes
If you're
to happen
asking
for
me who
Falcons. It
my
causes, you know,
favorite
interesting
organization
decisions that
professionally
could
last
later
few days,
on come
obviously
back to
Nova,
bite
bro.
you.
Yeah.
You can't deny
For
that.
the teams near the top of the leaderboard, you can't
Falcon बहुत demotivated है. Yeah, I think I don't know what's wrong with them, to be honest. What are they doing?
Bottom of the leaderboard, hovering in the survival area.
Anna Fasan Love from Bangladesh, bhai. Thank you so much. Views on Mavi.
Below them aren't necessarily
Mavi से मेरी एक दो बार बात हुई है. I mean, I don't know him personally, but he's a very nice guy. I mean, he has created a legacy from himself. And
4am is going to decide to just hold this compound a little bit off center. Still a good position. And yeah, the school is smack dab in the center of zone right now.
I mean, we are taken back to the hot drops of old school, right in the center of the action. And, well, unsurprisingly, we've already got a few teams that are taking up the classrooms, getting themselves well situated here in the apartments as well. Genesis Dogma right next to GK Esports. Oh, but Besiktas caught lacking, caught out in the open piece. Oh, will they be able to get in?
Oh,
no.
The door.
Goodbye.
He was stuck on the door for so long. Oh, Geek Fam, 2 of Geek Fam knocked by GK. I don't feel like GK
Mavi was a very good IGL, bro. No doubt about that.
In the school position, and they are taking shots at everyone right now. A lot of teams forced to go play these like shacks, these little small compounds, just to get closer to the center of zone. Geek Fam is in a great spot. So is the Rejects. The Rejects are in the actual, you know, school building, which we've seen in other, you know, Pmgc matches, other tournaments from that position in a circle.
Falcon
like
needs momentum. Yeah, bro. They need a one chicken dinner. I think they will come back into some kind of groove.
This is exactly a perfect start for Rejects. I mean, this is what they love. A compound in center zone, a full 360 view.
Besiktas is getting picked up, man.
Rotations on N, and now GK and Genesis Dogma have a similar
views on Cronton. Cronton पे क्या views दूँ भाई?
Got some high ground to work with to catch out of
Cronton is OG.
pockets in the surrounding terrain to really pick up eliminations. So
what would like to be called? What would like to be called in game, or what would be your in game name? यासिर भाई मैं खेलता ही नहीं हूँ तो मैं क्या in game? मेरे in game name भी तौकीर ही है.
Oh, FaZe and IHC here. IC forced to leave. If they can land some shots right there. Good cover fire by Demo in the distance will suppress it just a little bit for IC to get on.
Cronton boy शरीफ बंदा
IHC playing from the high ground.
बहुत शरीफ बंदा
on the south. It looks like FaZe pressuring back a little bit. Oh, Venturas gets a nice mini knock onto Demo.
अब तू views on तौकीर भाई.
They'll be having to push out of zone
क्या बोलूँ मैं
uphill,
तुझे?
which is always a little bit risky, even in a 4v3 situation.
आज Falcon को yes.
Maybe they want priority more on just playing the circle instead. Next circle is about to come out. Proxy. Are we gonna get?
Oh, Demo का knock निकाल दिया भाई.
Give it to us. We need. Well, that's still involved.
Very nice zone for 4am. This is that rotation in the beginning of the match. It's having a rippling effect, and we'll see how it plays out. Rejects with the full send rotation. They might be going for a shack though. I don't know if they're gonna go. Yeah, Rejects once again putting all 4 members into a very central position in a shack. I know I don't like this, obviously, but
मुझे लगता है ये
that has been
4
the
AM का
Reject
chicken
style,
है.
pretty much. Just go very center into any
Views on
type of
Stalwart is
firepower
life,
you
bro.
can. And in a circle like
Stalwart is
this,
life.
if they can make it in there with like
बेवकूफ सवाल.
50 teams surrounding them, essentially that just means no one else could crash them, right? And if anyone does crash them, they're going to have so many other teams shooting at them by the time they open the door. Just one bullet from a 4-man team in the shack will be able to take them out. So it's a very calculated risk. And Rejects, I mean, it could work
Frankie
out for
7,
them, honestly,
100% we will win this, bro.
We'll have to just wait and see
You
if
really
that
think
risk
that
will
you
outweigh the reward, or will be
you
the
think
other
like
way
we have
around.
any
Just
doubts
as
about
one
that?
of the
We don't
teams
have
that did
doubts
send in
about
a few
that.
of those shots didn't
They're
quite
very
make
clear.
a confirmation happen from that, but a translation into a little bit more damage numbers, into a little bit more of an opportunity and information.
IHC sandwich.
IHC now still holding that similar position. This time now, unfortunately, forced out of the zone with that next up. That next up shift. So they've got FaZe up ahead of them. We've got Zyol already rotating on back because yes, the Game Lords have made an appearance, and Godless,
Godless, yeah.
goodbye. They moved on in just over Potato Hill.
Yeah.
बोला था ये sandwich हो
Very
जाएंगे.
good wrapping rotation. Game Lords coming from the west, they're going to wrap down south and then work up north. So it's like a sweeping wrapping rotation. And they just, IHC did not see the one coming at all. IHC was a team on the very edge of zone, so they didn't think they would get flanked. And that flank works out perfectly for the Game Lords team.
देख IHC ने बहुत अच्छा किया. वो निकल गया बीच में से. Or now they will sandwich who? FaZe clan. नहीं, they just didn't take the fight. I think उनको इस time पे Besiktas के compound में push देना है, but I don't think they know that there is only one guy there. If they give push on that, they will secure some spot for them there.
Yeah. 4-man team.
What do you feel when everyone asks views about someone? I mean, like, I don't know what they want something like, you know, they want some sort of controversy out of it.
4-man team of FaZe right next to 4-man team of Game Lords. And oh, well, okay, they are going to take the fight, and I like this. They're going to take the fight from the ridge.
Very nice, very nice, very nice. ये देख IHC निकल गई ना बीच में से, यहाँ से FaZe और इसकी लड़ाई शुरू हो गई, as I said.
One of FaZe already confirmed, but here comes the wrapping flanks around with Akashi. Great use of the vehicle to get more info, to get some distractions going onto the FaZe side. The mollies are good. Game Lord gets re-knocked right there, and IHC.
अभी देखा IHC slowly will come up. They will wait for them to finish the fight, and then they will take on this thing. Then they will take on a fight. Yes, very good.
Opportunity to take out FaZe, an opportunity to take out Game Lords. It has to be taken now. We can see that finish coming on through. Game Lords at least allowing themselves to escape with one, but IHC now immediately turning their focus here towards FaZe Clan. A few nades being sent on out, trying to clear those lobbies. Icy going in already, looking for that opportunity. The double spray down is there. They find the one, nearly the second. Where's the follow-up? Here it is. FaZe, goodbye.
Wow, Nongshim. Actually, Nongshim Red Force from downhill catches the last stray bullets into the FaZe team, and FaZe goes out. IHC, they picked up 2 eliminations though. Very good for them. The circle has shifted once again.
You see, still not, third position is not confirmed yet.
You see in the distance making a play, a full send right onto Besiktas. I think Besiktas only has like 1 player there. Besiktas down to 2. There is some crossfire support. Meanwhile, in the school, things are definitely heating up as these school apartments are getting tighter.
भाई ये जो मूव IHC ने खेला है ना वहाँ पे बहुत ही जबरदस्त खेला. पहले सैंडविच सिचुएशन में था, निकल गया, ऐसा प्रिटेंड किया they exit the fight, they let Game Lord and these guys fight, फिर आके थर्ड पार्टी करके FaZe को वाइप आउट कर दिया. Very good bro. But FaZe put up a good fight. And कोई बंदा भी IHC का नहीं खोया. ले. अबे.
They have the compounds to now take that 360 vision, and they will just be treated to a slurry of eliminations that they can go ahead and steal.
Yeah, we'll see how much 4AM can actually do though. So far, they only have 1 elimination. That position, though very strong, it's difficult because there's a
Falcon
lot of
एक
cover
knock.
that they're pretty much essentially shooting at. Not too much open terrain space that teams will be pushing into. Not yet, at least. Nosham Red Force
IHC
getting
का
very
शायद एक
aggressive.
और
Look
गया.
at the positioning on Nosham.
दो
They
और गए.
had IHC completely surrounded. This is a
IHC भी बाहर.
This is a night and day difference out of Nosham Red Force, and I guess when
गया.
your back is this far up against the wall.
Number 16 BT दे गया इनको.
Sharks right now, 4 eliminations for them right now, taking out.
Bro, even number 1 position is not confirmed yet.
A team, both FaZe and IHC, the top contenders to break into that top 3, are already out early.
अरे यहाँ से Falcon पे.
Like you said, like sharks circling their prey, and IHC unfortunately falling to that. Furious Gaming stepping on up, but an immediate trade back will slow things down. Milovan down to a sliver of HP, Trigger down to half, and now a res needs to happen as well. They just need to take some time, they need to regroup, and they need to rethink the strategy because they are out in the open. You can see Tem Entertainment now moving on up. Falcons also hitting into
Falcon
Furious
sandwich.
Gaming. They are caught in a sandwich, reduced to 1. Tem Entertainment now also has an opportunity here towards 4 Angry Men at
4
least.
AM हाँ China की team है भाई.
Things are definitely heating up here. I want to see the Tem Entertainment of that Miramar match we saw yesterday. Now, sweeping down from that north side is probably not the play. Because, yeah, even though they have high ground advantage, they're looking at a full Falcons team looking right up into the open on the ridge side. They're going to have to probably wait another circle to see exactly what they do. But on the next circle shift, there is a chance for them to get very aggressive. Furious Gaming down to 1, Falcons with 4 up. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, there are 3 teams stacked in the school apartment buildings. That full send by the rejects looking good.
अबे पीछे मुड़ पीछे मुड़ पीछे मुड़ पीछे मुड़ पीछे.
Most likely won't get the next circle. Next circle does shift through the midst of all this chaos, and it shifts away from Tem Entertainment. It pulls a little bit to the western side.
I was just getting excited because I was going to say Nongshan Red Force leading with the elimination.
ओ तेरी क्या कर दिया इसने?
Putting on the pressure. Falcons going down
गई
to
Falcon.
an explosion. Powerful now needing to head on in for the recovery. They're down to only 2 members still standing, and this is an opportunity. Surely we go on in. We take Furious Gaming. Let's go ahead.
ये देख इसका फायदा अब उठाएगी Tem
Entertainment.
Entertainment.
Tem Entertainment things pulling right up onto
Falcon के 3.
This team, I definitely have to say, one of the most entertaining teams to watch. They have grown so much over the past few days.
Wipeout.
The first 2 days, they were nowhere to be seen, like hovering near last place. And then, just yesterday, we see a complete switch, complete 180, and we're still seeing that. Tem Entertainment dominating 5 eliminations. Meanwhile, things at the
DX eliminated.
getting messier and messier as everybody loses the zone here. Forced to eject GK. They lose 2 exiting, and they're probably going to lose more trying to rotate out of this. They're going to stop for a second to get the
मुझे लगता है वो ना Tem शायद vampire pull off करेगा. PMW आएगा.
Drive into the minefield, the firing field of everybody. Geek fam with the zone, seeing what shots they could take here. Nongshan from Red Force is trying to stay alive using those covers, and there's Tem Entertainment.
NSR मुझे लगता है Tem को निकालेगी. भाई Tem कितनी के लिए बटोरेगा भाई? ओ गया सही नेड.
Looking so good right now.
Oh, the confidence that's coming through from these
Yeah,
teams
Geek
haven't
B.
had an opportunity to really shout about Tem Entertainment nor GK Esports. And unfortunately, we were talking about that hut, that rotation. Now look who's putting up the damage numbers. It is going to be Rejects holding the line, helping out Geek Fam here as they get those confirmations off of the bat of a very heavy hitting rotation that GK Esports actually had to make in the crosshairs of Genesis Dogma, who've been picking up eliminations. Nongshan Red Force though out in the blue, out in the open, and for how much longer will they be out in the lobby?
Yeah, just a little bit high on those shots by
GK, nice.
Regioko. I also like what RC is doing with the Rejects team. They're keeping 1 smoke to block the sightlines, and they have 1 player outside on the shack, so they're not just completely sitting there doing nothing. Definitely trying to find whatever opportunities they can. 4M so far has secured 5 eliminations from that center compound, taking shots at everyone.
NSR Japanese team है ना?
Stealing eliminations probably. Meanwhile,
यार बहुत ही घटिया रोटेशन था Falcon का यार.
They're not just on the road anymore.
मुझे लगता है ये Tem जो है ना ये देखिए.
Finish onto Nongshan Red.
अभी
Down to 1 or 2 players. Bevy drives right by, gets the info on where the last 2 players are. They need to be a little bit careful because they are extremely close and grouped up. And once those smokes are gone, yeah, 4 a.m.
NSR
everybody
Japanese team
rejects. They'll have
NSR
clear sight lines
eliminated.
onto Tem Entertainment, so they gotta
Tem की
finish that quick.
साथ के
They
लिए
do get the finish onto Nostrum Red Force, and that is Tem Entertainment up to 7 eliminations and the next circle as well. So they secure their circle and some more eliminations all in one fell swoop. Gotta get those smokes down, readjust the vehicles, make sure they have the hard cover set up.
Very nice spray.
As we lost Nostrum Red Force, we also lost
भाई spray देख रहे हैं बंदे का.
who are reigning on
Damn.
with 7 eliminations.
Tem
right
दो side
behind
से
them.
pick हो
This is what
जाएगी.
you can see the 4 angry men
एक
and
गया
Geek
इनका.
Fam who've been picking up eliminations, picking up those points. Tem Entertainment now caught on out from the eastern side. They've got a few bits of cover, but look at the snipes just holding on to the pressure line. They're making sure that they are keeping a very good hold on the pulse of Tem Entertainment. They do not want them to continue on, and why would you? Because they have just been on fire.
Yeah, man. Look everybody looking at Tem Entertainment right now. Yeah, this spot was it was a great job by Tem Entertainment though to finish that fight by the time they did, so they could have some reprieve to set down smokes to really readjust themselves.
NSR Korea की है? I think नहीं.
Circle has shifted in a
Yeah,
way
Korea
where
की है, sorry.
gets now the
I
only
thought they are
team to really
Japanese.
forced to make a move. Train to Kill, meanwhile, has been slowly getting cut down on the north side, just trying to hope for some type of circle luck where they
Tem ना गलत जगह पे फंस गई.
but does not seem
उनको
that way.
बहुत
Genesis
area
Dogma
cover करना है.
edging into the Nexus zone. Very
For
well
them, the
played.
only
Still
option is एक side से smoke के सहारे पे they have to come on geek,
crossing
give a
into
push.
even deeper firing lines from everybody else. Rejects still with 4. That shack rotation paying
T2K
off.
के लगा
Very good.
T2K वालों को लगा कि आज भी वो मतलब कैंप कर के पहुंच जाएंगे लास्ट 3 पे. भाई आज नहीं लगता मेरे को कोई ये बचाएगा.
Rejects with 4. 4am also with 4. The only 2 4-man teams left on this match. Of course, Geek Fam does have 3 on that southern side.
Why this season Korea वाले घुस गए PC gaming में.
That's mostly based off of how many players are left alive from each team now. Oh, 4am getting a bit aggressive.
Tem बाहर.
Some points there. And that is Tem Entertainment
set 'em
out. Ching Chen, he finds the nade.
Oh.
He gets the point. Wait, hold on a sec. 4am, maybe trying to find too much ground. One of them go down here to the Rejects team.
RSP एक अच्छा
Next
नेड और
circle
खत्म.
shifts, and it pretty much gives everyone the zone. Genesis Dogma forced to move just a little bit here.
Regis riding high now with 4 players, the best team in the scenario with the most amount of numbers, and now they have an opportunity to pick up the eliminations. Geek, they're holding the line. We had 4 angry men trying to split their focus between the rejects, between Tem Entertainment. They managed to take
भाई
out Tem
Geek क्या
Entertainment.
खेल
but
रही
now,
है.
like you said, they're out in the open. They've given up.
Very
the
nice.
and now Genesis Dogma have given
अब
up.
4am को compound छोड़ना पड़ेगा. अब देखते हैं क्या करेंगे. गए.
Yeah, Rejects got
गए.
a nice grenade there.
Oh,
The
very
shell's
nice.
gonna be
Very
forced to
nice.
try and go for a revive. One player does go down. That might be
Wow,
the full push.
very
That might be the
nice.
sign for the Rejects to go even more aggressive here. Rejects, is this the time for them to
RC
finally
push
go
देगी.
extremely aggressive? We don't see the Rejects team go this hard, but we saw yesterday they were able to pull it off in an isolated fight, and it looks like they're just about to do that.
गया
The
गया गया
shots
गया.
are good.
अबे भाई.
Good shot, desperately trying to get knocked back. He will go down, spraying a little bit too much. Savan was managed to get revived though. Reiji down extremely low. He will get the first aid off. Rejects applying really strong pressure here.
अबे Geek beat ही दे गया.
They're getting into the mix of things in perfect time to give 4am some support. Good nade.
Geek वाला भी RC पे ही spray दे रहा है.
Push is slowed down. We might actually get just slowed down enough to stalemate, but oh, Geek Fam with another opening.
नहीं 4am चिकन निकाल लेगी. देख लेना वो फाइट से पुल बैक करेगी. वो इन दो को भिड़ने देगी.
You might see a stalemate. One of the Rejects players do go down. Justice probably will not be able to get revived. 4am down to 3. Geek down to 3 as well. A good trade, a good knockback to stop some pressure, but an even better nade out of Yuhai.
It is just disgusting. Geek Fam jumping in at the matter of second. That 4
अब RC का chance
needed
नहीं है.
that support. They needed a little bit of time just to refresh, reset themselves. Now they're back up to 3. We've got Geek Fam up with 3 as well, but the rejects have been reduced to only 1 standing member, and bam, they're out of the count. We are looking at a 3v3 for that
4am.
winner chicken dinner of the last day of group stages.
Wait a sec. Isn't this the top 3 teams? This is the top 3 teams going down in a top 3 showdown in 3 ways. Unfortunately, Rejects is the first team to bow out.
4am नहीं
It
छोड़ेगी
leaves
अब.
the top 2 teams now in a straight up 3v3. This is first place and second place, and the third place team went out in third place. What better way to
nice
start off
trade.
the finals? It is not going to be easy for any of these top 3 teams to try and take first place position. They are slugging it out back and forth right now. Trades going onto the side of the Geek Fam team.
Geeka chicken, bhai.
4am just
Geeka
like that
chicken.
on the back foot. It is down
Geeka
to a
chicken.
2v1. Will
Geeka
he manage
chicken.
to get the first aid off? He does. 1v2 situation for Good
Geeka
Shout.
chicken.
They get the confirmation on another. A stun grenade.
15 elimination, भाई. Geek पागल हो गई है पूरी.
Good Shout backed into a corner. Good Shout also getting stunned right back there.
इस बंदे के पास
Adjusting his position. Moving around here. And both U-High pop up. Taking some shots. Nice synergy there. Good Shout with the M249. He's got the bullets to take down too, but can he do it? Oh,
Geeka chicken,
and the final push out of the Geek Fam team.
No way.
That is first place securing first place, second place securing second place, third place securing third place. Nothing kind of changes besides the fact, well, I mean, Geek Fam will pull a little bit further ahead, but that's with 4am getting second, and that's with Rejects getting third. The top 3 juggernauts coming in swinging on the last day. What a better, there's no better way to start off this first match.
They have tasted the blood.
Honestly, what are the
Gunpowder
chances?
plus
What are the
strategy is
opportunities
Geek
that
Fam,
Rejects
true
had
bro.
to not only
Very,
stay
very
alive
well played.
for as long as they did, but to chime on in to put that pressure on the side of 4 angry men, forcing them into a corner, and then Geek Fam just deciding at that very moment, okay, well, we're a little bit tired of Rejects. Yeah, goodbye. Yeah, you're going out right now. Man,
Today I'm
oh man,
impressed
you
by
wanna talk about
like
the
Rejects.
chances of that actually happening. Our top 3 taking the top
Today I'm
places
really
and their
impressed with
exact current
Rejects.
positions. Come on.
Oh man.
पहले 3 दिन मुझे लगा था ये बेकार ही खेल रहे हैं,
And
लेकिन
we
आज
also
थोड़ा
got to see some
aggression
teams
दिखा है.
towards the bottom stepping up, right? Nongshim Red Forest looking like they're going to be an aggressive team today, and it's working for them. Tem Entertainment continue to do what we saw them do yesterday. So it's all across the board, right? The top
Solo
looking
10
extremely
eliminations
strong.
Geek
The
U-High,
teams
yeah?
near the bottom or trying to break into that survival stage also
मजा आएगा इस साल, मतलब पूरा MVP रेस में पूरा मजा
the
आएगा.
first game will go
The
to the
MVP
first
race will be
place
worth
team.
watching.
Geek
Nice try
Fam
4am, what a survive. Yeah bro.
chicken
Geek
dinner
का
to
confidence
start off
gunfight में बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा हुआ. Yes. Oof. I think next match, teams to watch, Geek, Tem, IHC, T2K. T2K इसमें ज़्यादा थोड़ा push करेगा. T2K will otherwise slip down very far. FaZe Clan भी कुछ देखते हैं क्या करेगा. Geek का एक चीज देखा, they were trading back. They were not playing defensive कि चल ठीक है 2-4 गोली आ रही है, बच गया. But no, they were trading back at the same time, and that's how they got the knocks against 4am. That's the trick against Chinese teams. U-High really deserves a team like this. Happy for him, yeah, bro. Tem, no chance, bro. Tem has a good chance, I'm telling you. Tem was very confident in this game.
Dominating here to start. 7.
All the I would say all the 3 teams at the top sending pretty much a message to everybody trying to catch
भाई
up.
Geek की तो lead ऐसी बन गई है ना अब possible. I don't think it's possible to take the lead back from them. Solo elimination, भाई.
Yeah, and somehow every team
Madness.
that was behind them in the standings didn't do well. And as we take a look to the head,
Falcon
head
कब
now
खेली
between
ये ऐसा lots of
U-High
expect. I had
and Svan, I mean, this is just 10. We talked about this when we were watching the casters kind of wrap up the end of the game 7. 10
mic check, mic
onto
check.
U-High. But over almost identical damage, over 1160
What?
damage for 4 Angry Men. 18
Fuck, bro.
Bro, what a
You
game!
have
What
high
a game!
mentality.
What a
you
game!
the squad. And when we saw that individual breakdown,
U-High
10
very,
eliminations.
very good
Yeah.
beginner.
Is this his
He's
first
very good in
PMGC?
this
No.
We're talking about
No, Geek for U-High is a He played in the PMG Season 0, PMG Season 1, and now PMG Season 2. And he played before in PMC. He have a lot of experience.
Oh,
He is a
yeah.
star in Malaysia. He's
Damn.
ex-BTR player, bro.
Oh, yeah. Bro, sorry, I'm a noob in this knowledge. But yeah, damn, man, what a game.
Damn.
What a game. Man, I am so disappointed with what Falcon is doing, man. I'm so disappointed. IHC played well. I mean, like, they just got sandwiched. They tried to sandwich the other teams, but they got sandwiched back. Yeah.
They have a backside so many.
Yeah.
They have backside like NSR come to back the IT and if IT wanna fight with NSR, they
Yeah.
have other fire with school. So
Yeah, they
it's
got
in
picked up
position.
from their one player got picked up by 4 a.m. right?
Yeah,
In a
yeah.
fight with this. It was not an ideal location for a circle.
For the
By the
secret
way,
is very good.
someone is saying they have taken Yuhai on loan from BTR.
I don't know.
He's still with
Maybe.
BTR?
I don't know.
Yeah. They have taken him on
But
loan.
I think his Instagram is like something like BTR UI.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They have taken him on
Yeah.
loan.
He played very good.
Yeah. At least like BTR is in which group? Red group, right?
Yeah, right.
They came to survival stage.
Yeah.
Survival stage will also be entertaining, man. In a way, I mean, like it's good for teams, right? They will get more practice, and you will see tougher teams coming out of survival stage.
What?
I mean, the teams in the survival stage, they are obviously going to be like playing more games and more practice in a way, and they will come more tougher into the grand finals compared to the teams which already qualified.
За IT 14 он зүрхтэй нэгээс 3 дахь позишнээс гайгүй.
And Genesis Domagits, I know this is one of our we might start to get on this train because they're starting to make a push there for 11th place.
This is huge. We literally said at the top of the show that there was a possibility that if Genesis
Game Lord is on
Domagits came back
11.
with a strong performance,
Okay.
it would skyrocket them up.
Besiktas was yesterday number 3. Today they are number 9.
They are now
Yeah.
very close to Dean Xavier,
Let's
who's
see.
still close to Game Lord.
But they played. I think the mentality is a little down because 2 players have COVID, so 2 players playing online.
Who? Besiktas?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. And still they did well.
We talked about this yesterday.
Yeah, and I think they have so many, maybe some pressure because two Turkish team already qualified in the grand final.
Yeah, S2G as well as Fireflux, right?
Ярил жаргал мондог шүү гэдэг нэшлсэн маш их баярлаа. What say, bro?
I said S2G also qualified and Fireflux also, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Damn, man. They better keep up.
Correct here in this game. What do you think?
I have a feeling that I'm gonna be.
I think.
Okay, bro. I
be shocked if one of the bottom teams decides not to try to push on somebody, or maybe the other teams that are trying to catch up. I mean, for Rejects, they played that perfectly, right? They ended up in 3rd place. They're currently in 3rd place as well in the overall. If I'm 4th through 8th, I'm going to be looking at, okay, we cannot allow that to happen. We can't allow them to get those easy points. Reject played that perfectly for what they need to do. They got the points that they needed to get. They went into a small shack. You can hear Sute kind of scratching his head.
I think Tem can do top 3. Potential है यार. Potential हर team में top 3 का. लेकिन point ये है कि who will execute it? Old BTR was bro. देखो I think like esports में मैंने एक चीज देखी ना मतलब बहुत ही कम ऐसी teams हैं जो like who have been consistent throughout these years. BTR was BTR, bro. I mean,
who will execute it? On Furious Gaming and Team
Old BTR was
but that last
bro,
rotation
देखो, I
didn't
think
end up
like
working out. Hoping that they can change the rotation to a little bit more of a middle of the circle rotation. What the top 3 teams are currently doing. Genesis Dogma Gates, I mean, I already said what I had to say about them. They're currently in an upward trend while the other teams are on a downward trend. And Rejects, I was happy with what they did there. Not an aggressive team glitter, but they got the points that they needed to get.
Yeah, they did what they needed to do, and like we had said, they did it in a game where somehow the next 1, 2, 3, 4 teams under them didn't get the points they needed to close the gap. If anything, those gaps were increased. So Genesis Dogma Gids also on my list, obviously, because now they are seriously in the running for that top 11 bubble. But then I'm looking back at the top. Geek Fam, 4am coming out of the gate with insane gameplay, aggression that we were hoping for, and creating a bigger
King on
gap
Fire,
between
you
themselves
are
and
literally
everybody else
one
below them
more
that wants
ridiculous type of comments away from getting
We're about
banned
to find out
or
right now. We're
removed
heading
from
on
a
over
chat
to
group.
Miramar. Get ready
PT
for
has
match
some
number 2,
in-game
everybody. Let's take it on
coordination
over to our
issue.
casters.
Yeah.
The games cannot have
South
gotten
Asia mein
any
which teams
better
are you guys watching?
until the
I mean
final.
like outside
Top teams
the
hitting
known
a strong
names.
start off the day. The teams, fighting for that survival stage also showing up. It is looking like we're in for a treat today. And we still got 5 matches left as proxy.
कब से
Look,
2219 से
mentioned it,
खेल
at
रहे
the
हैं साथ
beginning
में
of
इतना
this week,
consistent.
Optics was like, listen,
like
I have a
outside
feeling it's gonna go down
the
to the wire.
I'm here.
It's gonna go down to that last possible map that these teams are gonna
You
have
okay?
to push. They're gonna have to push it to
Yeah, I'm
the
okay.
end because
How are you
right
feeling
now,
today?
it is just so close and contentious that
Better than
anyone at
yesterday.
any point in time
Fever
can
gone?
take you out of your slot. So
Huh?
if you are
Fever
dropping
gone?
the ball now,
Yeah, better because yesterday my health was so bad.
very quick couple of
Yeah,
games
man.
where these teams
This
are just
whole
gonna
week I
jump
was
on
working
up
from home.
and perform better than they ever have this week.
Here's the thing that I'm looking at right now. So IHC is in 4th place with 164, right? IHC, a team that we
Дуу байхгүй юм уу? Дуу байгаа. Энэ цаатлын саундын түрүү хаацсан байгаа.
place at 160, tied with GK at 160, right?
Game started?
But
Yeah,
here's the
game
catch.
Yeah, bro. Okay, bye.
Tim
Alright, bro.
Entertainment
See you.
is at
Bye, bye.
155. Less than 10 points away from IHC in 4th place. There may be a world where all of a sudden the Tim Entertainment team will be the next team that we're really keeping an eye out for breaking into the top
बहुत
3.
ही गंदा flight path.
Now,
Yes.
it's a little bit of a
बहुत
stretch
ही
away,
गंदा
right?
flight
Because
path.
top 3 did create a little bit of a gap. Reject sitting at 178 to IHC's 164, so that is, more of a bigger gap for Tim Entertainment to catch up on. But man, Tim Entertainment,
अमन भाई
just
मेरा
starting from
नहीं है
yesterday,
six
towards
pack
the
उस
later
time.
half of yesterday, we were starting
किस
to
angle
see
से
some
तुम्हें
great
लगता
stuff,
है?
really hyping them up.
तुम्हें
And
किस
then
angle
coming
से
into
लगता है मेरे
today,
six pack?
like they didn't get the best of circles, but they literally played it the best as possible, in my opinion. That any team, like from their position, could probably, like even the best team in the world, could probably only do as much as the way Tim Entertainment played it. So it's like, I'm rooting for that team. I want that team to be potential for top 3.
I mean,
मतलब
we
are
saw
you
it
guys
happening
straight?
yesterday, the second match
Ask
of the
this
day,
question.
which happens to be this one right now. Happens to be Miramar. They picked up that winner chicken dinner with what?
अबे Falcon वाले को हवा से ही उठा दिया.
26 points a game. So yes, there is a
Damn.
current gap. Yes, there is a bit of an
बच गया
opportunity now, but
यूसुफ.
they have what it takes.
यूसुफ
They
पिक होगा,
continue on
यूसुफ
this
को नहीं
pace,
छोड़ेगा
and
ये.
I could be seeing that world that you were just talking about. I could be seeing that Tim Entertainment. in
Game
top lane.
Lord
I
और
could be seeing
Vivo
Game
की
Lord start
fight.
in an early engagement here with Vivo Keed.
Yeah, this is a hot drop at a very random compound. The plane path we didn't even touch on was very far eastern. So a lot of teams stretching to the west are finding themselves in an engagement. Vivo Keed here, already down 1 player. And, I mean, not much weapons to go around here. I'm not even sure if everyone has weapons. Seems like Vivo Keed, one of their players, forced to use a shotgun, but close range that could work out for them. It looks like everyone else on Game Lord, though, has the weapons to close out this fight. One of the Vivo Key players also already left in a buggy. I'm pretty sure he's not coming back either, because no weapons. It's looking like a 4v2 situation. And that's
King on
and
fire.
shotgun. And ooh, Robs from the side. Takes out
Namune.
the top player. It all comes down Cielo. Cielo with a shotgun. No armor, no helmet. Nothing much he could work with against the 4 players of Game Lords.
I mean, at the very least, that
Oh,
shot can pop on
nice.
and give someone a bit of a surprise, and there it is. Now Valor will go down, but I mean, just with the numbers that they're running, it's a 4v1. I mean, for every
Yeah.
trade that you're going to get, there's going to be 3 other players to trade you. So, yeah, look, in that situation, not really a lot that they could have done. Adrian with the buggy looks like they did try and circle on back. There was a bit of time that they had that indecision saying, oh, maybe I can make it. I got a weapon now. Maybe I can make it back in time. But Game Lord's just, this is what we were talking about. The fact is we're not seeing that hesitation. Game Lord is not giving them enough time to recover. It's not giving them enough time to even loot up at the very least. So
Yeah.
that is fantastic because that has been the crushing point and crushing aspect for so many teams.
I think
in
इस
the
वाले में
last
बहुत
couple of
बसड़ हो
days.
गया
So
वो
get rid of it. Let's get some points. Let's get that aggressive
पहाड़ पे
energy
वेट
back.
कर रहा है बदला लेने का.
Now you see Adrian here trying to cause some trouble for Game Lord, and there's a very good reason. These two teams are probably the two teams near the bottom of the survival stage that want to engage in each other if they get the chance. Game Lord's at 11th, the cutoff point. Vivo Keed is in 10th. So these are literally the two teams just clinging to dear life for survival. And the fact that they dropped on each other, just pure happenstance right there. And yeah, Adrian, for good reason. If that was any other team besides Gaylord, Adrian might have, just tried to find a place in zone, played solo, but they know they need to hurt this team. They can't let Game Lord pass them up, knock them down to 11th, and then D Xavier or even Genesis Dogma have a decent game, and then they're out of it, right? So, man, this is the 10th and 11th team fighting each other right there off the beginning of the game.
What is with today's probability? We had our top 3 taking the top 3 placements in a wrangle. We've had our teams that are literally right next to each other on the overall leaderboard drop on top of each other. It is just, again, it's happenstance. It's coming through from that flight path in that zone. So yes, there's a few choices that had to be made off the cuff. But
yeah,
what are the chances of this actually happening? It's beautiful, but I agree with you. Just that 200 IQ, just that understanding of your current situation, and to make that call, that aggression, that understanding that, like, listen, we have to go for it. We have to go aggressive. We have to see what we can get away with at this point in time, because if we don't, we might not even make it to the survival stage.
Yeah. We're about 6 minutes in now. Teams are starting to rotate. Very western circle given the eastern plane path. But it seems like teams are going to rotate in here quite nicely. Besides that little hot drop, everyone else pretty much lands uncontested. They can loot where they want. You see Face Cannon near the center, and Picado, they can make their rotation in. GK in a strong position as well. Pretty much right smack dab in the center. Now this map is still pretty
इसमें
much
सब
divided
टाइमिंग पे होगा
between
जैसे
the
सर्कल
north
बना है ना
hemisphere,
what
which
I
is now
feel is
mostly
like
low ground, and then you get the high ground
how
mountaintops
fast you
around
can
power
make
grid,
rotations
and then
is
it goes
what
south.
matters.
Well, a southern circle shift will be trouble for everyone. Then you're heading into the Chumacera region, right, where it's just all mountainous terrain. We'll probably know in the second circle where we're going to go. In the middle, the flat grounds. North, high ground, but not too difficult. And then in the south, a lot of high ground, more difficult to navigate and rotate around.
Being treated once again to a little bit of that western action on Miramar. At least it's not going as south as what we've seen in the past, but still some very, very interesting opportunities here. Montenuevo, a little bit lackluster for the likes of IHC, but again, that flight path didn't allow for it. So they are actually heading on in from Al Azhar. We've got Rejects a little bit closer once again to center, finding a few points of interesting information, trying to find out where they can get themselves well situated, closer and closer to the Chumacera region. And they've been very interesting for me. Again, like you said, the standard for Rejects is to take that dash into center, and they've been making it work more times than not in the last couple of days. Yes, there's been a few points of RNG to talk about, but they're at least bringing in the eliminations. They're bringing in the points, which right now, for them to secure third place, is all they really need to do.
I really love it. Thinking back to the day one of the very first game, they've stuck true to their plan. They've just cleaned it up, adapted, and figured it out. Because on the very first day, they did a similar mad dash, but they ended up losing 2 players, and they go out in last place with 0 points. That's how they started this tournament. 0 placement points, 0 elimination points. The first team to be taken out, and the team that looked like they were doing the messiest, sloppiest rotation. Now, they're still doing those crazy, quote-unquote crazy rotations, but it has been cleaned up so much, and it's been like much more calculated, and they're keeping their players up. And now they find themselves up in the top 3, continuing with their game plan from day number 1, game number 1. They just fixed it all up. So very good evolution out of the Rejects team there.
This is what we have to expect. It's Pmgc. You have to step it up here, or well, when are you going to step it up? This is the end point. This is the last opportunity. So, Genesis Dogma, also another team from Erangel that I was really impressed with. I mean, the aggression they brought on in, they really gave GK Esports a run for their money. They took down so many players in that chaos of school that I'm feeling like they've revitalized something. They've clearly changed up the tactic. They've identified what has
Kill
been
steal
the
करना भी एक
crux
कला
of
है.
their fall down in the last
Agreed,
couple of
bro.
days, and they're here to change it up as well.
हमारी
Will they be
बहुत
able to
सारी
do it
kills
in time?
स्टोरी हुई. अगर तुम
circle
टॉप
shifts. Oh, this
टॉप
is
का
gonna be a
डैमेज
fun
देखोगे
one.
कंपेयर टू
That
हिज
church
skills, it was
position that
nothing.
Nongshim Red Force
टॉप
holds
नॉक
is
निकाल
in the
रहा था.
smack center. But
या
that
तो
leaves a
फायर
lot
फ्लक्स
of
वाले खा रहे थे या
Trubisera
तो
in
नोवा
zone,
वाले
which
खा रहे
teams
थे.
will probably have to start defaulting to.
Top's
The north
damage was
side,
5-6,000
probably only
plus.
like 30% in zone. So teams here, like 4 a.m., chances are they're going to have to move uphill past that church position at some point, which is going to get extremely deadly. All the teams on the north side, they got to pray and hope the circle shifts back north, because anywhere else down south, it's an uphill battle for all the teams involved.
Like you said, defaulting to that region of Chumacera, having yourself set up earlier on rather than later, because it's going to be tough later on. Right now, for Angry Men, they picked up at least a knock towards the side of Nongshim Red Force, actually, who are closer to center than they are. So it is just going to be a knock. I believe a red should just be around the corner. And I mean, for Angry Men, they don't have any reason to force that. I mean, look at what kind of a distance they would have to travel to
अब
take
यहाँ
that
पे
on.
देखते हैं
It's
NSR वाले
ridiculous. It's just a
होल्ड
warm
कैसे
welcome
करते हैं.
to Nongshim Red Force in the center.
Taking a look at our top 3
Because
teams,
4 AM आएगा ही
4
आएगा
all the
100%
teams,
ऊपर.
probably in the toughest position. Rejects is definitely in the best position, just east of that church position that Nongshim has. Rejects have like somewhat of a high ground to work with. They have a lot of spacing around them that they can create from that high ground, and they, most importantly, they have vision. So if the circle shifts off them, they'll have a better idea of where to go. Geek Fam, the first place team, well, they're coming in from the edge way in the north, which is their specialty. It's hard to say how good their positioning is because they're not even in the zone. But we know how Geek Fam does. We know how they play. So they might be able to figure something out here. Falcons on the north.
Falcon वाले से spray तक connect नहीं हो रहा है, मर गया.
The other side, at least that's what Falcons hope they're doing. They might just be drawing the attention of Geek Fam, though, looking for an isolated fight. Geek Fam still coming in onto the zone. IHC, meanwhile, our 4th place team, all the way in the northeast, also coming in from the edge.
There's a lot of opportunities. GK have really stepped it up again. I mean, it's not exactly in what we were expecting from day number 1. The standard that they set for themselves in that day, I feel like it's going to be extremely hard-pressed to try and match that energy with everyone else now stepping up as well. But that consistency has given them a current 5th place finish, and they are pretty close to center right alongside Genesis Dogma, who we know they would love to get a little bit of revenge on. Genesis Dogma was nearly single-handedly the reason they couldn't make that rotation, and now we shift up
Haters
just a
group
little
green
bit
में
more
थे
north.
भाई
So
बहुत.
like you said, those teams that
इतने
were
haters से
hoping
पूछो मत.
and praying to the zone blessed gods that they have that little bit of a northern approach as well into this next phase, they will be gifted that.
Yeah, that's a really good circle. I actually like this shift just so, because if it shifts down, I feel like we'll just head into so much chaos of teams just pretty much losing that they have to go uphill, right, into those such difficult positions to reach. Now that it have shifted north, it gives a chance for the
IHC ने
teams on
अच्छी
the high
rotation
ground to
की.
work their way in with a decent enough advantage, and it gives the teams on the north a chance to just
4 AM की
you know,
सबसे
sit there
difficult
and not
rotation
have
होगी,
to
as far I
suicide their
feel.
way uphill. So in a way,
10% chances
everything has
दूसरे side से
become
जाएगा, but
50-50.
I don't think ये उससे ऊपर ही
And we'll
खींचता
probably
जाएगा.
see that being echoed by the amount of teams, amount of players that's going to remain alive as well with this circle shift. This is going to start gearing up for a very exciting, chaotic end zone. 4 a.m., of course, just getting blessed once again here. But 4 a.m., they really need to take these blessings and fully execute on it if they want to steal away first place from Geek Fam.
We saw a little bit of that rejects action earlier on. They did send Reggie in to scout out what Train to Kill were doing, and that was when Train to Kill was still together. Now, Train to Kill have actually taken a 2-2 split, and the entirety of rejects have regrouped on that 2 of Train to Kill that Reggie was scoping out earlier on. So maybe they're planning something. They would love to have a little bit of compound action in the center. Lamborghini would have loved to hit that shot, but instead will be not pleasantly surprised, not at all pleasantly surprised with a lot of damage to deal with. But they're holding on. I mean, they're coming on in. Xavier,
Nova
we know
fans
they're
are ST
fighting for
still
that
in
position
shock
in
how
this final
ST
stage.
came
I
first.
believe that was Mika that fire backed the accuracy. That was a double headshot. That helmet, that was not just one headshot. That was a double headshot with a Scar L that Mika fired back on. Mika, I believe he's still the top elimination leader for the entirety of this this tournament. Mika, such a strong force to be reckoned with. And you can see a glimpse right there. Like, why? Why does he have the most eliminations? Well, he just
वो
hits
Nova fans
the
नहीं थे
shots.
भाई, वो
Double
ST
headshot from
haters थे.
distance. And Yuhai as
ले
well.
Geek ने एक और kill ले ली
Nailing
भाई.
the player of Xavier. Xavier, this team.
Geek
This
ने
is the
कर ली
team
शुरुआत.
closest to the cutoff for survival stage, and they are not really finding any luck. They lose a player, a flush. At this point, when they have control of this like West and the zone's about to pop out, that's a big blunder right there.
Again, you want to just give the space where necessary. You do not want to give anything away for free at this point in time, and especially getting your team thinned out at this point of the game when you still have to make such a heavy rotation in. They're on the outskirts. They're one of the teams that took that down.
किसकी वजह से पता तो सबको होगा.
Potentially run down a mountain. We'll have to wait and see with that next zone shift. Yep, it does center up, so they do need to rotate down. And at this point in time, giving away your position is just going to bite you. At the very least, Lamborghini's just on the edge of zone, so they have some
अमन
information
आनंद,
to work with.
हम भी उसी का वेट कर रहे हैं यार. IHC का चिकन कब आएगा?
They're going to be keeping an eye out for the stragglers.
Rejects played the same exact position as they did yesterday in the same exact zone. It worked decently well enough for the Rejects. The position that they had earlier was in the new circle, but I like this. Rejects is very heads up. They're a team that's not scared to make the rotation, even if they get the zone, but it's on the very edge, right? They're gonna make that gamble play. They're gonna make that rotation.
Sandwich, bhai. RC पूरा
They had a strong position in school. It was in the edge of zone, and they take that gamble. They go more center in a position
हितेश
that
सौकिर भाई स्टार वॉट इन फ्री फायर लाइनअप नहीं भाई.
know is open. There's no teams that would be playing that position in the previous.
Not interested in
very
Free
small
Fire
chance.
at the moment.
And
Keep
the
very
Rejects, they don't
confident
have
team.
clear
Yeah, bro.
sightlines of that, but they have a
They're
good
playing
idea.
really
If
good.
anybody's going to be there, it could be us if we go now.
भाई क्या
They're
बात
now
है,
finding
क्या
themselves
बात कर
in a
रहा
very
तू?
similar like position as game number one. They put themselves in a center position that's not very strong, but they'll manage to keep a majority of their players up.
It looks like they were actually forced here by Furious Gaming, who moved on in. Duello was knocked on out. The confirmation came through. It wasn't Furious Gaming that picked it up, but it looks like there was another team that was applying that pressure, and that's why Duello was left on behind. So they had to make that decision right off of the cuff, which might be why they're heading into a very, familiar spot. They know the zone. They know that position. This time, at least, IHC isn't behind them. It is Game Lord's
भाई नहीं था यार. कहाँ से उसके पास IHC के पास
We're
चांस था?
talking about rotations.
IHC का प्रॉब्लम यही था कि वो भाई 4 टीमों के बीच में फंस गई. They got picked from every angle.
In, and unfortunately, that 2-2 split
ऊपर
has now
NSR
been
से
reduced
फाइट
to
लेते
3-1
लेते नीचे से उनके 2 प्लेयर 4am निकाल गया
To
था.
find an entryway in. I feel like this late in the game.
Besiktas downfall top 3, top 9.
Alive,
Yeah, bro.
rotate as a group.
Besiktas should like right now just think about
Find
surviving.
Some sort of position to spearhead your way in. You're not going to be able to sneak into this one. Not this late in the game with this many players alive. Rejects will keep 3 up at that dip. Xavier just getting desperate now for any sort of position. The Xaviers, they're going to pull a similar
Grand final में
move
venue
in.
जाओगे अब? हाँ man, I
a
will
little
go.
bit too late on
I'm
that
planning
one.
to go. Let's see.
Rejects with the heads up play. This position's already taken. And Rejects will pick up some eliminations for themselves too. 2
यहाँ sniper
eliminations.
contest चल रहा है.
Still firing back. They're going to have to keep their heads down a bit longer here. Game Lords with the interesting split, by the way. That teal-blue color, a 1-1, a 1-2-1 split? Game Lords.
I think it is.
Yeah.
ऊपर से
No, it's
okay.
a 1-1-1.
Oh, they're
only
down
have
to
3
3.
players up.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Ooh.
Okay. Spreading them out, spreading the players out a little bit, maybe maximizing potential circle blessings. Next circle is about to shift as well.
Besiktas गई.
You see that other lovely little bit of a blue color? Yeah, that's Besiktas making a rotation right in between, pretty much trained to kill 4 angry men. Game Lords even had an opportunity to chime on in, so yeah, they will be reduced down to 1. Only
I had
Zesty
see
now
2-2
still
split पे.
alive in a very tough
Tem
rotation they
2-2
had to
split
make.
पे.
At least with that zone,
Game
they're
log
gonna have to think
2-1
about
split
another
पे.
one just for the time being. However, now all of the teams needing to move on in for Angry Men will be one of the teams on the pressure block alongside FaZe. Look at the compounds that they hold and look at the angles that they actually have available to themselves.
Japan
All of
lost
these other
football
teams
match.
now having to rotate in closer to center.
Everyone's going to be starting to get crunched in, more so from the western side. Geek Fam losing the zone, Falcons losing the zone, GK, GD, Genesis Dogma, Gids, and Nongsham all on the western side losing the circle.
Yes.
And all of the teams I
I
just
shots.
mentioned
भाई
are
आपको क्या
pretty much
लगता है
four-man
ये
teams, so
same
we're
meta
going to see a
BGMI
lot
भी
of
आए?
strong
Yeah, it should come, bro.
powerhouses
That's what
as
will
far as
make it
numbers are
easier for them
concerned,
to play in
start
any
crushing
international
in
invites,
on
right?
the western side. Nongsham Red Sports. Or Nongsham Red Force, sorry. One of them getting knocked, and Genesis Dogma Gids. Is that going to be the opening for them to get aggressive? Here comes Geek Fam coming in aggressive on the western half. Victor, last one up, at least for this position, because we mentioned earlier they are playing split. Can Victor find a knock and a
अबे
finish?
game lord वाला अंदर है.
I might be the unlucky player to run into Victor. Or maybe they won't even clear it out. Genesis Dogma going really hard straight into the center, almost onto 4 a.m. Genesis Dogma gets a complete different team, playing way more aggressive, no longer scared to make these plays, and they'll push out 4 a.m. They'll be able to secure that compound for themselves for now.
Ooh, Rejects just chiming in at the last possible second to find a knock onto 4 Angry Men. However, no opportunity to actually get that confirmation, but they're just so cheeky in that last little opportunity. They are keeping an eye out for these opportunities. Now, Geek Fam, GK Esports, hello. Down to a few bits of pieces here as those damage numbers are going to be moving on in Geek Fam. They are also helping to take out the likes of Game Lords. So remember, we've got Geek Fam over with Victor. We've got Game Lords
गधे.
the action onto one of the other solos. Victor going to be going down.
Game
Was
Lord
not
वाला एक
actually
number का
into the
गधा.
race because of how split they were. And it looks like only Akashi, for now, is left alone.
Victor actually came up huge. He got 2 knocks there. But yeah, being the solo and Geek Fam with 4 instantly eyes right back onto where the second Victor fire and they take down Victor. So Geek Fam will be able to reset up to a 4-man team when they were almost just down to 2.
GK Esports also, they had a little bit of a glimmer of hope here into the next zone, but just the shots that are raining on in. Nongsham Red Force picking up 2, feeling good as well for Angry Men. Yeah, towards the center, still holding on to the compounds. Genesis Dogma actually haven't aggressed further than the initial
नहीं
take of that
रुक रही है
compound.
भाई.
They've
Kills
just
पे
taken up
kills.
some
I
real
know,
estate
bro.
within zone.
4
They've given
elimination
themselves a
निकाल
great
लिए
amount
अभी
of
भी.
cover. Ooh, but they need to still be careful. Rejects are in the vicinity, and Rejects have been taking a shot at 4 Angry Men and Genesis.
Rejects right now looking to just soften this compound up, because more than likely they're going to have to make a push. They have vehicles. And if there's any compound
Lord
that
बाहर.
they would have to push into,
Game Lord बाहर.
I mean, all rotations out of that this point are difficult. They're going to rather want the circle than not. But I'd imagine if they're going to make a
Game
gamble
Lord
play, a
का एक player
gamble
है अभी.
push onto anything, it would be onto Genesis Dogma Gets. They saw that team roll up. They know there's a chance. And just as I say that, they're making that push. Yeah, they're going for it. That's the most they could do at this point. They're actually going for the shackle cross ways and getting taken down by Geek Fam.
भाई geek वाले पूरा मतलब full मजे ले रहे हैं सभी टीमों के.
Game Lords will stay alive with the Akashi.
IHC वाला zone से कैसे मर गया यार?
The problem is, I was saying Akashi is left alone for the time being because, you know, they were alone. There was no opportunity really for anyone to get a shot into them. And even a lack of information meant Akashi was safe. But now with that push from Rejects, they saw what happened. They know there's something lurking in that little compound there, that little shelter. So that is going to give out Akashi's position. Geek Fam moving on in now from the southwestern portion, just behind Rejects. A lot of danger now as Rejects are reduced down to only 1. They've tried their play on out. The rotation has to be here. Geek Fam
come
have
on,
to do
you
the
have a
same
very
for Angry Men now. Have an opportunity onto 5 buggies to try and get some eliminations.
Yeah, they take the reject position, but I think they're going to soon figure out, like, hey, this isn't really fully in zone either.
ये फाइट मुझे देखनी है.
They can make a crash somewhere.
Oh, भाई knock देखा? Knock देखा King Chen का?
Now the
Wow.
blue zone's closing in, but it's just slow enough for them to maybe get these revives and then make their next play. It's going to be really sloppy, though.
Headshot.
A lot of
But
time is being wasted. Furious Gaming in the elimination feed, getting some work done in here. Those are mostly long-range knocks. Tem Entertainment, they're not in zone. They're going to have to make a play.
4 AM वाले 3 साइड से फाइट ले रहे
Same
हैं.
with IHC and Falcon. This new zone shift has actually forced
T2
teams
के
on
Jane.
North and South to make some plays. And here is Tem Entertainment coming in. They are being cut down, though. The fortress of Train to kill
Tem
a little
bahar.
bit too strong. And that is Tem Entertainment eliminated.
Loving that they had to make that rotation. We saw them doing that too.
Zone is just loving Chinese in this.
Compound.
Bro, if I say something, they'll be like, bro, come on, you're a hater. भाई Nova का भी same scene था यार. सारे zone उन्हीं पे बन रहे थे. But I think they know the meta very well, no? So it's easy for them. ये Pel का ही meta तो है.
It finds one. It gives them that opportunity, a little bit of the room to breathe. They need to go for this res. Only one HP separating them, and the med kit pops on off just in time to get knocked. Genesis will hold on. Nongshim Red Force have one more player, but that player doesn't really want to
Oh,
jump.
Geek ka push, Geek ka push, Geek ka push on 4 AM. Let's see who will win this game.
On to 4 AM. A very successful push. They managed to breach on in and not lose a single player. One player was knocked, but they get the revive. Now, 4 AM sandwich between 3 different teams. We have Nongshim Red, which is still alive, Genesis Dogma, which hasn't been fully finished out with, and the scary 4-man team of Geek Fam with 6 eliminations on the north side of things. Train to Kill now getting very aggressive.
IHC
Taking the fight to IHC, taking IHC out. There's still the Falcon team on the north end, and FaZe, well, FaZe get the zone with his new, or do they get the zone? Maybe just the very edge of zone. But things are getting more and more crunched in. Furious Gaming from the southeast, they're going to have to make a play. They have 4 up. This is the next big team to watch out for.
Abhi!
FaZe didn't get the zone. Very few people actually got that zone. Falcons, they've been holding on strong. They picked up those 4 eliminations. FaZe now needing to move on in. As we said, they have to let go of those compounds. It's no longer a good option for them. And now they're left in the open here right alongside Falcons, who are ready on high with that engagement against Train to Kill and
Oh,
IHC.
nice.
This is good opportunity.
Nikal, knock, nikal,
Bits of damage is going to be sent on through, but Ventores could be the determining factor here from the back line, getting a good knock, a good flanking opportunity. They can back up their teammates.
Tony K, no nades, unfortunately for him. That could have been the one to open up this fight. He does have smokes, though, so he's smoking out the sight lines of the Falcon players. This is a dance back and forth.
Falcon 5 kill निकाल गया क्या अभी तक? Very good.
Advantage, a lot of different ridge lines to work with. That means multiple angles for
Let's
FaZe
go
to
Falcon.
as far as heads peeking out and getting shot at.
Let's go Falcon.
FaZe trying to find some sort of
भाई
opening here.
PMWI में बैठना
Details
था.
are coming out. And here comes the push
PMWI
by
में
Furious Gaming.
तहलका
They're the
मचा
other
लिया
4-man team that needs to make a push, and they push right into 4 AM, getting a run over. This is massive. This could be huge for Geek Fam to third party. Actually 4 AM getting
4 AM के 2 knock.
Okay, Furious Gaming gets taken out, but 4 AM have 2 players knocked. That should be Geek Fam's cue to third party and push in. Are they doing
Nice
so?
trade.
FaZe
Very
on the other
nice
hand,
trade.
On the north side, trying to make a play happen. They push up. 2 of FaZe are knocked, I believe. 2 of Falcon are also down. Actually, it all comes down to Lycan here. Can he get the clutch? 1v2, UMP down to the last few shots, and Falcon will mount a
FaZe
successful
bahar.
defense on
Well
the north
played Falcon.
and
Well
get the
played,
full
well
reset.
played,
4 AM,
well
meanwhile,
played, well played.
they got
अबे
a full
revive
reset
मार, revive
themselves.
मार.
Geek Fam did not decide to push in the midst of all that chaos.
Geek Fam, they were gifted that potential for a reset yesterday. Now they've done exactly that. They've gifted 4 angry men that reset, not jumping into that
Falcon
opportunity.
8 kill
That
pe.
might be a mistake that's going to cost them later on. We said Ventores might have been the determining factor here for
अबे
FaZe,
अबे
but
अबे
unfortunately
अबे
just
अबे
not
अबे
finding
अबे
that
गया
connection.
गया गया
This goes out, but Train to Kill,
लगेगा
I mean,
क्या?
they
I
are
don't think so.
neighbors to all this chaos. They know exactly what's happening.
भाई
Keeping an eye out on Falcons, and now
perfect nade.
in the form of a couple of grenades that will be sent on through. 2 down. Up here to Demar trying to close that line. Never alone. A little bit more towards the back end line. Moving in for the
T2K ने ऐसी बीटी दे दी ना, ऐसी बीटी दे दी इनको.
Sandesh is right around the corner.
Oh, 4 AM though.
There to back them up. No way.
No way 4AM sniffs out this third-party opportunity under the pressure of Geek and might actually bite them in the butt because Snipes gets a knock onto one of the 4AM players, trains to kill with a really good opening double knock and a play to go aggressive. Hopefully it rewards them, and it does. Rig gets the finish on it. That was a 2v4. 4AM. Yeah, they try to make a play. I think they want to swing north and play from the north down, but that was a costly mistake. Most of the players getting caught out on rotation. 4AM cut down to just a solo. Geek Fam playing this low and slow will be rewarded. Not third-party 4AM later, leaving 4AM to make the mistake. They get a knock back here, but Svan is the last one up. However, I think 4AM has the edge of zone and Geek doesn't. And there's a chance that Geek Fam, if they have to leave that compound on the next circle, Train to Kill will be able to help out Savannah.
Can't forget about Akashi. There it is. Rig going to be actually spotting them out. Akashi trying to move on just a little bit too soon, exposing their position. Those smokes will be popped. Everyone knows what's happening on that front of things. Rig just applying the pressure, but no! Damn, Rig with the nade of a lifetime, finding that connection, and now looking to close out this gap between themselves and Savan. Mika, absolutely emphatic player to try and take a 1v1 up against, and they do have the backup of their team. Will Savan be able to get the spray down? They get a Rig around, and Rig will move on in for the third party.
Oh,
very good. There's that help that 4AM wanted. Unfortunately, the help was onto the backside of bullets that he soaked in from Train to Kill. Now Train to Kill in a 2v3 situation. They have the advantage of the high ground. They need to get snipes down. That's an opening that
Come on, apne Nepali bhai, nikalo, chicken nikalo.
Down to 2v2. Circle's gonna close up on Train to Kill as well. Geek Fam's gonna have to push out. Yuhai or Darude, or Damn Rude, needs to get a sick knock while running in the open. It is very easily doable. They just need to pre-aim on the correct peak. Oh, nades coming in from Train to Kill, also softening Geek Fam up just a little bit.
Come on,
slowly
T2K.
closing in.
अपनी ये 10 eliminations आया नहीं होने दो.
Geek Fam. Here comes the shimmies left and right. Pre-fires back and forth. Train to Kill, massive damage onto them, but they get a knock. Sandesh with the double peek from his teammate, and that's Train to Kill with a great celebratory victory. Train to Kill, they were a team.
Very well played, bro.
That was, I would say, relatively safe in the survival stage bubble. But with that win at this point in the game, with 4 more games left to go, they could be looking at a top 3 finish still if they start cleaning things up even tighter.
Coming into this game, they were sitting in 8th position with 154 points. But man, what an opportunity. Rig was just so quick with those third-party opportunities. And what's even greater for Rig and the side of Train to Kill in that final engagement, not only did they have a better zone, they had a better angle on towards, Geek Fam making that rotation line in, but Geek Fam, lack of utilities, man. They were taking that engagement before Angry Men. They were trying to smoke them on up. They were trying to take on the likes of Game Lords. They were taking on so
what's a
many
game?
engagements
What a game, bro. This is getting so interesting.
Yeah, T2K.
T2K played very well.
Nepal Pride. In a chicken dinner. Do I win? You see, Rig 1v4 with Vulcan. What the game?
What?
T2K player Rig.
Yeah.
1v4.
Which ultimately secured them a massive chicken dinner.
Yeah. T2K said.
But they played really smart in the end. The last fight they played.
And they play very like consistent, right? Because here they have only 2 players in T2K, but they play aggressive with grenade. They push the mindset is very good.
Yeah.
Like I think even here they understand if they do nothing, they not qualify. So they need to do something.
Yeah.
and they do.
They performed really. I mean, like he even did 1v2 for IHC, right? Rig. Or no?
No, 1v4 with Falcon Esport.
Yeah.
Yeah.
1 nade, 2 down, and other 2 he got by gun. Wow.
Yeah.
So 13 eliminations.
get
Yeah.
the chicken dinner in the first Miramar match today. 28 total points there,
Yeah,
not to
crazy,
mention, I
crazy.
mean, the two squads at the top
Damn, man,
still
25
fighting
points
it out
again in
towards
this
the end.
game.
They're going to pull in
Like,
second
they are
and
making a
third
joke
place.
out of this whole
Oh
lobby.
man, the plot is starting to really thicken here, Seven.
Those
I think they'll be at
eliminations are going to be massive because
240,
Reject only got
yeah,
3 points.
230,
And then on
240
top of
points
that, I mean,
overall.
Glitter, Geek Fam, and 4 Angry
Let's
Men,
see.
this team's
Maybe
wanna
top
keep
4
their
or top
placement here.
3,
First
top
place
4
and
maybe.
second place, if they're
Yeah.
going to continue like this,
Oh,
those
Falcon
places
got
are gonna be
14
But
pretty
points.
secure
yeah,
in the
but
next couple weeks.
And this is
I think
literally what we
IT
said was going to
they
happen because of how
they
close the
not
points were
yeah they
for our
drop down
entire middle
because
of the pack. Now
they
the
need
top
to.
performers here,
I don't know what
we
they
get a
need
little
to, but
bit
they I
of
think in the
everyone.
next
Okay,
game they will
we've got
change the
Rig up
roster.
here with the 9
Who do you
Maybe
think
Alex
they'll bring?
coming.
almost 1k damage.
Yeah.
So Rig,
Alex coming
really
and
solid
Demo
efficiency
go to
conversion there. We
substitute,
have
but
for almost 50%
I think the
of the
tempo of
team's
the game is
contribution. And
not
then
very good,
moving
and
down the list,
they
we've got
they
a
lose
little bit more
one
of
player
the people that
very
we recognize.
early.
Once again,
Very early.
Genesis
Because of
Dogma
the
Yeah.
zone.
up here,
Was
and
it
then two
because of
Yeah.
Geek Fam.
like he
Now
didn't
Geek
have
Fam
res,
has not
or
turned
like
off
what
their
was he doing in
aggression
the
yet,
zone for
and
that
they're
long?
continuing to create a cushion for themselves.
Hmm?
But if
What was
anybody
the
in the
reason
middle
he
does
got
the like T2K
he
just
went
did,
out?
they are
Nah, maybe they loot. They loot when they loot. It takes so many time.
It's
Yeah.
gotta be GK. They busted out a donut in that last match, so they gotta be feeling devastated right now. But we got a lot to talk about, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break.
Okay, let's see.
Senhawk. Senhawk is the snakes area. Bro, which team are you supporting this World Cup?
What?
Which team are you supporting in the World Cup?
World Cup in FIFA?
FIFA, bro.
Nah, French, bro. I'm still French. Begin 2006. I support French.
Okay, I'm Portuguese.
Yeah, but you know, I don't want Argentina and Portuguese go to the grand final.
Bro.
So you know why? Because like
that will kill many people.
yeah, because Messi and Ronaldo, they have a lot of career, but if they come in grand final, that's mean one team lose, right?
Yeah.
Not need something like this. They just need like to be stay. They need to lose this FIFA and stay like a legend. I don't want one of Cristiano or Messi go down.
That is
Just
what we have to see, bro. We have to see.
Yeah.
Maybe both will retire after that.
Yeah,
Imagine
they
the
will
scenario: Portugal versus Argentina final. Right? Argentina
Yeah.
scores 2 goals. Portugal scores 2 goals.
Sony with their Xperia 1.4.
Last goal Ronaldo scored and Argentina lose.
No, I don't want this. That's mean Messi career will go down, and in the history always say Ronaldo is the best. You understand?
Yeah. It is what it is, bro. It is. Ronaldo is still the best, bro. World
You will
Cup,
see,
no
you will
World
see.
Cup, bro.
Portuguese and Argentina will not qualify.
I don't care, bro.
Let's see.
That's another problem.
In-game PUBG mobile content. Go check out Prime Gaming.
Man. No, but let's see what happens this World Cup.
Yeah,
This World Cup
let's
is
see.
underdog World Cup.
Where
Saudi players got like freaking Rolls
shake
Royce
up
each
on the
player, man.
leaderboards as we take a look at the first page? I know you guys have goosebumps here. It's gonna
Oh,
be Train
261.
to Kill
Wow.
passing up Rejects
So
by just
Geek is
1
135
point.
eliminations, 126
talked
rank
about it,
points,
Glitter. It can
261
come down to
total.
1 point, and
For him
T2K
is like
is truly
2-3
showing
chickens
it,
behind.
being able to
T2K
have
is on number
100
3,
kills, and
Reject is on number 4, IHC.
I'll talk about them a
Wow,
little bit
T2K
later, but I'm just not happy with the
very well
way they
played.
play on that Miramar map.
182.
They are currently in 4th place. You do see IHC going down.
IHC
there.
needs
Luckily
some
for
chicken.
T2K
Geek
Very
fam.
Glitter, they're starting to create a bit of a cushion
261,
Wait,
bro.
between 5th and
261
8th. They gotta
points.
wake up.
I mean, you say that, and then for all we know,
Falcon
someone's
needs
gonna show up
one
and
Aron
point.
tlaqona inuu qorasa.
completely knock that out. But this is another big jump. I'm not even looking at 9, 10, and 11 right now. Yes, Game Lord jumps up
What
a
the
little bit.
game.
I'm looking at 12 and 13 because
Hi,
Genesis
hi,
and
hi.
Dogma
Aram
Kids have now
guys.
jumped
But I
above
mean, like
the
in
Xavier Kids.
this, you only have these three teams who are playing
right now.
against each
This
other. I
puts
don't
them
see anyone
4
doing
points
anything
behind
great
Genesis,
otherwise, like in terms of
Dogma
Yeah, yeah,
strategy or
Kids.
anything.
Kid also
तो अगर भाई
wildly
आपका और
quiet
हमारा साथ
and now
तभी
only
तक
6
था जब
points
तक आप
ahead.
रोनाल्डो
That
को
is
सपोर्ट कर
0
रहे थे पर
cushion.
आप
They could do that in elims, especially with Sandhawk Jukes. This is just chaos.
Oh, it's absolute chaos. Not to
So
mention,
yeah,
you know,
my
Xavier
idea
busting out
is
another donut here in this last
Van
match here.
Falcon
So
needs
that
one chicken
silence
dinner,
is
bro.
gonna have to change up big time because we're heading
Uh,
on over to the jungle, baby,
Booster
where it is hot
the
and it
survival
is
stage
thick
will be
and where it is
dead.
intense. So,
Very hard.
Devin, as we go into the jungle here, who are your teams to watch?
That's the idea. If they don't get survival,
First
then
of all,
they are
they've
messed
been
up.
absolutely dominated.
Okay.
Genesis
On the
dominates
other
because they've
side,
been averaging a
GK
fourth
will
place
take their
finish
spot
in
and respect
Sandhawk,
both.
so they might not be able to get it in
They
Illims,
already
but they might
don't
be able to
like
get
each
it in
other.
placements. And then, yeah, reject. You know what?
Oh,
Glitter, take it. I don't want to.
GK qualified, right? No, GK is. It will come
GK
in
not
top 9.
qualified.
It will come in 9.
Dogma Kids as well, but also D Xavier because now
Top
these two have
11.
their own
Let's
battle
see. Yeah.
going on right outside of that 11th place bubble. I want to see which
Senator,
one
who's your
of them is
favorite
Sandhawk. And then
caster?
like you said, reject. You don't want to say
Uh,
it. They're not.
Me.
That was not great. That last performance. Okay, that's not what they want. They want to
Mongolian.
stay top 3.
Why don't you
They
try
gotta
doing
be at the top, and Sandhawk is now
what
the
is
next
it called?
opportunity.
Casting in English.
Well, I'm gonna keep keeping it
Nah,
yeah,
I
I'm
know
gonna keep a
tough
close
time.
eye on GK,
Come on, man.
Blaze Clan. They already have a heck
Then
of a
And
fight
my
here.
English
They
is not
gotta close
very
it
well
right
to do a
here,
casting.
right now,
It's
to
so
have a
hard.
chance at the top 3.
Even
Is
if it's in
Sandhawk gonna
French, I can do,
get
but
hype?
the English, no,
It's time
no.
to go ahead and bring it on
I
over
can.
to our casters.
Okay, I feel you.
Oh
I
man,
feel you.
eat my words.
But what a game.
I was saying, train to kill. They're safe in the survival group. Maybe with that win, they can, with 4 games left, make it into top
I
3.
think
But
I'll
they are
win
already
one
in the
or
top 3.
two more matches and bye-bye.
Out the rejects
As well.
by 1 singular point, and we're only gonna heat things up more now, starting with this Sandhawk game that we're gonna jump into.
Man, it is heating up. Here it is. We are jumping from chaos to chaos. We said it's going to come down to the wire. Already, we're talking about a
Game Lord
different
is
top
French
3.
team. Why are
We're
you
talking about
supporting
3
IHC?
teams that might have just secured themselves an
What?
opportunity
You know
to
Game
miss
Lord is
out
French team, right?
on a very
Yes, yes, I know.
scary survival stage. A very
That's why I
very
support
threatening
only
team
IT
that are looking
because
to take
they
them out of this
represent Mongolia.
competition
But I have so many friends
completely.
like
Train to
Game
Kill, that
Lord
was
or
gorgeous.
Geekai
Now they
or
are,
Falcon.
keep in mind,
But that's why
only
I can't
1
support
point
other team.
up ahead of the
Okay.
rejects. So
You're like, I
there's a
support only
very close and
Mongolia, yeah?
contentious battle
But
that they can bring forward
Alright.
in a map like Sandhawk, a map that, I mean, we've been talking about the chances of so many teams that are right alongside each other, finding each other on a map like Murmur. Now with Sandhawk, now with half
Okay,
of the
let's see.
space available,
Let's
I
see,
mean,
bro.
those
Let's see.
chances are
Let's
just
go
looking even better.
IHC.
Yeah, I don't know
No,
if
I
the
support
analyst desk
T2K
is
as well.
able to
Let's go
pull
T2K.
up this the stats or maybe make a
Okay.
graphic for this,
Alright,
and
bro,
it
see you,
might not even matter
Okay,
after
see
this
you, bro.
game. But between Train to Kill and Rejects, which team is more consistent? Now, obviously, point average-wise, they're basically right next to each other. But point variance, right? Do Rejects get bigger upswings and bigger downswings? Or is Train to Kill more in the middle, like averaging overall a little bit better, like less variance?
see you, bro.
Because that might play into effect, you know, like who crunches out the next 4 or 4 consistent enough games to stay ahead of one another. Now, that's within the confines of those 2 teams. There's still teams below Rejects, IHC, FaZe, GK, Tem Entertainment that could do what Train to Kill just did and be another team that breaks into the top 3. But oh man, there's so much going on right now. And then of course, Geek Fam just keeps pulling ahead of the second place team of 4 Angry Men.
I mean, starting off, you know, the first day they brought in that aggression. Coming back on the last day, they are back to the form of old, bringing in so much aggression. So, and the fact is, you know, we talked about it off camera, that they are not getting punished significantly enough to the fact that they're going to change the strategy. They are not getting forced into a different scenario. They are not getting forced into making these off-the-cuff decisions, which we saw Rejects having to do on Miramar. They had to suddenly take a much less covered position on Miramar because they were being forced out by 1 to 2 teams.
Yeah.
So Geek Fam not feeling that pressure. They get to just play their game. They're not forced into someone else's game and
Next
forced to make
godlike
some very
announcement
tough
is about
decisions.
their new
Yeah,
international team coach.
Yeah, they play their game. They fight their way in.
I don't
we
know.
saw Geek Fam,
Honestly,
right?
don't know.
They ended up in the position that Rejects were in. Rejects were in that dip. Rejects were forced to vacate that dip. Geek Fam went into the same exact dip, but Geek Fam made it work. There's the difference there, right? Sure, the circle shifted, a little bit different in ways where Geek Fam can be on the outside of the dip, on the high ground, and then going into the dip and everything. So that does make a huge difference in overall how the game played out. But still, it doesn't change the fact that Geek Fam went aggressive and slammed the compound, whereas the Rejects, they did get knocked down to 3, which did have an impact in how they wanted to approach, their next rotation. But there's a clear difference. Geek Fam, a way more aggressive team. They're not the team with 4 or with 3 players even to, try and just make it to a shack. They'll take the gamble, they'll take the risk, and crash a compound. And it worked out for Geek Fam in that particular situation. This circle is a very northwestern circle, by the way, as proxy. We are going to see more than likely a northwestern island finish for this Sandhawk game, which is going to change things up a lot. It works out for the Rejects, so they will get center position at the trifecta compound, or even taking center position on the northwestern island to start off this match.
It's actually interesting that you brought up the way in which Geek Fam and Rejects would approach that same crash site, approach that same compound. We saw Rejects heading into Genesis Dogma. They only sent in, I believe it was 2 out of the 3 players they had available in that last finish. They left one behind, and because of that, maybe there's something to go for a statement that because they left that one player, because they were focusing on that safety net into the next placement, it might have hindered them from winning out that compound into Genesis Dogma. If they won that compound out from Genesis Dogma, then we could have been talking about, Rejects. We could have been talking about them moving it in. Whereas Geek Fam, they head up against 4 angry men with all of their players that they had available. Like if you were talking about the overall rankings, a much more difficult opponent to take on, and that's why they brought more of their numbers. But also they do that with nearly every single engagement. They do not have a safety net. They go full in with full confidence, hoping and winning, and just that's why they haven't been punished.
Definitely so. Very two distinct play styles between these top teams, Geek Fam and Rejects. Now, you mentioned this a lot. Geek Fam simply has not been punished. There's a good, chance that in a tougher lobby with even stronger teams, Geek Fam's playstyle would drop them below the Rejects, right? Because they get into more engagements, but they they run into bigger fish, which, not saying Geek Fam will lose, but Geek Fam might, be losing players instead of being able to keep all 4 up the whole entire time. And then a team that's a bit more calculated and safe, over a course of 18 games like Rejects might actually end up in higher points. So this does not mean, Geek Fam is outright better than the Rejects. There's a lot of different variants and factors that goes in, but the main thing I'm highlighting is the 2 different play styles and how it might be impacted depending on, the level of the lobby. Now, we see Game Lord here making a huge wrapping rotation from the north with a botation. Yeah, definitely a good idea, because a lot of the bridges right now being camped or occupied, or you don't even want to risk, trying to take the bridge. 4 a.m. though, they are going to take that bridge and shoot right across. Xavier was there doing some sort of, I don't know.
ग्रीन ग्रुप की बात ही कुछ अलग थी, है ना? ग्रीन इसमें कुछ crazy अलग था यार ग्रीन ग्रुप में.
I didn't see damage.
Green group was GG.
I didn't see any aggression towards 4 angry men. So yes, they're there, but maybe they're just laying low for the time being. Viva Key, they were trying to do something similar, and now they might be awarded with a bit of damage
Prabhakar Pandey ji, hello.
elimination onto Falcons. So maybe information was the play for the Xavier. Goodbye.
Yep. Yeah, look at Xavier's positioning. That is a bridge camp if I've ever seen one, but they didn't really take any shots. Geek Fam, whoa, rotating in hard from Ruins, sweeping up the northwestern edge.
ये तो 4AM का भी एक उड़ गया और Geek का भी एक उड़ गया.
Pretty sure Geek Fam was not expecting a team up
the
here.
Bottom
nor did anyone expect Kimura to rotate from
they
Cow with a
choose
boat up to
blood.
here and take this position. No amount of VOD review would have prepped Geek Fam for running into a team over there. So I would say unfortunate for Geek Fam losing a player there. 4AM also lost a player, but they did one of those calculated risk rotations, which did end up costing them one player.
Yes,
but they
bro.
found
Alag maza
themselves
tha
in a
green group
very
mein.
central
Whole
position.
different vibe. I know,
Let's
bro.
hope
It was
for them.
crazy.
Well, I mean, they're definitely hoping
It was
that
crazy.
the
It was
circle
fun
shifts a
for
little bit to
everyone.
the east and not
Come on,
uphill
Godless,
to the
तुम्हारी
right
बारी
of
है. Maro, maro.
the
RC को maro.
rejects.
That could be a very, very interesting situation these teams would have to deal with. But we'll see. Maybe it might pay off of the likes of Vivo Key. It all depends on who you're rooting for into this final day of the group stages. Ultimately, though, most of the teams will obviously be heading over into this part of
I
the
think
island.
right now
This
IHC को
Camp
try
Alpha
करना चाहिए. वो
region
पूरा
is
ऊपर
going to get
push कर
stacked
ले.
quite soon
Take the
because, well,
control
there's a
of the
very good
peak.
chance
Otherwise,
that we're
they'll
going to be
get
seeing
picked.
that zone heading to this direction.
They have
Although,
no cover there.
maybe an opportunity for a little bit of a swing, maybe a little bit of opportunity for Sandhawk to finally be the ridiculous zone game. We've been talking about it. Sandhawk has been one of our more normal maps. If we want to talk about the zones and the ways that they've been shifting.
Yeah, surprisingly,
Ridiculous.
Sandhawk has been more regular in terms of the way the fights have been breaking out compared to our crazy zone shifts. 4AM once again doing a really wild, crazy rotation. We didn't get a chance to see where the circle shifted, but man, I'm guessing it shifted off.
अबे 4 AM getting picked up.
Is my map feed delayed? Okay, yeah, the circle.
It head to Camp Alpha.
Okay,
Ruins, boot camp.
Okay,
it's
I
up.
see. Yeah, the circle didn't even shift that hard off of 4 AM, but
4 AM का दूसरा knock.
They're going to continue taking these risky rotations, and it is definitely punishing them now. Yeah, running into
4
way
AM
too
wiped
many
out.
teams. 4 AM starting getting
Wiped
cut
out.
apart.
नहीं, एक player बचा है.
Only one player made the mad dash to a center compound.
ये ले
Let's see
T2
if
के
it works
मुफ्त की
out for
kill मिल
them,
गई.
because they have rotated past the mountaintop, past 3 different teams, and only managed to keep one alive. That in the form of Savan right there. Right
IHC
in
का
the
push
middle.
RC
IHC
पे.
pushing on up onto the Rejects. Rejects mounting a strong defense will cut down 2 of the IHC players instantly. I'm loving the way Rejects are playing the split, by the way. They're doing a 3-1 split. They're not putting all 4 up here. They have one linchpin on the low ground that is now coming up to help after he secured himself a solo knock as well. Rejects pumping up the elimination points here and playing a bit more riskier, quote-unquote, with that 3-1 split in the initial beginning.
I like it though, just the change up, and it's really working for them in a group like this. You know, we talk about the different play styles and the stage at which you find yourself. That's why we see the substitutions from these teams. That's why they've had to change their game plan, because so much adaptation has come through from the rest of the teams that they've pretty much had to change their tactics. Now, FaZe, hello, finding out that Vivo Keed made such a big rotation up onto the high ground. Tony K just a matter of moments away from being taken on out. Don't think they will be able to get on
Tony
around.
के
Yep, there it is. And FaZe now reduced officially down
Wi-Fi.
to only 3. But look at this, there is at least one player from FaZe making that rotation in, trying to get that close-up angle. Like maybe an opportunity here to take out one, but they have to choose their timing perfectly.
Sandhawk ने बड़ी-बड़ी टीमों के ना घर बर्बाद कर दिए. ये मैच ही इतना ये मैप ही इतना गंदा है.
11th place, pretty much right on the edge of being kicked out of the survival stage. They have the high ground. Will it shift back onto them though? Because if it drops off this high ground, they're gonna have to push downhill, which gets very difficult to do so. Meanwhile, on the just everywhere else, teams are, making their botations in. They're trying to swim in. We saw a team go out completely, which was Besiktas out in the water, getting spotted out with their botation by Train to Kill. Genesis Dogman Gids all the way in the blue zone on the far southwest doing a botation. The only teams not yet on this island are Train to Kill, Furious Gaming, and Tem Entertainment. So they still got to make their way in. None of the bridges are being camped though, so they do have a open crossing if they do elect to do so.
We saw DX Xavier just up ahead of Nongshim Red Force. They've been reduced down to only 2. So it's not looking too great for them. Also wanted to see a little bit more from Besiktas, so it is a shame. But look at this. Vivo Keed will be blessed. They still have that high ground. They're not really that close to one another in terms of like a duo fight, but they have FaZe locked down. FaZe really can't make a move in the meantime. Game Lords, we talked about that rotation early on. I am loving this. They're bringing in that 2-2 split. They're picking up some great eliminations, and they're asserting dominance coming through from that northwestern side. If they can continue, this is really going to be a difficult situation for Train to Kill to hold on.
Oh man, 4 a.m. If they just stayed put as a three way earlier, they'd still have this zone, and now the zone is kind of like shifting back towards where they were. See if it works out. Meanwhile, Rejects, beautiful first initial rotation, picking a strong position on the map, gets them 4 eliminations, and they keep 4 up. Rejects back into the top 3 with a very strong position. They might be knocking 4 a.m. down to the 3rd place by the end of this game.
And Train to Kill, like we were talking about, the team that Rejects were chasing after, all of a sudden on the back line, Rick trying to keep it up, trying to stay alive up against the likes of Game Lords, but the numbers just aren't there to back it up. Now they've been reduced down to 2, so this is a massive opportunity, not only for Rejects to obviously close that gap, which they've already basically done, but then to give them that safety net as we move into the halfway marker of today. After this map, if they have that opportunity, that lead, and they can just stay somewhat consistent, they are looking at a secured spot into the top 3.
Yeah, all the teams looking to knock Rejects out of the top 3 are all hurt. Train to Kill down to 2, IHD down to 1, FaZe down to 3, and dropping even further below GK. I mean, GK has 4, but GK sitting at 160 to the 181 of Rejects. So this is a really good game for the Rejects, not for their own performance, but for the ill performance of all the teams below them.
Again, the timing. What is the chances
T2
that
के
as
वाले
soon
ने
as
अपना बदला
Rejects
ले
just
लिया.
step it on up, it is just going absolutely swimmingly for them. Game Lords, been impressed with their rotation, not too great in terms of the split that they're currently
Well
working
played.
with, because, well, we did see one get caught up. That's why. That is why their focus is split here, Zute. Geek Fam have moved on in for the kill.
Geek Fam 3v3 on top of the hill. Game Lord took one of Geek Fam down way earlier unexpectedly for the side of Geek Fam, but now they're back at it again. Nongshim Red Force, though, coming into things. They have 4 players. This could be a deadly third party for either team here. Nongshim Red. Are they going to keep... I mean, the zone's right there. That's where they need to go. And they do spot out one. One of Geek Fam does get taken down, and they're firing shots onto both teams. They're firing shots onto Game Lord and Geek Fam. Some very strong, accurate shots, actually. This is what Nongshim Red Force needs to do. They need to pick up all the eliminations they can. They're up to 4 already. They lose the zone. It's going to be a tough task for them to make it down this hill. And Geek Fam, we don't usually see them turn away from fights, but even then, they're smart enough to know when to leave. And Geek Fam is out of there, leaving Game Lords to deal with Nongshim Red Force, and it is not looking good. Nongshim Red Force comes in, 7 elimination points. They're going to need a chicken dinner and way more, though, if they want to break into the survival stage.
You know, this is the beauty of a team like Nongshim Red Force. We were talking about those teams that literally have nothing to lose. At this point in time, Nongshim Red Force, they're so far behind, but at the very least, they are crippling the likes of our top teams.
इस गन का डैमेज ही कुछ next level का
They
है.
are hurting the Game Lords completely as they set back into the lobby. Genesis Dogma now, a team that has finally closed that gap, also feeling the brunt of the action. So this is a massive opportunity for them. I want to see more of it. Bring it in. Again, look, it's a lot of points that they have to catch up. They really have a tall order in front of them. But hey, it could be just so good in the last day to make that push.
Circle has closed down more on top of the mountain. Vivo Key looking nice. All the teams on edge having to come in. This by now it's a lot of scrap fighting. No real 4-man teams are able to fight their way in. GK comes in with 4 though. Onto the last member, that is Savan. Savan is trying to hide in a nook, hide in a cranny, but he's forced to make his moves. He's gonna get sideswiped from the other side potentially. Yeah, GK with 4 people all looking towards Savan's direction. Savan backs off, doesn't want to attract too much attention. He's going to go back into that little nook, that little cranny he's been hiding in. But one well-placed nade, and Gaith, well, he's got 3 of those, should find Savan dead. Savan popping out of the smoke, knowing he's about to get naded, tries to make it across the corner, and that is 4 a.m. out with any... Did they get any points? No. No points whatsoever. Train to Kill. Passing up Rejects. But just for now, Rejects still have 4 players up in a strong, dominant position. 4 a.m., as I was saying, they took that gamble, did not pay off, but it was a tough zone to navigate. Rejects looking to shoot their way up to second place now, potentially. Icy, last one
Nope.
up for
No
IHC.
points.
Defends a push against Genesis Dogma. Icy needs to come up huge, and oh, the third party from distance will finish off Genesis Dogma. He will get another point, and the circle brings it a little bit closer to the northern side now.
Icy continues to live just for a little while longer, but again, Vivo keyed that prime positioning, that early rotation
Abhi, I
onto
see
the
1v2,
high ground
1v2.
might be the determining factor. We at least have GK trying to close that gap, getting closer and closer to that level of elevation, but they still have a long way to go to take that engagement with Vivo keyed. Furious Gaming, a team just like Nongshim Red Force that have been so hurt these last couple of days, looking to step one up. They found that first elimination, but they will be up against the likes of what I believe will be either Rejects or GK. That is not going to be an easy fight. We can see GK already spotting them out on their rotation, and this 2-2 split really not going to help them in any sort of sense because, well, they've been reduced down to 2 almost immediately, and now reduced down to potentially only 1.
Ooh, good nade by GK. Gets a knock on to the top side of Rejects. They should be able to get that revive unless another miracle nade pops out. Rejects making a nice rotation into zone right there. Loving that adjustment. They'll put themselves onto the high ground. And the high ground is like 60-70% of the zone. They should be fine. It shouldn't shift off, dropping down into the lower areas where GK is. GK losing a player. Satan goes down. Furious Gaming. They've been cut down to 2 players, and they still need to push in. And they have the full team of Rejects, GK, and Vivo Keyed on the top side looking down on top of them. It's not looking good for the Furious Gaming team right now. This team in 15th place. Not able to get much done so far.
Again, we're talking about the possibility here for Rejects. They are one of the very few teams, basically only 3 teams that still have all 4 of their players left. But in terms of the teams in the top 8, even up to the top, 10, they are the only team that have 4 players alive. So please do not lose out on anyone right now with Furious Gaming moving on in. They need this game more than they know. Train to Kill still on the heels of the amount of eliminations. And Icy, how, again, we were talking about Icy just going down, not making sure that they're getting placements. And again, just the survivor for IHC.
Yeah, they're surviving. But Rejects is still pumping up and up. Next zone pops out. It's a good zone for Rejects. They have a way to fight into this. Well, they don't even need to fight into this. They can just walk their way into zone.
या तो NSR.
With 4 players up still also. GK needs to get a revive on 1. GK, they're probably going to elect to just take the low ground here, forcing them into Nongshim Red Force. Nongshim Red Force, by the way, they have 4, and they can wrap around the top and make it to the high ground and come into the late game and potentially be a team to win this match too. So we can't count on Nongshim Red Force even though they're last place. FaZe taken out by Vivo Keyed. FaZe slowly but surely made their way up there, cut down 2 of the Vivo Keyed members that was holding the high ground with all 4. So Vivo Keyed massively hurt, but they will stay alive. And finally, Icy gets taken
T2
out.
के वाले के पास
Here
med
comes
तक नहीं.
Nongshim Red Force in full force with 4.
Train to Kill Jane, look at what they have to work with. Only a nade and the weapons in their hands, so they don't even have an opportunity to remed, to get their HP bars up. That zone is going to be coming on in, and if they want to push on forward, if they want to get themselves into safety, they have to expose themselves to Nongshim Red Force. So
only
right now, they're
IGC
just
मेरा
going
भी
to be
देख लो
hunched
message
down
देख लिया
and
भाई.
waiting for some options. No real other options. We've got a full team of Nongshim Red Force to the north. We've got the full team of Rejects to the south. As Vivo Keyed now look for an opportunity to alleviate some of this pressure, Diego will be sending out a few of those potential nades, waiting for some confirmation. Sporter will be reduced down to a sliver of HP as Snipes goes down. Geek, goodbye.
In 7th place, they'll rack up just a couple of placement points with that one. 0 eliminations. This has been a tough game for a lot of the teams in the top of the leaderboards, but not for Rejects. Rejects looking to really cement themselves here in the top 3 position. Maybe just putting them in striking distance of 1st place, especially with Geek Fam getting 0. This is the first game in a long time that Geek Fam has quote-unquote dropped the ball, picking up 0 eliminations. Rejects, keep on moving up. Pretty much everyone is in zone here. One of Rejects goes down. That should be an easy revive. However, scraps are being finished up. Train to Kill. Massive chicken dinner for them last game. They'll pick up a couple of points, but that is off of the backs of the Rejects still staying alive with 4.
Nongshim Red Force still feeling the pressure. We had that initial nade, but they've recovered since then. Now Vivo Keed still
GK
applying
outside the
pressure.
zone.
GK Esports moving on in. I don't think they're going to have time to get into the zone.
Yeah.
No, that blue zone is so devastating. So we still have Ragnar available. We still have them in this, but they don't have an easy rotation in. This terrain has just been absolutely devastating. Rejects now closing on the gap, getting closer to Nongshim Red Force, but right in front of Vivo Keed.
This is gonna be a 4-way fight. Vivo Keed on the high ground, able to third-party everything. Rejects, they don't want to make the first move because Nongshim Red might come in.
GK eliminated.
It's a standoff. And I don't think the Rejects are expecting another 4-man team. I mean, this is Sandhawk ending up on the high ground. The chances of a team keeping all 4 up into this type of zone this late into the game is very rare. So Rejects might have a surprise in on them once they go against the 4-man team of Nongshim Red Force. Now, Nongshim Red Force, yes, they're last place. They're definitely one of the weaker teams in the lobby. But we've seen when it comes to engagements, they can pack a punch too. So can't count them out.
Yeah, Falcon.
Plus, Rejects might get third party by Falcon, the last player up.
अबे नेड मार गधे.
Holding on the line, looking for a little bit of an option here. Rejects, they should be spotting out a bit of information now as Nongshim Red Force is going to be forced on up. Vivo Keed still holding up for the line, looking for an opportunity. Slowly but surely, these nades will be running out. That utility will be gone, and then it has to come down to the shot. Sports are going to be finding the first angle here onto Rejects. Bit more information to work with that has to be communicated to the team. If they let Rejects go, if they give them enough time, it could be their end.
Oh, Nongshim Red's gonna take the high ground instead. That'll let Rejects get that revive. Only one player of Nongshim gets knocked, which is really good for them. Now Rejects trying to come in with the third part. Falcon never alone is still alive. He's gonna spring up and steal some points. Rejects down to just Duelo, just like that. They are cut down. Nongshim Red Force with the chicken dinner.
Falcon hashtag 2.
Let's go.
I mean, they still got a mountain and a half to climb, but they climbed their first mountain in the form of Sandhawk because they quite literally climbed that mountain and took the chicken dinner. Rejects get swept under. They were looking so strong, but hey, Rejects, they picked up a lot of eliminations along the way. That could have been a big win for them, keeping all 4 up into the late game. It just did not play out well for them, however.
Look, I am always, till the day I go down, I will always be there for a Dark Horse story. I will always be there for that team rising up at the end, at the very least to be a thorn in everyone else's side. Nongshim Red Force taking Sandhawk and saying it was going to be theirs from the beginning. A beautiful showing from them, taking 4 into that final fight and then continuing with that clinical execution. Again, we can't take anything away from Falcons. They were the key factor. If Falcons was not there, if Never Alone was not there with that ridiculous nade, mind you, only 3 nades were thrown, one of which took 2 Rejects players down.
Oh, I missed that. Is that what happened to Rejects?
Yes!
Oh, man. I just thought Rejects got cut down, but okay, Falcons. Wow,
Bro.
what a game.
Can you hear me?
And what a
Yes, I hear
potential
you.
comeback story.
Finally,
now for Nongshim
Falcon,
Red Force.
first
They have
time
a chance to make it
#2.
into the survival stage now,
Hashtag 2, yeah.
after a massive
And finally,
chicken
first,
dinner on
Yes.
any sir, hashtag 1.
Hashtag 1. But yeah, hard. This this particular map is horrible, man.
Yeah, this zone is
The zone was
very hard.
bad. Yeah. 4 AM didn't do anything, neither Geek.
Yeah, they 4 AM played the Need for Speed. in this.
Agreed, man. Completely agreed. But unless, I mean, like, yeah, the bottom, the 16th, number 16 taking this thing. And look at GK, they didn't even make it to the circle.
Yeah.
They had 3 players otherwise.
Yeah. Найцид боломжтой юу Сэнагны? Одоо боломжтой шүү дээ. Тэгээ 3 map биш дээ. Хангалттай боломжтой guys. Хангалттай боломжтой шүү.
What?
NSR is far
What is
from
going on
home,
here?
man.
Okay.
Far
Yeah.
Alright. the team
Do you
in
remember
last
how they
place
were playing in the
on the
scrims?
last day.
I think
Yeah.
they
Saying, hey,
exposed all of their
we
strategy
came to
there.
play, baby.
Yeah.
28
You
total
know, in the
points to their
scrim
score. Okay, enough talking
is
about them.
the
Rejects
the
getting
team have
17
a
points
most
as well.
experience.
Falcon
They
getting
bad
17 points
because
as
they
well.
not show the
I don't
tactic.
know what
Yeah.
is happening. Seven, please explain it to me.
So these
By the
guys,
way,
they
we
showed
called this
all
at the
their
beginning of the
tactics in
show. We
scrims and
said
got
auction
muscled
red
in the
force.
actual
If you
tournament.
rewind, I
Here
said
now
at
they're
the
on
beginning,
16.
watch out for this. They're going to be able to steal those extra points for
Okay,
teams that
let's
actually need it.
see.
They're in that
But
5-4
RC
11
played
place.
good. They are
They're in that 5-4
different
11 place
position.
as
They
well.
played
I
good.
mean, look,
Yeah,
QX
I
being
don't know
able to
what.
put up this
They
kind
will
of
still
stats
be at
glitter
number
like
3, right?
Yeah.
what's going on today?
Listen, the
I
bottom
thought
teams,
I thought
Falcon
T2K
and
should have.
Nongshim Red Force did a
Nereye ona
fantastic
gitti?
job of
O
using
üstü
Sandmon
düşündü.
for what
Daha
Sandmon is.
harmadı.
This is always
Let's
the
see
number
the
one
points
opportunity
table.
for anyone to kind of
Yeah, let's see.
make crazy plays, get some points on the board
5 LMs,
because of
577
how the gameplay
damage.
just naturally functions on this map. Now, still though, we also get to talk about
Нэг гоё. Ийм үед ингээ хоолмол авчирд нэг бичлэг үед тийм ингээ хоолмол авчирсан бол тээ.
Coach, the guys wanna ask you something about the Indian teams.
all the way to the end.
What which team?
Wait, what do you wanna ask Nikhil and guys, whosoever has this question?
So they did a couple things right, and we had asked them.
You know, in Indian team, I not have a lot of experience because I not see BGMI, and so I see only the game of Stalwart Esport and where they play the screen. So sometimes I see Europe, Southeast Asian screen, Asian tournament. But BGMI, I don't need to see because we're not playing the same tournament.
Agreed.
Those teams all of a sudden
Agreed.
just start letting loose, start playing like the way they've been
When is
playing,
this shit
right?
gonna be over, man?
Red Force
With the
right there. I didn't think they was
BGMI,
gonna get first
PUBG
place,
separate. Just
right?
keep one
In a
game,
chicken
man.
dinner. But hey,
Just
that
keep
just
Bir
goes to
halt.
show you just how much that factor
I
comes into play.
see.
Hopefully that kind of just gives them a
Айцгаа манайха дэмжээ муулаад шаардлага байхгүй. Одоо 3 тоглолт үлдсэн байх шүү guys. Айцгаа сан дэмжээ авч. Капчик. Кук билал.
regardless if we make it or not. Hey, we got something to look forward to.
Somebody saying what happened to 4
So
a.m.
much to still
Nothing, bro.
going on
It was
right
not a
here.
good.
Reject getting in
Yeah,
It was
they
not a
are
good circle.
second position. They play good.
Yeah, they were playing as you said, need for speed in this match.
But we do have an interview for everybody out there right now. I hope you guys are really excited.
But I like
for
that kind of
Genesis,
circles,
Dogma
you know.
Kids, and Tash Bunny. I can't
What?
wait to see
I like that kind of circles.
Why?
So much
It's
of
hard.
It's chaos. It's fun.
Here on the halfway mark of the final day of the
To understand.
Pmgc Group Yellow. And this is where things and the pressure cooker moments matter. With the
За
heavy
одоо
check,
3 map. За 3 map-аас сайн тоглож боллоо
we
доо.
have Booms over here. How are you feeling right now?
Хавралыг харъя явчихсан.
Biasa aja sih.
Манай арав. Манай багийн хөрөнгө оруулагч
So right now, and I
мундаг
think he's
залуу
really,
байгаа.
really good.
Бас YouTube дээр watch bar хийж байгаа.
My question is, how do you feel
The
about
Genesis
the game?
Dogma.
Is there a big difference between the results and your expectations from the game just now?
Apa sih yang kamu rasakan dengan pertandingan pada hari ini? Ada nggak perbedaan antara hasil dengan harapan yang kamu punya?
Where is GD from? Genesis
Kalau
Dogma?
sih nggak ada
What say?
perasaan apa-apa. Fokus
Genesis
ke game
Dogma. Where is this team
sama
from?
fokus tim.
They from in Indonesia. Yeah, they land in a farm, so we fighted so much the last PMGC.
What do you think your team
Yeah.
is doing well right
So
now?
they
And what
say
do you think
how
needs
much
to
is the
improve
prize
for your
pool in
team?
there in the final? I think
Apa
it's
yang
$4
kamu rasakan
million.
sudah ada perbaikan ataupun kemajuan yang kalian lakukan di tim?
को 1v4 किया था scrims में.
Untuk
Yeah,
gameplay
we have
sih
seen
nggak
that.
ada perbedaan
Everybody
sama
still
sekali.
remembers that.
Cuma lebih meninggalkan kepedean dan targetnya biar masuk survival stage.
Сулцсан дууган жон сулцсан
For the
шүү.
grand finals, is $4 million prize pool, right? If I'm not wrong.
The boost сулч. What say?
For grand finals, I think it's $4 million prize pool, right?
No. All PMGC is 4 million. Grand final is 1 million half, I think. And league is 2 million half.
I understood that. And now, before we go into game number 4, wish your fans at home good luck. And everyone, grab your popcorn because we want to know who exactly will be crowned the champions for Group Yellow.
Let's see what happens in the next. But I like their setup this year. It's very nice, the pod system.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. You know, hey, hey, feeling so. Can't
We
say
are
I blame
planning
them
to
where they're
create
at so
one
far
land
on
here
the
in Dubai.
leaderboards.
All
Oh,
teams
really?
from it, yeah, bro.
It's gonna take a lot for
Working
them
on
to
it.
really change that.
In Coca-Cola Arena.
you,
At this point, well, I mean, at this point, they have
but
to realize,
who is the host?
top 3 is not
The
gonna
Emchain
happen.
will
But
be
hey,
the
you know
host.
what? Who knows?
But I'm
Where are they gonna end up
we
on
are
the
in
leaderboards at the
discussion
end of
with
this? Of course, I hope you
Tencent
guys are
with
excited and
couple of
ready.
teams.
Gotta give a
Okay,
big shout
invite
out
us.
to our hotel partner
Of course, bro.
for the Pmgc.
It'll
That's
be
Pullman,
world's top tier
Kuala
teams
Lumpur,
only.
Bangsar.
We'll
Our
see. We're
world
discussing. We're
is your
discussing.
playground.
Someone is
Yeah.
asking you, ask Sena, what makes Nova so consistent?
Because their training system is so hard, and they have a lot of experience, in the pill,
Yeah.
and they play still in the begin when the PUBG is come in the world. Begin this time they play, so that's why they have a lot of experience. And again, they have 3 coach this time. I think 3 or 4. So that's mean the analysis, the gameplay, the mentality is still high. That's why they play very good and consistent.
Train to kill. It's gonna be a battle.
Understood.
An absolute
Understood.
battle.
Wait, let's look at the
after that
scorecard.
performance, Reject was gonna bounce
263,
back, okay? And
216,
you pointed
Reject
out,
198,
T2K didn't
T2K
do
is
as
still
hot,
not far,
so now Reject
IHC
has
still one
a
chicken away from
7-point
third spot.
cushion. That's nothing, like you're saying, Juice. That's absolutely nothing, okay? T2K can instantly jump right back above that if they want to. And then, like you had mentioned earlier,
Views
Seven, that's
on
where the
T2K.
Yeah, ana
separation
kare.
is a tad, but a chicken dinner will close
Geek
it
fam.
right back down. And now the overall ranking
Still
comes second
өндөр байна. Foreign. За reject
of a push
3
now for Game Lord, I guess?
98 гэхэр чинь IC 28 оноотой байна. Тэгэхээр одоо чинь 28 он зүт гэхэр ч одоо ийм бохгүй юу? Reject ч юм уу те. Өөр зон татаа T2K reject 2 эрт унлаа гэж бодоод IC-ийн доор явж байгаа багууд бол 2 тус намгүй шүү дээ. IC өөрсдөө chicken идэх юм бол 15 кил мэлтэй chicken идээд оноо ойрц ороод ирэх байхгүй энэ map дээр. Тэгэл 2 сүүлийн 4 5 6 дахь map сайн тоглочих юм бол GG шүү.
Game lore, I'm gonna end up seeing Vivo Kid and possibly Genesis Dogma Gates passing them on the leaderboard.
Одоо чин
Position glitter, especially when there's only
4 дахь map явах шүү guys.
No, and they don't have the chaos
English
anymore
Indonesia
to try to have some sort of a pop-off moment. Now we are back on the tried and true maps. We're checking out the drops here for Erangel. Now, do you have any expectations for this one, Seven?
Check.
I'm hoping.
Check. I'm here.
But check this, please. Get
So
more because
someone
what
is
we're gonna
asking,
today, you gotta do better.
what was the question? Please ask coach in PMGC 2021 Godlike PMWI Soul 7 season 2022.
Okay.
In
All
this,
right, you know what? And the great,
in
I'll
all of
be
these
that,
years,
so you stay
have you
there, I
seen
got a
any
chance,
progress
guy,
in the
alright? When
Indian
it comes
teams?
to
I mean,
teams, like,
obviously there is
Sheik does,
progress,
those
a
here,
lot of
Vivo Kid,
progress.
technically, they could still make it into top 3. And the reason why I'm saying that is
Oh,
there is a
you asked me?
Yeah, this guy, someone was asking this.
What? I think you're reading something.
Yeah, just sorry, bro.
I am going for that strategy. I am
Yeah.
going to try to get top 3 because honestly, for me, it's top 3 or nothing. Glitter, what do you think about that as you take your look at your team to watch?
Okay, obviously Seven and I are just on the same wavelength here today. Reject and T2K. Right now, they are the 2 teams that I think we're going to be watching for that top 3 battle back and forth.
Okay. Still, we have
Who do you
3
think will
games.
get next
3
week?
games.
Come on, let's predict.
No, I
bro.
do
Let's
not.
predict.
No.
Let's predict.
No. I never predict.
Okay, I say IHC. Let's go IHC.
Okay, let's go IHC.
Let's go IHC.
And that's why I picked Vivo Kid because Genesis Dogma Gates.
How
is
do you
trying to
say in
catch up. Vivo
Mongolian,
Kid-
let's
Vivo
go
Kid is able
IHC?
to do something. And with Reject, I want to see something completely different.
IHC
than what we saw
Uraksha.
in the early and Erangel. It kind of worked out for them.
IHC Uraksha.
IHC or Aksha?
Yes.
Guys are asking which lobby was hard, PMGC 2021 or PMWI? Out of these two.
PMGC. This PMGC.
This PMGC.
21, I think it's 21. PMW is
fun.
For me is PMGC 22 first, 21 second, and after PMWI and after PMGC season 0 because season 0 is first PMGC and all team not have enough experience, and no, all team have very good experience, gunpowder and tactics. So I think this PMGC is very hard.
eliminated
Yeah,
first.
I think
and
this
then
is the
getting
hardest so far.
eliminated first, and then you find yourself
Yeah.
potentially, dropping out.
They should have kept the prize pool 10 million, man.
That would not be good. But I mean, if you're in the bubble and you're safe, why not? I would have to agree with Hodrick. So why not? As we see IHC multiple teams making some subs.
Godless out Alex in. You were right. They put Alex in.
Yeah, we were talking about it off camera.
What?
For IHC, this is their
IHC
second
put
They take
Alex
Alex?
in.
Yeah.
Alex,
They made
Godless
one
out.
right at the beginning of this of the day of games.
Okay.
And now they immediately
So I leave. I go toilet and I go
Alright,
on
bro.
stream.
Alex coming
Okay.
in for Furious Gaming.
See you.
We've already
Ciao,
got the
ciao.
super sub from yesterday
Ciao.
off the back of their fantastic performance. Now they're bringing Trigger back on in to do what they do best.
What?
And I mean, even for the likes of
They take Alex?
there is
Yeah.
a substitute. So the change up, again, we were talking about
Okay.
these massive substitutes.
So I
that are
leave.
making
I
some
go toilet and
beautiful
I go
impacts. Now
on stream.
reverting those
Okay.
changes, maybe
See
they're
you.
just not feeling it. Maybe they needed some
Ciao.
extra energy for the last 3 maps. I mean, I can't even believe that we're already at the halfway marker. I feel
What?
like I've blinked and we've already
They
missed
take
3
Alex?
maps
Yeah.
worth of action. What is going on? These teams have just been so active and
Okay.
dynamic that
So I leave. I go
the time
toilet
is
and
flying,
I
man.
go
Yeah. We're
Okay.
already 3 games down. You're absolutely right. Things are getting ever so dicier for so many of these teams. Vivo, Keaton, Game Lord, just constant back and forth right now, trying to get past one another. They're both in that survival bubble, but of course, Genesis Dogma gets that's the team with the most amount of pressure at this stage, in my opinion. They're fighting for their tournament lives. If they don't break that top 11, which they are 13 points away from, it is done. They are done for the rest of the year. Completely. Everyone's staying in the survival stage. They can still continue and play quite a few more games to try and make it into the finals. So it's going to come down to Genesis Dogma gets. That's the team under the most amount of pressure, in my opinion. The playing path from south to west. Maybe 4 AM can jump into George Pool from here. We saw the adjustment they made the first Erangel game, though, which almost got them the chicken dinner. Second place finish coming out of military base. They just did a faster rotation. But with this flight path, they
Okay,
will
let's
go
go, guys.
Or South George Pool, I'm sorry, that's where they usually loot. Another team
Oh,
will be by them.
फिर से गंदा plane path.
Nobody. IHC. Not even dropping into. Oh, the adjustment they made. That is a
Who is
big
the more innocent guy in ST according to Senator? Bro, it's Pika. He's a very nice kid.
Drop onto military base island teams
Senator
prioritizing that main
मैं.
land
Okay, let's go,
opportunity. So
guys.
we'll have to wait to see how that zone will impact them. If we will be seeing a similar match, flight
Wait,
pass
is this
really
फिर से गंदा plane path.
targeted
an
drop?
opportunity.
Nobody. IHC. Is this a targeted drop by IHC? Because, I mean,
Who is the
they
more
are going towards, like, 4 AMs. Oh, no, we've seen IHC loot crates before. That's right.
Yeah,
We've seen them loot
they have.
crates before. They usually, I mean, through what we've seen, it seems like they prefer Novo, right? They prefer military base. But, I mean, after so many
IHC changed their drop?
subpar performances for
Oh,
Erangel,
very smart move by IHC.
deciding to change things up, and a lot of teams getting into potential early game scuffles here. You see one player almost getting run over, but that player quickly decides to leave. It's Tem Entertainment.
इस वाली गेम में काफी मजा आएगा भाई. ये बहुत
Yeah, I guess with this playing path
ये
on the
बहुत interesting
northeastern side, a
होगा.
lot of teams are having to drop close and on top of each other. 4 AM with a very split up drop. Not sure we have some of 4 AM in South George Pool, and then we have 2 of 4 AM over there. No vehicles. Yeah, it's very.
It's bizarre. Like
Very
at this
strange.
stage of the game, to see them, running with this split, I'm not sure if they just saw so many teams heading to what they were planning to be Georgia Pool that they're like, listen, it's just not up. Let's just drop down. Let's get some vehicles. Let's get a later rotation in somewhere else, a little bit safer than this current position. Which, okay, look, we understand. The zone also came on in. We know that western portion of Wrangle's open, so the opportunities are there. I like what the devs were talking about. Train to kill and rejects. As one does well, the other one has to match that, or they will fall off. I mean, there is only 3 maps left. But what's curious is also just the way in which these teams have been catching up to one another. They're sitting right now on the exact same placement points, both with 104. And again, the only differentiating factor there is those eliminations. Just rejects inching on forward. But I mean, the likes of GK Esports as a star comparison, they are only 1 point away from picking up 103 eliminations now. So you can see the difference in terms of just how these teams have managed to open up opportunities for them. Obviously, Train to Kill and Rejects, they've been more aggressive. They've been looking out for those opportunities, and they have to. Placement points, clearly, as we know, are just not enough at this point in the game, especially if you want to get yourself into the top 3.
4am regrouping here. I see what happened now on the minimap. So IHC, maybe not a targeted drop, but they did a 2-2. They had 2 in crates and then 2 in South George Pool, and that was enough to scare 4am off from committing all of them to South George Pool. And yeah, the parachutes coming out of that plane path, a lot of people all jumped out around the time 4am did, so they got a little bit spooked, but hopefully they can regroup. Their last player is safe in North George Pool, completely alone, looting it up. So 4am just needs to group up as those 3 players in the car we saw earlier and make it across the bridge. No one's really bridge camping, but there is a chance for them to get shot at, and hopefully they don't get taken out of the vehicle.
Yeah. Look, I would make the same call at this stage. You've only got 3 opportunities. You've only got 3 maps. This is the second last iteration of a wrangle you are going to have to put some points on the board. It's the bread and butter of PUBG Mobile. I mean, you know this map like the back of your hand. So if there's a good opportunity for you to bring this on in, then yeah, take it. We can see that rotation from 4 Angry Men. They are heading towards North Georgia Pool. They were seemingly spot out by IHC as they are inching closer and closer to that bridge rotation that they just made. We see a couple of shots being exchanged as well, but obviously nothing really translating into an elimination just yet. So for now, I think 4 Angry Men should get away with that, which is great. They've recovered. They're back in the game. As for everyone else making that rotation, that board, that overall rankings, man, 7 points between 3rd and 4th. And then over towards IHC, hopefully South George is going to be working for them because they have quite a mountain to climb if they want to get themselves into top 3.
That point gap between 4th and 5th, 21 points difference, which isn't that big of a gap, but given the amount of games we have left, that is quite the gap to pass up. We saw a similar gap at the start of the day, or second match, right? And we saw one win just absolutely change everything with Train to Kill. But that was when we had a couple of games left. Now with less games, there's less chances to close that gap and less chances to make mistakes as Genesis Dogma getting into a early game engagement against Nongshim Red Force. Nongshim Red Force losing 1 player already to Genesis, so that's a good start for Genesis because they need to get those points to make it into the survival stage.
Absolutely, they do. We can see.
मुझे लगता है NSR का बस वही एक काफी था, दूसरे में गए, एक ही प्लेयर है आगे बस.
Mistake, it hits that much harder. That mistake could lead you out of this wrangle. It could mean that you're taking your maps, your opportunities down to only 2. So clinical executions need to come through. They need to just really deploy every single best possible strategy they have. And one of those will be just to drive over Nongshim Red Force. I mean, it works. It's perfect.
Yeah.
It's exactly what they needed.
That player was spotted out earlier, and they had a faint idea, and they do get another elimination. I want to see Genesis Dogma gets pushed Nongshim Red Force now. They definitely know the shots being fired were supporting fire, like shot lines. They know Nongshim Red Force is down to 2. Nongshim Red Force, one of the weaker teams too. So you have 4 up. The zone's far away from you. Go finish the fight. Pick up another point, maybe even 2. Like, you know the location of 1 for sure. They just took shots at you. So these are the small, slight risks that I feel like Genesis Dogma needs to make at this point in the stage. Just take
लगता है NSR का गलती से chicken आ गया. हाँ भाई.
The only thing is FaZe is rotating in from the east, and that could be potential problem. But they don't necessarily know that, so I want to see them press the fight just a little bit more as FaZe rolls in. But Genesis Dogma looks like they're just looting up, and they're going to prioritize a rotation instead and take the 2 points and go with there.
Very interesting. And again, small adjustments. And the first iteration we saw of Genesis on a wrangle earlier today, they were looking good. They were looking aggressive. They were taking those engagements. We had all of that chaos there towards school, and they were picking fights. They were starting some fights. They were picking up great eliminations. It was a really good starting point for them. And now I do not want to see them revert back to their previous, strategies. We clearly have seen that these aggressive energies really do work with this group, and the zone is going to mean a lot of water still involved in the next phase.
Oh, a Corey ending. Potential Fairy Pura. This zone changes things a lot. Actually, it's probably better that Genesis Dogma didn't take that fight. If that fight lasted a little bit longer, they would have missed out on a great rotation opportunity in the form of this zone. We'll see where Genesis
Falcon or
Dogma
Tem,
ends up
I think
going.
like
Two heavy rotational
busted
teams,
ho
4AM
jayegi.
and
They're
Rejects,
just waiting
way
phone
far
pehle
up in the
who's
north.
gonna move first.
I don't know if Rejects is going to be able to do one of those very strong rotation center with a shift like this. Same for 4AM. We see 4AM always tries to, especially on that Sandhawk game, but with such a poor performance on Sandhawk, they might feel a little bit deterred on making that long dash of a rotation. Here comes FaZe on the backside of Genesis Dogma Gids, and Genesis firing off some shots to push FaZe away. They'll take the bunker position here, which is somewhat off-center. Not a bad position to
Besiktas
have,
on
though.
4 AM.
Here is 4AM. This is on the very northern edge of the zone. So they still have a long ways to go, a long rotation to be made if they're going to do the classic 4AM central rotation.
I'm getting excited because Rejects have just found Train to Kill up towards the north. They're making that rotation. They've already taken one from Train to Kill. They're hot on their heels. At least they were for a time being, just there by
Now
Everest.
GK on 4 AM.
Good information.
Shabash,
They've
shabash,
at
shabash.
least thinned down the numbers here for
अब
Train
पीछे
to
पड़
Kill,
जा
which
4
they
AM
need
के.
to. They're only 7
अब
points
फंस
away
गया
from one another.
4 AM शायद compound में.
That was a huge elimination for the Reject team.
Why to split?
I wonder if they did a lot of VOD review and purposely stayed up there for the hopes that Train to Kill in a circle like this would be
Vivo
rotating
Kid
from north
आया.
down and wrap into them. Because we very rarely ever see Rejects waiting on the edge of anything, camping anything. They're always on the move. They're always rotating. So it might not be pure coincidence that it was onto a Train to Kill member.
Big brain players. I like it. This is what they need. 3 more maps left. They need to do something crazy like that. Changing up that gameplay could also completely throw the likes of Train to Kill, who might have wanted to turn the game on them, into a bit of a situation where they suddenly don't know exactly what Rejects will be doing. What's their next move? How are they going to take this next engagement? And now Rejects with that rotation. We did see Train to Kill heading all the way to the west. We've got Rejects moving on in, but Tem Entertainment might be lurking within the vicinity. They took a very similar path down all the way from school into this location. So hopefully Rejects can avoid them, because right now it is looking so good. I just want to see them finding a better position in zone, and then massive opportunity.
Rejects right here. Fighting in from the edge, very rare do we get to see this. They might actually go for a full send. Well, I mean, that's going to be a tough one. That's going to be a very tough full send rotation. Zone pulls even further down to the southwest. This game does not get any easier for these competitors.
We got Primosk, who is still involved in a potential loss zone. You can see the chaos of rotations that are now
4
going to
AM
be
का
forced
एक गया.
in. 4 angry men
See, I
just
told
went
you.
through
4 AM
GK
फंस जाएगी.
Esports and have lost a member in return, reduced down to 3. 4 angry men not showing us that style, that mechanic that they have been so sufficient in and so proficient rather in the last couple of days. They just keep getting hit after hit.
पीछे से बेसिकतास भी आई.
The player Chingchen driving into one of the other. It was, what team was that? It was
GK.
GK, yeah.
GK.
They collided, which caused the GK member to jump out. Yeah, 4AM losing a player is just
Geek or
very
DX.
bad, especially
Wait,
in a zone
DX.
like this. In a zone like this, you want as much manpower
कभी तो कुछ कर ले.
Geek Fam coming in here on the northeastern
Gay
edge,
DX.
taking a strong fight against DX.
Bye bye.
They've been doing worse and worse on the very last day. They've done better in other days.
And they just took
यहाँ से Falcon भी.
Today has been probably
गया
DXavior's worst day yet. I don't know. I think in 4 games they might have only picked up 2 points or something like that. It's just not
Falcon का एक
been
player
anywhere
गया.
we found FaZe coming in very close next to the likes of 4AM, and this is why they need the manpower. FaZe has 4 4AM only has 3. This could mean the loss of this fight. Nice shots from long range, though. Nice nade. If 4AM had 4, they might feel like they could get a little bit more aggressive here, but they're going to need a few more nade connects before they do anything. That distance for that nade throw might just be slightly too far. Nice, good jump tosses, but yeah, FaZe are just out of distance for those continual nades.
FaZe was having their focus there towards Falcons, and my question in the back of my mind was like, do they know that 4Angry Men is right alongside of them? That nade obviously gives that position away. They know exactly what's happening. In the meantime, Falcons were reduced down to 1, hopefully trying to get the reses popped on off, but FaZe still with 4. They get that recovery. 4Angry Men, like you said, they can't really push on this. They get that opening, they get that opportunity, but as soon as they try and make that dash, they expose themselves to Genesis, they expose themselves to a little bit of Nongshan Red Force, they expose themselves to Besiktas. I mean, take your picks. They're really, really pinned down into one of the worst positions they can hold on to.
They're definitely pinned. They're going to just hope for the circles at this point. Rejects, meanwhile, swinging into the western side of things from the high ground. Very smart rotation by them. IHC is sitting right in front of the Rejects team, however, so if the zone shifts anywhere more east, and it does, seeming like on the top of the mini-map right there, Rejects is going to have to fight their way in or make some type of YOLO rotation. You see all 4 vehicles of the Rejects. They're rotating. They're trying to find something. It's not going to be easy. 4AM will get that zone. Rejects are forced to do a little bit of a pit stop out of zone. Will they take this fight with IHC, or are they just grouping up here to think of where else they could rotate into? From what we can see as viewers, there is nothing that's left open.
Nice nade.
Oh, what are the chances of a double nade? Moving on in, 4Angry Men still applying that utility. Looking for any opportunity to get themselves some space. Here it is. They got 2. Yes, let's move it on in. Oh no, WWX goes down. It's a 2v2 now as 4Angry Men try and make that last dash. They do find another. Then it's down to a 2v1. Where's the turnaround for FaZe? As in terms of the spacing they had available, MR5, nowhere in an opportunity do they have to try and say anything against 4Angry Men.
That was such a good push. I love that. Out of a 3-man of 4AM, with Genesis Dogma potentially looking at them, they still have the confidence to try and make plays happen. They weren't going to let them get the 2 free revives. FaZe down to 1 on the northern side of things. Train to Kill. This is the team that has been on the heels of the Rejects, and they are just getting cut down. The Rejects starting it off with that very first elimination might have threw everything into disarray for Train to Kill, and it is a domino effect that is just getting worse and worse for Train to Kill, landing wide into the open. Where is the last player going to play? I don't think he's going to manage to stay alive there either. He's got that UAS to blow up for cover, but it's going to be tough. And Rejects, here's that rotation that they've decided upon, and they're going to slam into the power plant compound on the outside walls. They can stay safe for now. We've seen a lot of teams end up sharing this area towards the late game. And very smart rotation by the Rejects. Calculated but risky, but it pays off once again. The Rejects will make it into zone and keep 4 up.
They were staring down the barrel of a potential engagement with IHC, and you know who was behind them just shortly before this rotation? It was actually Train to Kill. Train to Kill went all the way from behind Rejects to that flank that has now led them, well, back into the lobby, waiting for Miramar. Rejects holding on to that rotation, and now they need to make sure they do not go down here. Train to Kill are out. They have an opportunity, like we said, to build up that gap, to give themselves that buffer zone. They just need to take out the likes of Game Lord, who are currently in 11th.
Train to Kill is out. Game Lord versus the Rejects for that compound. Probably won't be a full engagement unless if a team gets a double knock somehow. And, well, just as I say that grenade, bounces right in the middle of everyone there. Gets some good damage in, but no knocks. You see Rejects trying to make more ground. It all depends on the next circle shift. The Rejects are on the edge side of the north side, so this next circle, if it pulls hard to the south, it could mean a fight is having to be forced out of the Rejects and Game Lord. We'll see it right now, and the circle will go, and it pulls down just south enough that Rejects are not in zone. Rejects are going to have to make this push, make this play against the Game Lords, but look at this, so many teams on the northern side. GK, Vivo Key, Furious Gaming, and Tim Entertainment all lose the circle as
की
well.
अच्छी
They
position
might
है.
all be looking at this power plant compound to take.
Also, just the spacing that is in that zone. I mean, so much open ground to work with. There are some ridge lines. The trees are obviously there, but it is going to be a tough decision now to make that move on in. Falcons holding on for Angry Men. They have been looking for opportunities. They are proving me wrong, and I am loving it. Let's bring that energy back. Already with 3 from FaZe. Maybe add a little bit of Falcons in, and they could be riding on high. Never alone. Well, you can guess. Not really keeping to the namesake. They are very much alone. And they still have to make a rotation on in right
Daily
up ahead
routine.
of them. We've got Besiktas here. Is that engagement here towards Quarry? Evo Key losing 1. GK Esports, they are picking up numbers.
Yeah, GK, they're going to just play this as late as possible, take some shots at teams that are forced to rotate a little bit earlier than them. But GK's
Consistency is not everyone's cup of tea, sir.
Getting a grenade elimination. Tem Entertainment on the west side of Quarry, getting into fight with IHC. I think Tem Entertainment's thinking about taking the high ground south of Quarry rather than going into the power plant. They do have the opening to do so, and they do have the position to scout out that area. Geek Fam just continuously playing very split up on the northeastern side, looking for any opportunity for fights. And yeah, here comes that fight. Tem Entertainment is going to go down south with that opening onto IHC and follows up with that grenade. Alex doing what he can, moves up forward, gets taken down, and Tem Entertainment coming back swinging, doing Tem Entertainment things. 1v3 for Zayol. He gets one knock down to one shot, not able to do much more. And Tem Entertainment with 4 eliminations, 4 players up on the high ground that pretty much overlooks the entire rest of the zone. We might see another one of those Tem Entertainment games.
We have 3 teams that made those substitutions moving on into this one. 2 out of the 3, they're gone. They're out. Now Furious Gaming moving on in with the other teams that made that substitute, and look at this. It seems like the substitute was the bad luck charm. Furious Gaming, all 3 of the teams that made substitutes, goodbye. Rejects reduced down to 2 as GK Esports pick up some pacing. Game Lords now being distracted by these rotations. Geek Fam, the likes of a few others, trying to force them out of their position could mean the spacing for Rejects to now rotate on out if it was not for GK Esports. They only have Ragnar left. Dulo looking up for that opportunity. Will Tem Entertainment actually help out with the third party? Yes, they will. Ragnar on a sliver of HP. It's done. Rejects have space.
Oh my gosh, Rejects are such a resilient team. I'm pretty sure we've seen everything out of the Rejects at this point. Just all the different strats that they could use and how they managed to just survive the most difficult of situations. They've made their comeback into this tournament off of huge circle blessings with huge amount of eliminations, but they are sticking into the top 3 through skill, determination, and grit alone. They've definitely been on the bad side of circle shifts multiple times, but they are toughing it out, and they are also utilizing their numbers to pick up eliminations when they can. Up to 6 eliminations right now. Out of all the teams alive and dead, they have the most amount of eliminations. This Rejects team has really come into this tournament fit and ready to come swinging for that top 3 position.
Geek Fam still up with 4, and they're going to need it. 4 Angry Men have been on a teardown. They're still behind in terms of the eliminations, but Genesis Dogma now up ahead of them. We know Genesis, they've been struggling for the last couple of days. They picked up a beautiful winner chicken dinner, but are they ready to take on the likes of 4 Angry Men? Well, again, actually. Tem Entertainment now moving on in from that western side. Clear open line of sight. 4 Angry Men, this is going to be a tough battle, but if they can take out Genesis, they get a securing point and anchor into the southern portion of that zone.
This is when a 4th member out of 4 AM would have been so much better than having just 3. Here comes the push. Genesis Dogma makes a nice readjustment and gives that compound up. They can funnel 4 AM into this compound for a tighter chokehold, as that compound's not in the zone. So 4 AM is going to have to continue their push into this 3v4. Meanwhile, Tem Entertainment taking the high ground away from IHC. It's going to have free reign over everyone on the low ground, and hopefully they can pick up some eliminations for themselves.
4 Angry Men, they're moving on in. We've got Tem Entertainment in the meanwhile applying some pressure to Geek Fam. So 4 Angry Men, this is the turning point. Besiktas now joining the action. It's going to be a little bit of a while though, before they spot out Genesis Dogma. Here it is. Peace is going to get shot. There's a nade that's going to be sent on out. Will it make the connection? It does. Besiktas reduced down to 1. A bit of a pre-nade comes on through, trying to stop Genesis Dogma. In the meanwhile, 4 Angry Men, where's the information? They can hear these explosions. Will they be able to find out what Genesis Dogma are up to?
Good push, good proactivity from Genesis Dogma. I wasn't expecting this. Surrounded by 2 teams, and they go on the aggressive. That's exactly what Genesis Dogma needs to do. Make sure, though, you don't get
रोक लो geek को और कितना points है समझ नहीं भाई. Geek is on another zone right now. वो कुछ अलग ही level पे
party, but none of Genesis Dogma was knocked down. They'll take the time though to rotate up more into zone. They clear out the shack.
Falcon भी गया.
And they might actually just spot out another place that they can play in. They might just leave Genesis Dogma here alone. And reject, was that the rejects that just went out? I believe so.
Yeah, it was. Rejects are out. They don't have an opportunity to further that buffer. And I mean, I don't really blame them. They had Geek Fam, they had the likes of Game Lords, they had the likes of GK Esports pushing on in, applying that pressure. They didn't have space. And then, of course, Tem Entertainment came on in. They had the perfect line of sight. Rejects did not have an opportunity. It took a little bit too much time to get out of that compound. And now a few teams will thrive. We got that zone up in 5 seconds. Genesis Dogma also have a couple of seconds to decide what they want to do here against 4 Angry Men. Do they have the information, though, that it's only 3 Angry Men?
It'd be hard for them to figure that out. They can hear the footsteps now. They might be able to assume it's a 3-man, because usually 4-mans would be a little bit more aggressive in terms of, you know, taking trades. The fact that, you know, everyone's stuck at a shack might give them a decent idea that it is not a full team. And yeah, these nades are going to be deadly. 4 a.m. We saw on Miramar, they did not want to take a 4v4 with Geek Fam, and now that they're down to 3, they definitely aren't feeling too comfortable here. At a disadvantage, they really need a nade knock opening, and they do! Good Shell gets, wait, a double! Good Shell gets 2! That's going to be the difference maker right here. 4 a.m. pushing aggressive now. One of the 4 a.m. members have rotated away, though, I think? No, yeah, he's knocked out in the open, and Good Shell gets the 3rd. Can he get the 1v4?
Don't tell me they wiped them
out. It is
out.
down to a 1v1. Good Shell has found all 3 openings, down to 1 HP. With the DBS, he is not able to make it work. Oh, 4 a.m. That could have been 4 more points and a 4th place finish instead of 5th place. 4 a.m. losing out on so many much needed points right there. It was a valiant fight, but at the end of the day, we're down to 3 teams now. It is going to be Tem Entertainment, a Geek Fam, and the likes of Game Lord.
Love that. At the very least, both sides picking up much needed points. For Genesis, it means a lot more because they're not currently in that top 3. But it is going to be a massive momentum boost to know that they took out the likes of 4 Angry Men, currently sitting in 2nd. Geek Fam, our top place finishing team, currently moving on in with 4.
मुझे लगता है फिर से geek का ही होगा chicken भाई.
From Tem Entertainment, yes it is. Game Lord, one of the only other squads to hold the line. Oh, just narrowly missing out on that elimination, at least that knock. But Geek Fam, that 1-3 split, it's going to be tough. Yuhai has to take on the entirety of Tem Entertainment, or at the very least delay them.
Did he go down? Oh, he did not go. He went down to literally 0.01 HP. And he gets the heal off. Honestly, Tem Entertainment is probably the scariest team in here. Tem Entertainment is the most clutch team, I feel like. When they're in a position where it's like, oh my god, they could do this, they almost always do this. Like, sure, they're not the 1st place team, nor the 2nd place team. They're not a 4 a.m., but in positions like this, I don't know, man. Tem Entertainment just becomes a different breed. They get the circle shifted down south. They're and the firing cross lines of both teams of Game Lord and Geek Fam, though. So they need to survive a little bit longer. And they just find these shots. Doing so well for themselves. And a quick aside, 4 a.m. did manage to pick up those elimination points, though. Because as soon as the last member went down, the 3 initial knocks did go their way. So those are some crucial points that 4 a.m. did gather.
We have to remind ourselves, Tem Entertainment have taken on the likes of Geek Fam before in an opportunity where Geek Fam had the advantage. Tem Entertainment won it out, and this time around the tables have turned and Geek Fam just are not being able to have an opportunity to reset themselves. Micah down to sliver HP. Here's the push from Game Lord now. Can they put a thorn in the side of Tem Entertainment? Can they make the difference, or will they just go down to a rotation? It's
Tem
almost
Entertainment किसी और ही level पे है.
Tem Entertainment, Geek Fam up for the winner chicken dinner.
And Tim Entertainment, they are getting it done. Not gonna count out Geek Fam just yet. If Yuhai can get some insane double knock and then the duo of Yuhai and Damn Rude runs in the opening, gets another one, it could be possible. But Tim Entertainment finds Yuhai. It is all down to Damn Rude 1v4 situation. Tim Entertainment.
मैं बोला था ना ये वैम्पायर वाला सीन कर देगी लास्ट के दिन. Them Entertainment, and they're actually doing that.
Very smart for Damn Rude to deny this point. And yeah, Tem Entertainment, that's a scary team. You don't want to give them any more momentum than they're already getting. Here it comes at. Oh my gosh, look. He just went Super Saiyan mode right there. Are those brothers or twins? I mean, they look like they could be brothers. And they seem like they have a very brotherly camaraderie. We saw one game where they both won and they were giving high fives back and forth like no other. And it's usually those two celebrating with one another each time. So I don't know. Maybe really close friends, maybe related. But either way, Tim Entertainment getting a huge win. I want to see the leaderboards. Where does this put Tim Entertainment?
Look, the main differentiating factor here for me and Tim Entertainment, we were talking about what is the secret to their rise in power in the last couple of days.
Check.
Why have they been so dominating? Why have they just looked like the
all good, man, all good. Bro, this Tem Entertainment is very good team, huh?
Yeah.
They're good in close combat.
Good mentality.
Yeah.
They are hyping each other up. They are keeping each other
Man,
on
again,
the good vibes, man. And they're bringing that into their
Geek
performance.
again. Top 2.
Definitely sticking true to
I think
their
they will do
game,
300
giving
points.
us the entertainment.
End of
Probably
day.
the most fun people to watch on camera too. Let's see where they take it.
아니 아무리 스트레스 저 만화가 왔다 이게 스트레스들 반드셔. 스트레스들. I think top 1-2 is already enough for confirm. Now second train position.
Yeah. So what position was Tem at?
Let's see, maybe they will come in top 4 or yeah, top 4 maybe.
Somebody is asking you who's your favorite player.
My favorite player is
Yeah.
my players.
Yeah. Obviously.
Yeah, if I not have a team, maybe it will be other player, but for me, for now, my favorite players is my players. So maybe if we not count ST, maybe Noah, Jimmy, it's my favorite player.
Yeah, Jimmy is very good.
Jimmy is the goat.
Goat, man.
21 points here, 7. What else do you see?
I think a lot of people underestimate, like, you know, in international competitions, like, how good top is actually. I was telling one of my friends recently.
But Reject, for them to be able to put up
So
8 points, being a little bit more aggressive, I do appreciate that aggressiveness out of Reject, Litter.
Yeah.
Yeah, and honestly,
They don't
worked
understand his
together.
IQ in the
they
game.
were the squad that got the 20 Elim chicken
In-game
dinner,
IQ
lest
is
we
very
forget.
important.
So they have this
Yeah,
capability
game
to be
IQ.
more aggressive.
You need to think very fast and make a good decision. Even the decision is wrong, you need to be strong in your decision, right? And Evan is not a good decision, but you can play good.
Yeah.
It's depend just on the call. Okay.
I was telling these guys in the beginning on the stream as well, right? Same thing. I was like, I think I have a feeling that Tem will pull off a vampire of PMWI. You know what Vampire did in PMWI? I told them Tem will do same thing in PMGC in this day. So they're kind of doing that and so far. So let's see. I think they will end up in top 3.
And honestly, he's proven
I'm just
this, I think,
keen
a
to see
lot
the point
earlier.
table.
We've seen him in past tournaments, and I remember calling out his
So survival stage will be very hot.
Oh yeah. So out of all the 24 teams, 4 will make it to the grand finals, right?
What?
out of 24 teams in the survival stage,
Yeah, yeah,
4 teams will reach grand final.
yeah. 24 and after 16, and in the 16, 4 team go to PMGC.
Oh wow. So then for 16 teams, then 16 teams. So in total, only 4 will reach PMGC out of 24.
Yeah, yeah.
Damn, man. A lot of people will lose hair and sleep.
Yeah, come on.
And we're back. Welcome back, everybody. I'm your host, Hot Juice, here on the desk. I got 7WG and Glitter Explosion. Oh, man, only 2 more matches left to go. I hope you guys are excited as I am. Of course, we got to give a big thank you to the official smartphone here for PMGC. That's Sony. Their Xperia 1.4 and Xperia Stream were created in collaboration with professional esports players. You guys can play PUBG Mobile in 90 Hz with Xperia Stream's total cooling system and multiple ports for intensive gaming and streaming. Alrighty then. Tim Entertainment pulled out a massive chicken dinner. You guys know what's coming up next. It's the overall rankings, baby. It's the overall rankings. Where does everybody line up?
When are you starting your Magic Show channel?
What's it?
When are you starting your Magic Show channel? Oh, wait.
Just
Geek Fang
maintaining. This is what I was
284,
saying, like,
4
with the
Angry
8
Man
points that they were able to
228,
gather in the last
Them
match,
186
with the
points.
aggressiveness, they were able to at least continue on with the
I
gap. 10 making up some
174,
big spots though,
T2K
going from 8 to
192.
5th, Glitter.
Yeah, and it might look like there's still a big gap, but if they can continue to
Legit
somehow
still.
This is the last match, right?
Team is 5 position. This is 5. Now we have 2 maps.
if both those teams somehow flounder. And now, as we
I
look
think
at
them
the
should do a
11
top
32
4
оноо.
PMGC.
Боломж байна да 32 оноо болно. 2 map-аар.
dropping down. Game Lord giving themselves a little bit of safety here now above Genesis Dogma Gids, who is literally 6 points behind Vivo Keed. D Xavier's been silent all day. Now our focus is on Genesis Dogma Gids. And I mean, 6 points? Come on.
None of those teams are safe. Okay, I'm just gonna put that out there. Nobody is safe. I've been talking about Besiktas. I've been saying how that team needed to do something, or the other teams were gonna start catching up. Well, guess what? They definitely catch up. Game Lord passed them, as you mentioned. Vivo Kid only 4 points away, and Genesis Dogma Gates, I mean 145 points. They can definitely make that push. Only 10 points away from being able to take on them. It's gonna come down to the last game as we do look at the top.
Belgium 0, Morocco
I'm not
0.
surprised there. 4am. I'm not surprised. Now this, if there was ever a time, Glitter, for a team to wake up and use being a top performer for a certain map, it would be the Xavier. This team has only put up 2 points today.
Tell coach to create YouTube channel. Coach already streams on Facebook.
The underdog stories.
Yeah. I will do in after PMGC, but we do PMGC vlog in this grand final, so our vlog will be posted on my channel.
So much. I love to see how they performed here. But now
So
they're at the point where they
guys, you can come.
dinners back to back. I called it earlier, right? Tem was one of those squads. They need to win 3 in a row if they want to make top 3. They've already done 1 and got 2 more. But D Xavier, especially with all the shenanigans coming up 7, as we look at your teams to watch, I think that's a little bit too big to swallow.
They don't necessarily need to win 2 games. 1 game.
Өчигдөр наавлаг дээр байгаа чанарт тийм. Ер нь оноо аав тийм болохоор 2 матч байгаа байхгүй юу? Тэгээ дээр байгаа баг IC чиглэлэхэд
Appreciated the call out, I guess, that we were doing earlier, Glitter, that we just didn't enjoy seeing them be a little bit too passive, go for those placement points. With GK, this team has performed significantly well in Miramar. If there was ever a time for another team to wake up and maybe do exactly what Tim Entertainment just did, this would be the map for that. And Genesis Dogma Gates, I mean, you're currently, what, 6 points away from 11th? You are within grasp. Do everything within your power to be able to get that 11th spot.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly how I feel about Genesis Dogma as well. Obviously, we picked both them and Reject. Those points are identical, in my opinion. But I'm also still looking at Game Lord. They might have jumped up, but it's not by much. It's a couple points here and there, so they need to do a little bit more if they want to ensure themselves some safety.
Well, let's see it right now. Guys, let's take a look at some of the player shots as we are about to get ready for the final 2 matches of the day. Man, these players are locked and loaded. You can see Geek Fam really stressed out right now, Seven. So just nervous about where they're going to land up on the leaderboards, as you can see.
Yeah, you know what Geek Fam is doing right now? We
Sweating.
might have made the best loan trade in the history of PUBG Mobile for the region. Because Yuhai is actually on a loan from Bigatron from Indonesia.
That's
and
right.
you know, Bigatron right now is watching this like, maybe
Dang.
we should have kept them, guys. Maybe we should have kept them.
Demo out, Godless in.
That's crazy to see. I mean, Bigatron are in the survival stage.
Demo out,
They're gonna
Godless
hunt
in?
down
Yeah.
and
Okay,
get that top 4 if
let's
they
see.
want to make it and see Yuhai there. I mean, this is just insane. Geek Fam, I've been
They are
doing so
confused
well.
now.
4 Angry Men have been, but there are just so many teams where the pressure's
Jukes.
so high. Glitter, what's up?
I gotta ask too, because while you guys were talking, we were watching a couple subs pop up there. Geek Fan with a sub and IHC with a sub. Good idea, bad idea. Last 2 matches of the day.
Go for it.
Well, let's find out. Let's take a look at casters. What do you guys think? The last 2 matches of the day. Let's send it on over to them.
I like.
Thank you, Hot Jukes. Well, Geek Fam substitute, I'd have to say, well, they could do whatever they want at this point. They're so far in the lead. They're probably
some
putting,
fun.
yeah, have some fun. They're probably putting Sonic in. It's like, all right, you know, you've been
Get some,
watching,
bro.
yeah,
Miramar map. Okay, bro. Game start.
get some clips in.
Okay,
right?
See you,
bye.
bro.
Unfortunate
Bye.
for Snipes. Snipes who got subbed out. Snipes like, man, I want to have a bit more fun. But IHC, all right, they subbed out Demo for Godless. The only reason, in my opinion, that IHC would still be, you know, try and make adjustments
this is a
'cause
good
they wanna
flight
make
path.
top 3. They're very safe in the survival group. Like, they'll make it in. So the only reason they're doing anything is because they want to shoot for top 3. And I was telling you as Proxy, if they're really going to be trying to make top 3 still, I want to see them hot drop on the rejects. For all the teams
yeah.
that are a little bit further out, like that want to try and make top 3, your best way about going with it is to hot drop on rejects and then close the game strong.
What's interesting for me is IHC, this is the 3rd substitute. They literally just got rid of Godless, like I think about 2 maps in for Alex. They've moved on in now. Godless is back. So they're trying anything and everything they possibly can at this point in time to fight for that 3rd position. We mentioned it as well. I do not think there's an opportunity to take 1st and 2nd place right now. I think 3rd place is a much better opportunity for Angry Men and Geek Fam. They have been putting in the work, you know. Might not be as standard as what Geek Fam have been putting up, but for Angry Men have been getting points. They got that buffer zone. So 3rd place, the fight for 3rd place is going to lead us to the northwestern point of Miramar. So Oasis in there. Imagine if we go there. Just imagine it. But this is going to be a tough battle. I mean, that flight path to that zone combination teams, once again, interesting rotations.
The flight path is pretty nice though for everyone. I don't think we'll see too many hot drops or altercations in general whatsoever. But yeah, this northwestern circle centered on Crater Fields might see some rotational fighting early on. We do have Fernand. He's got a Winchester. Is he gonna try and get a shot in? He is. He's gonna go for it. And 1 and
Come on.
loses sightlines. You got 1 more chance. 2. Maybe 3rd one, a 4th one, a 5th one, 6th.
He's teaching us to count, but he's not finding a good combination.
He's teaching us. I mean, why not go for it, right? 4 a.m. making it out of there. That could have been a very scary start for the beginning of the match for 4AM, but where are they going to loot? They wanted to take Impala, it seems, but they don't want to go for an
हवा में मार रहे
contention, and I don't blame them, right? One bad game and one decent game out of Rejects, all of a sudden, they're looking at losing second place, and more importantly,
why not go
if you
for it,
lose
right?
second
4
place
a.m.
and go down to third place, that fourth and fifth place team all of a sudden looks a lot scarier. So 4AM playing as safe as possible for good reason, but they can loot
हवा में
Junkyard.
मार रहे
That's pretty much it. They could scrap loot around Junkyard. That's the only option they have left for them. Losing second place and more
You know what, we talk about, Rejects, they're no stranger to having a few teams drop in with them towards Los Leones. However, what's impactful about this drop right now, the team that is opposite them is a team that is chasing after their position. It is Tem Entertainment, sitting on the opposite end of Los Leones. Still a team, as well as Rejects, having to make a rotation. Will they make a rotation together? Will they be an earlier rotation? Will they be able to cut one another off? We talked about it. An opportunity for IHC is to drop on Reject. The same opportunity, even better of an opportunity, is for Tem Entertainment to do the same. If they take out Rejects, all of a sudden we are talking about Tem Entertainment reaching that third place finish. Already with those eliminations, they have closed the gap to 2 points between themselves and Train to Kill, who are in fourth place. For IHC is to drop on Reject. The same opportunity.
We'll see if the last game proves some crazy hot drops, but for now this game's going to be pretty normal besides the circle. Rejects very far from the zone, but we saw on that Erangel game, right? That was probably one of the few Erangel games we saw where Rejects could not
जी
rotate
साहिल रहमान
early.
सलाम
They
अलैकुम
rotated
वालेकुम
in
सलाम
quite late, and they actually played it superbly well. They probably maximized as many points as they could with the rotations they made and how they just pretty much through sheer determination made it to the late game and picking up at one point the most amount of eliminations in the whole lobby. So this Rejects teams definitely deserve the position they're in. This circle, I'm very curious to see how they play this one out. Game Lord has rotated into the center. We have a couple of teams near center now. It would be Xavier, who really needed to change things up today, but I think it's almost done for them. Too big of a point gap, and just mentally, I'm pretty sure they are shot.
That's been tough. It has really been tough. Also with, the back of that sub in, immediately going out. I think they were like the second or third team that dropped out, actually. So either way, it's too soon for them to actually have an opportunity to do anything at that previous map. Now, reduced down to only 2 opportunities coming on into the zone. They have an earlier rotation. Maybe they can set themselves up here into El Pozo. Opportunity to loot and opportunity to hold on. We'll wait and see what the zone will give them, but it will be up to them. Honestly, it will just be down to what they can bring on in, but they've just been so quiet that at this point in time, I don't think they can catch up that gap that's been left.
Yeah, it looks like a big gap, but keep in mind, Xavier, they've gotten 2 points so far today. So if you want to revert it back to the start of the day, they had such a good chance. Such a good chance at making it into the survival stage. And they've only managed to muster up 2 points. The worst day for Xavier so far in the whole entire week. That gives me shades of HVVP.
HVVP?
Yeah.
I'm thinking exactly the same.
Dropping the
down
ball.
Into 6.
Yeah, dropping the ball the hardest on the last day is definitely tough. Game Lord does manage to find one elimination onto the side of Vivo Key, the team sitting in 11th place. That is big, good news for Genesis Dogma.
Loving it. I mean, an opportunity now. From Game Lords, they had a very, very good finish there over towards Erangel. I saw them, bringing in that action, really putting up a fight against the likes of Rejects, no other team to talk about. Hello, we also see you there. What's up? What's up? How's it going? But they need to bring in a little bit more now if they want to make a change up. And at the very least, just setting yourselves up for that gauntlet that is going to be the survival stage. I mean, bringing in some of that strategy, fighting it out, duking it out, trying to see what works, what doesn't work, bringing in some of that action could really help you out moving into survival stage. I'm not saying, completely give up on an opportunity, but at this rate, we can see the points. We can see how much gap there is to close up. And they've picked up that pacing. They've brought in, Nongshan Red Force picking up a winner chicken dinner. Now Furious Gaming, the last team at the bottom. There's at least been some sort of a change, but I don't think it's going to be enough for them to change their fate.
Definitely. We see GK here on top of the high ground. getting a very nice early game position in. One of the few teams that have been able to take up strong positions because the circle was so far to the northwest. Next zone, though, will really tell the tale of how this Miramar game is going to play out. 4 a.m. rotating in, cutting in right through the eastern edge. So not much loot to be had probably on 4 a.m. side, but they will be able to rotate in here rather quickly. Rejects on the south, and Geek Fam coming in from the northwest on the edge as usual. They always play that northeastern side as their drop spot. Besiktas wrapping in from the hard north right onto Train to Kill. Train to Kill in a decent position you see here. Just a little bit southeast of La Cabrera on the high ground. Train to Kill really wanting to fight for that third place finish. And the circle goes hard to the south. Great circle shift for the Rejects. 4 a.m. on rotation, like the whole entire time. We'll try to capitalize off this quick circle shift with a continual rotation down somewhere in the center. This could be big news for the side of 4 a.m.
Game Lords, I mean, they're sitting in 9th position right now. They can pick up eliminations. They just help to secure themselves. They just help to build that buffer. They're going to be looking for a little bit of something here, sending a few shots on out, waiting for that vehicle just to do its little dance, but won't be it. It's way too far off. At the very least, they are trying. They do understand that they want to build that buffer. They do not want to have it come down to the last map. And Geek Fam, I mean, I would be stressed if I didn't know exactly how many points they had. They're going to lose 2 players, but what's massive for IHC is an opportunity for them to close the gap against Tem Entertainment, at least if Yuhai has anything to say about it.
Yeah, Geek Fam will lose 2. IHC pick up 2 points. That's just 2 points out of the many, many points they need to break into the top 3. And IHC on the edge of zone. Not looking too great for IHC, to be honest. I mean, this is as good as a start as they could want. You know, they don't prioritize circle, and they pick up elimination points. So we'll see where this brings them in the coming minutes here. Reject and 4 a.m. pretty much right next to each other as far as positioning goes. 4 a.m. on the low ground at the compounds, which is a strong position, right smack dab in the center. And Rejects just basically like 100 meters, if not even 100 meters down to their south on the high ground.
Geek Fam just taking a drive right now. Looking at this, I mean, 60 plus points that they have as a buffer zone for 2 maps. Yeah, no stress. It's okay. Look, they can come back on a wrangle if they want. Miramar, just have some fun. Let's see what they do. The focus for us is now that difference between 3rd to 4th to 5th. That difference between, 12th to 11th. Getting themselves into the survival stage. It is the teams that are looking to take away points. It is the teams that are trying to break on in. And that opportunity, it's going to be an interesting one. Vivo Keed, I mean, a team that has been very interesting. They are sitting right on 11. They are the guardians of the survival stage right now. And they only hold on to that with a 6-point gap.
Yeah, very small point gap right there. Tem Entertainment coming in from the hard southern side. This is a team that could potentially break into the top 3. They're going to get into engagement with FaZe. Now, Tem Entertainment, we see them pop off towards the late game. Early game 4v4 engagements, which isn't even really a 4v4 because they just got third party, and Lycan will find the confirmation as well. Furious Gaming firing in some long distance shots. This is not good for Tem Entertainment. Every single time we've seen them clutch up, pull off amazing wins, it's off of the backs of 4 players. I don't know if they could do similar with 3, especially this early on into the match.
And just with the vicinity of teams that they have to work with, they're going to have to head back into the blue zone to make that rotation. Furious Gaming right in last place, taking on the likes of FaZe sitting in 8th. They are, for the time being, safe in that survival stage, but they want a bit more. Just a little bit more safety. Just a little bit more of an opportunity, a breather into the next map. Tem Entertainment, as a team that we were talking about as someone in contention for that 3rd place finish, losing out a player, not what they want. They want everything to go their way as much as absolutely possible. We were talking about the same thing for 4 Angry Men. They wanted as many players
करेंगे यार अब
alive.
consistently stream करेंगे देखते हैं क्या होता है. I mean like I get stuck at work
I don't know. Do you
sometimes,
think there's an
so time नहीं
opportunity for
मिलता है,
4
but
Angry
I'll
Men
try
to still
my
close
best
that
to
gap
take
in
out
2
time.
maps?
Only if they get a
don't.
chicken here, and it's got to be a big chicken. So honestly, no, I don't think so. 4 a.m., they move up more central, and Rejects will take their position. Tem Entertainment having to wrap all the way around. This is a really good zone, though, for Vivo Keed. They could stay up in the north. They're kind of off-centered, though. And at 151, only a couple points away from Genesis Dogma. Genesis Dogma coming in from the hard western side on the edge. This is going to be tough for Genesis Dogma to break in because they have the full entire team of GK on the high ground in front of them. And then right past that is the team of Game Lord with all four on even stronger positional high ground near the center. So Genesis Dogma, this might not be the game for them to break into the survival stage. But if they could really pull off something huge, you could pick up a
I
few
feel इसमें IHC अगर यहाँ इस clutch से निकल
Like I
गई
said,
then they
only
will do
6
better.
points between themselves and Vivo
They
Keed.
are
It is
looking
doable.
good. They're just
To find
pushing
that one
really
elimination,
well
that
and
one team wipe
confidently.
that will make the difference. Put the pressure on Vivo Keed. Give themselves an opportunity into a wrangle. Take a look at this IHC Besiktas. They have been doing a little bit of work, but they've been quiet. They have been dropping down into the danger zone. Now currently in 10th position, getting shot at by the likes of IHC, who are just using this as a stepping path to try and get closer and closer to the top. FaZe making that rotation on in. Again, they're smack bam center. They're on 8th. They're holding on to as much as anything that they can muster.
DX Xavier looking to get more points than they have the whole entire day so far. If they could just pick up a couple eliminations. But yeah, it's pretty much, I would say DX Xavier is pretty much done for here. Next zone is about to shift. We're down to 56 players. A couple of teams suffering casualties. And the next shift is going to go.
Ooh, was that Tem? That was Tem.
Oh, did Tem just go? Yeah, I think Tem just ran into Falcons and Tem is out. Ooh.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's a team in 5th.
Yep.
Going out to the team in 14th.
Tem is out. And it's all up to Train to Kill now to try and break into the top 3. Train to Kill, with that new circle shift, it puts them in a okay position. Definitely not the best, but at least they will have the zone to work with without having to rotate.
The Xavier is still putting that pressure onto FaZe, finding Lycan, looking for MR5. Could award them some eliminations. I don't know. I'm not going to get too excited about it just yet because, again, like we said, it is such a far battle. What could be even more exciting is the likes of Genesis Dogma now. They're spotting out DX Xavier, they're spotting out FaZe, they're spotting out an opportunity for them to pick up some huge points, but right ahead of Genesis is going to be GK Esports who are closing that gap. You can see Gaith has been knocked. Ragnar trying to hold the line now as Genesis Dogma make that rotation on in. This is huge for them. We know it's only 6 points.
भैया आज हमने नया लैपटॉप लिया congratulations भाई कौन सा लिया
be able to clutch it out, and will Game Lords be doing anything about this?
Yeah, I like how they're going aggressive. They need to here, and it is not working out. However, it seems like the first knock is going to fall on the side of Genesis Dogma. They're down to 3. One player on the top to try and suppress the 2 players of GK. And with less manpower, this is looking like they're going to give up on the fight completely and just try and rotate into zone. It does seem like it, but oh, a great knock, but a quick trade right back. Yeah, Genesis Dogma has to give up on the fight. It was a good attempt. I can't fault them for that, but now they are going to have to just try and play survival with the last 2. Furious Gaming, this is on the southeast against Nongshim Red Force. Furious down to 2.
NSR पक जाएगा देखने NSR पक जाएगा
Nongshim Red Force, they have brought in some crazy energy into today, picking up that Sandhawk, which was just absolutely clutch. Now here towards Murmur, a little bit less jungle than they would potentially like, but we'll see what they can do with it. Besiktas. Oh, what a tough situation. And again, Besiktas is chasing after Game Lords, right? On the overall standings, Besiktas in 10th, Game Lords in the 9th, and Besiktas now down to only 1, thanks to Game Lords, who are just picking up point after point. IHC moving on in from the back line. A little bit of line of sight for them to work with, but here it is, Nongshim Red Force, Furious Gaming. A little bit of scouting opportunity. There is that information. You can see they are scattering. They are looking to hold off the line.
Yeah, on the northern side, things are getting really dicey for the teams near the bottom of the survival group. Game Lords, Besiktas, they're all firing upon each other. In the southeast, though, that's a fight between 15th and 16th place. Seems like everyone on the leaderboards are just next to each other or fighting each other right now. GK are finally moving in from that high ground. They did a great job pressuring Genesis Dogma and hurting them, forcing them to rotate ahead. Now they're running into the Game Lord team, which I was saying has the strongest position. A 1-1-2 split on the tip tops of every mountaintop here. They should be sitting comfortable for the next circle shift as well. And the circle is going to go right back down to the southwest, putting Rejects in a decent position to maintain their third place spot and their lead on everyone else for sure.
Look at Train to Kill as well. That zone going to be going away from them. Suddenly there's a little bit of blessing towards our third place team. An opportunity for them to hold on, and Rejects, perfect storm. We talk about that compound within center, that compound within a position where they can get some eliminations. Nongshim Red Force holding the line, Furious Gaming disengaging, but oh, perfect storm for Rejects as they hold on, and now they've got another team to take a couple of shots at.
Rejects deciding to group up together. They don't even want to do a 2-2 split. All four of them in the northwestern quadrant of this compound. That does open up another team to potentially take the eastern little section, which could be Nongshim Red Force. If Nongshim Red Force loses the zone on the next shift, we'll see how it plays out. But for now, they're going to be neighbors with Furious Gaming. On the other side of things, on the northern side, on the high ground, teams are forced to push on in. Yeah, Train to Kill has the most difficult choice to make now. Where are they going to rotate in? How are they going to rotate in? And then, more than likely, will they take that crash fight with 4 AM down to their south in zone? IHC, they're going to slowly work their way in into the edge, playing on the high ground. Game Lords continue to hold their
तकिर
split.
भाई
They're
क्वेश्चन
under
था
much
आप
more
को
pressure
फाउंडर
now,
हो
now
स्टार
that
पार्ट
now
की
that
तो
teams
आपका
are starting
रोल
to
क्या
catch up.
रहता है? It's not about role, bro. I'm happy that I'm a part of the team, right? So I don't know what to say, what to call it.
Going down to Falcons.
You can say
Just
one of the board of
just like
directors.
hunting after every possible team. They've already taken out Tem
I have
Entertainment.
invested
Maybe
into
they might
it
take out
since
the
long
team right above
time.
them in 4th place. Train to
And
Kill,
Zayn is my
Vanish,
younger brother,
Great
so
Besiktas holding the
it
line
doesn't
and
really
yet
matter.
still being punished by Game Lords. Falcons, what are we doing? We have taken out the 5th place team. Are we looking for the 4th place as well?
Yeah, Train to Kill saying this is probably a very difficult rotation for them to make, and it is proving so. If they decided to crash 4 AM, they would have been on heavy fire of the Falcons team, and then the arms of 4 AM would be returning fire right back. So Train to Kill, I don't even know if they could have made a better choice. I mean, it was just tough no matter how you cut it, and they are cut down to 1 player remaining.
Game Lords. They've been applying that pressure. GK Esports coming in from the back line. Not really a rotation they can make, though, right now. Game Lords will be safe just for the time being, but they do have some threats looming in the background. Got a few seconds, though, before
31,
that zone
bro.
closes on up, and then that's going to be the determining factor for me. Is it going to go north? Is it going to go south? Who is going to have that advantage into the next phase? 4 Angry Men still here towards the eastern line, looking for a few options. Falcons, oh, they have just been so devastating to such a number of teams.
Besiktas, meanwhile, has been soaking in so much damage at that shack. Pretty sure those players have gotten knocked at least 3 times each. IHC coming down the mountaintops will take out Geek Fam. The last player is eliminated. But Geek Fam with such a huge point gap, they should not be worried whatsoever with that performance. GK slowly working their way in. Next circle did close up more central. So now, once again, teams on the edge, forced to crunch in just a little bit more.
4 Angry Men here in the valley. That zone moving on through. GK Esports finally getting caught on out. Genesis Dogma not too far off, however. They need to be careful. Yes, Game Lords will be forced off of this position, but how much damage can they do before they make that move? Vivo Keyed, we talked about it. 6 points for them to hold on as the gatekeepers of that survival stage. They can also not afford to go down here. Icy, beautiful opening onto Peace. What else can they find?
Yeah, this 2-man team of IHC looking like mountaineers, just working the lower side of that mountain all the way through, constantly fighting their way in, getting some strong knocks. Here comes a full send push out of Falcon. Savant with a mini out in hand. It would probably been better to use that UMP. Nades coming in quick. The crossfire, Spawn definitely needs the help, but he gets isolated and taken down. Where was the crossfire? The support lines for 4 AM.
Where was this Falcons? That's what I want to know.
Oh, Notion Red Force also coming in now.
Yes, let's go. Let's just add another third party to the action. 4 angry men absolutely pincered. They've got 2 now having to deal with Nongshim Red's force. They've got Savan out for the count. That means only 1 angry man can really focus on Falcons on the back line, but Falcons still pressuring on. They are looking, they are applying that pressure, and they're not going to stop anytime soon. 4 angry men, welcome to the sandwich.
Yeah, oh man. Surprised they still have 3 up. Oh, just as I say that, they're up to 2. Falcon looking like they're going to sweep it. You're going to sweep that western side of 4 a.m. Yeah, 4 a.m. The last 2 players now completely isolated from one another. Good Xiao's going to evacuate the premises, at least pick up some level 3 gear. I don't know if he's going to try and hold that northern side. And here comes the rest of Notion. Oh, wow. So aggressive. Just pushing in. Yeah, they got him completely surrounded. And that is another 4 a.m. player down. 4 a.m. just down to 1. Falcons still up. And all the meanwhile, rejects are just sitting quiet. And
this one is getting very interesting. I want to see what Falcon does. Oh, got him.
You just said that Falcons and Nongshim Red Force work together to take out 4 angry men. Yeah, no, I don't understand that one just quite yet. If I wasn't seeing it, I wouldn't be believing it. But here we are, another team. We are up to 4 now as the rejects move on in for a little bit of action. Picking up potentially a little bit more eliminations. Nongshim Red Force still holding the line though against Falcons, prepping those nades, looking for those opportunities. Falcons have been on an absolute tear, and I still ask the question, where was this version of Falcons earlier?
It's a little bit too late. Same for Nongshim Red Force. They are getting some nice fights in though, not gonna lie. This is an exchange back and forth. All the meanwhile, rejects just firing off whatever third-party shots they could get, definitely putting in some damage. Next zone comes out. Furious Gaming, the 3-man team, is going to be forced to push into the rejects team now.
You see, that's my question as well. Where was this version of Falcon, man?
Rejects building that buffer zone, trying to climb further and further up, trying to kill.
Oh, beautiful nade.
We do have that 1 elimination in the meantime. Nongshim, though, they don't have a lot of time left. Those nades are just finding their victims. Falcons moving on in. They still have plenty of utility to work with, but now here's the push. Here's that final nail in the potential coffin of Nongshim Red Force. Your feet, they're going to be shown. We can see you. We can find you. As Falcons move on forward, closing up this eastern line. They will give themselves as the only team to close it up, but RQX moving on in with the DBS. They do find 1. It's down to a 1v1 scenario, never alone once again. As the last member standing here for Falcons, going to be wrapping around. A little bit of time given for that med up. The DBS, come on in. Let's get that 1 shot. It's going to come down to that final connection. Just around the corner they go, waiting for that information. This is going to be a stalemate around. What are we doing?
Ringa Roses खेल रहे हैं भाई.
That DBS is scary close range in a 1v1. I don't blame Never alone. He's going to try and force Nongshim Red Force to come into him.
GG Falcons, GG.
Out with the DBS. Furious Gaming though. 3v4 pushing RC, and they're getting the upper hand here. RC will manage to get the revive. Rejects back up to 2. Furious Gaming still with 3. Furious Gaming not losing a single member. Rejects will get 1 though. Now it brings it back to 2v2. RayJ is also able to secure the point. Fernan running into the crossfire goes down. Now it's a 1v2. A trade happens through. It is Divine and Alien Kid. 1v1 situation. Alien Kid will also get the confirmation. He's got the first
position भी मिल जाती ना इनको.
Doesn't able to get it. Get some nice damage, and that's going to be crucial for this 1v1. Brings the HP down to even numbers. Back and forth we go. Also, third-party shots from distance. Both teams have to watch out for that. He tries to get the first aid. Alien Kid denies it. And that is the rejects out with barely any points in eliminations, I think. I don't think they got...
कितनी kills हो गई?
Yeah, 2 eliminations. A 6th place finish. They'll close the gap just a little bit with 4 a.m. But it's not as much as they could have hoped for, especially with 4 a.m. getting taken out way earlier. And the fact that Rejects had 4, I don't know how Furious Gaming swept that out from under them.
Again, it's these teams from the bottom that are just looking to steal away points. Our analyst mentioned it. Nongshim Red Force will be going down early on. They're still 28 points away from the other teams that are desperately looking for them. And now they will do a little bit more. But Furious Gaming picking up points. Falcons,
Train to
what
kill.
is happening?
This is the
Kill
other
is
thing.
still alive.
Still alive, and they've been left to their own devices. No one has been looking at Jane. No one even knows Jane is in this actual location. So if Train to Kill, if Jane could just keep quiet, there's already a third place finish up, maybe a second. It's only
You're
Victorious
right.
from FaZe.
Yeah, Train to Kill might be able to. They might be able to pass up Rejects here. If he's able to get this chicken dinner. Oh, Icy knows though. And IHC, by the way, they're a bit further down on the leaderboards. But if IHC gets this chicken dinner, they already have 10 eliminations. That does mean on the very last game, it is doable for them as well to make it into the top 3. And this has been a crazy game for IHC. They've been working down from the north side as a duo this entire time, getting so many eliminations. And Jane is definitely on the back foot. This is going to be a tough task for Jane to win. The quick peeks out of Icy, back and forth. Oh, good connections back from Jane. This is a dance-off, one-on-one, but Venturas from the off angle, from the distance, will knock Icy. This makes it into a 3-way 1v1. Venturas might actually be in the biggest advantage all the way downhill. Jane has to be worried about pushing up, and just as I say that, yeah, Venturas could come in and sweep below, and Zio is going to come out over the top and pick up Jane, get the revive. That's Train to Kill out in third place.
अबे revive दे दे भाई, बहुत दूर
है. First place finish. Can he get the revive in time though? I don't think he can. Venturas
Very
very aggressive
nice,
with the
very
MG3, but the peaks are good.
Finally, IHC के chicken. अब देखना है point table.
Almost, I don't want to say almost nothing the entire day. Definitely not the performance we're used to seeing.
अब देखना है point table.
IHC, but on the
wow,
second
what
to
a
last
game.
They get the chicken
What
dinner.
a game.
It's possible now for them to break into the top 3.
I think what they've just done, obviously before the points that Rejects were able to pick up, they would have put themselves on, let's say, roughly 201 points. That's 5 points away from what Rejects' position was. Yes, Rejects picked up points in this last game, so I don't know. At the very least, I think
feel
they
bad
might
for
have
Falcon
just
again.
beaten our Train to Kill. So for
Falcon
IHC,
was
we were talking about it. That was 3
looking in
substitutes.
touch.
And finally, we see that semblance of hope for IHC. They pick up a massive game. Now they put in a conversation piece. IHC, top 3? Question mark?
Yeah, potentially. Same with Train to Kill. They keep themselves just right within striking distance, but it requires a huge game out of Train to Kill and IHC to break into the top 3.
Yeah, IHC,
IHC. They did it once just now. They need to do it one more time.
Finally, huh?
Finally.
Finally.
Wait, we predicted this match.
Yeah, bro.
IHC chicken. This match. Let's go. Let's go.
That's what I'm saying, bro. This match, IHC.
Битүүр ярьж байгаад яг IHC-г энэ match chicken нэ гэдэг нь prediction өгсөн шүү дээ. Let's go.
Let's go, bro. Bro.
Nice.
Falcon, man. Very good game. Very good game.
Yeah.
But unfortunate they were like stuck in a very
Yeah. Nice.
Finally I saw the old Falcon.
IHC хоёулынхаа коуч болохгүй. Энэрийг сайтай. Би яах вэ? IHC сайн шүү.
Now I want to see the point table, man. I'm very curious for the point table.
Үсэд зёлр орстоо. What's bro?
I'm very curious for the point table.
Yeah.
They are so high. 27 points.
Try hard.
And pulling out an insanely clutch chicken dinner. It's IHC Esports. FaZe Clan putting up some big points as well.
Nice.
Kill putting up some points. This is
how many did 4AM take? 1.2 points.
To the last game, 7.
RC, how many? 6 points?
Okay. RC 6 points.
The teams that needed to step up. At one point I was like, non-shim.
Энд дэр бид тэр prediction өгсөн байхгүй энэ match та IHC chicken нэ гэдэг. Миний бүр анхны prediction бараг заяа.
How many elims they had? 12 or 13? IHC.
What? Elimination?
Yeah.
I actually love that somehow the entire top 8 of this is not any of the squads that we've really been talking about all that much. Now we've got IHC up here, Falcon up here, Nokshim up here. I mean, look at the top performers.
Nice.
They have multiple 1K
За, top performance. IHC Zio, IHC яа дуаг тоглоом гоё хэлээ. Олко нуур алаа.
to step up here.
Oh.
Okay.
This is
IHC
what I was so
201
excited
T2.
for because
Okay,
that
no,
chip
okay, this is their
winner
do or die
puts
game.
IHC
Both T2K and
Yeah.
2
IHC and
points
Reject.
away from T2K, which
They can
means
pull it
they
off
are
in this
only
game easily. I
11
want to see
points
where
from
is Falcon
tying
right
Reject.
now.
They need 12.
This is
Yeah.
gonna be
But
interesting.
I mean, that's too close for comfort. Reject doesn't want
자, 언어. 우!
They don't, and what's crazy
12가
is
언어.
the
Би
fans
хэлээс таад
guaranteed
32 оноо
first
боломж
place, right?
байгаа шүү. Би таад
4
хэлсэн
AM
биз.
guaranteed as well.
If
The other
Falcon
teams
gets a
that
chicken,
were
Mindset шүү. Дөрөж бууж гэж болохгүй.
six,
Хэзээ ч дөрөв
actually
сүүлийн тоглолт дуустал хэзээ ч бууж
even
гэж болохгүй заяа.
could actually have a chance if, depending on what
За
Reject
хадаа нэг
does
хараа.
in this
Дээрээс нь
next match.
T2K бас эвгүй байгаа юм байна. Team entertainment бол угаасаа одоо хэцүү. Сүүлийн тоглолт.
Besiktas, Genesis
Nice.
must catch up to them and pass them. So Besiktas
Falcon
needs
needs
to
the
wake
chicken.
up, make something happen, at least get some
Yeah.
points, whether it's
Falcon
placement
needs a
points,
chicken.
Let's see.
If they get a chicken, they get in survival stage. Otherwise, bye bye, go home. Watch World Cup.
in some crazy alternative
Yeah.
world.
What's team play in the World Cup today? FIFA.
Today, I think it was Belgium.
Yeah, Belgium and Spain. Spain play, I think.
No, not
Spain is
today.
3.
This is
Yeah, Spain.
Everybody's got their notepads out. I know they're
No,
arguing
after
crazy
Spain
bad.
and
This is coming down to
one.
the
I
absolute
don't remember
wire
what
Then
here.
there
state.
is
One
Croatia, Canada,
final
no.
match to decide who is gonna get that golden ticket and who's going home today.
Today,
This is
Belgium,
interesting because our top
Morocco,
aerial
Spain,
performers
Germany,
are obviously
Japan,
our
Costa Rica.
current top
No.
3.
Yeah.
It
but
was
then a
today.
team
Costa Rica
that is
won, Japan
also
lost.
technically
Then there is
within striking
Croatia,
distance if
Canada.
they have a really, really solid performance.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
then
yeah.
you got to talk about the teams above them because those are the ones that need to close it out. And
Миний ах
honestly,
хэлсэн мэт харин тий.
Game Lord
Миний хэлж
Thornton
чамаагүй.
is
IC өөртөө сайн
separated
тоглосон.
by
Миний хэлэх мэлгэл хин чамаа.
Who was the team in the green group who had, I don't know, 3 chicken dinners and was still at like number 11 or
that was
something?
a missed opportunity.
Oh, I don't remember.
by Genesis there.
There was
So
one
I don't-
team, I was like, what the hell? They have 3 chickens at number 11.
Oh. Not to
I
mention
forgot
you
the
got
name,
so
but then
many
later they
squads
came
that
up
are
on
trying
top.
to hunt down that third place finish.
IC wait bro. IC RC face to face хийгээд дүүлээ авч болно зөө хамаагүй. Гол нь дүүлээ аваад хүний хохиролтой болчих юм бол T2-г дундуур нь ингээ ороод ирэхгүй юу? Эрсдэлтэй. Ойлгож байна. Эрсдэлтэй тацаа. What's say bro?
Halfway through the
I'm
day,
saying there was some
kinda-
team
I'm
who
hoping that they actually do that strategy, which
later
is just
on,
play it super
who was
safe,
it,
try to
number
play some
8 or
pressure.
11, something like
Because then
that?
it would make it
Guys,
really
any of
hard
you
for the
guys
other
know which
teams
team
to
was that?
catch
Green
up to
group.
them.
They had like 2 or 3
Genesis,
chicken dinners,
if I'm
but we're still at
Genesis,
the bottom.
I'm going actually a little bit more aggressive. I'm taking reins of their destiny, and I'm hoping
I don't
that they
understand.
actually try to lure out or try to spot some of the other teams that they need to take off to be able to make that move to 11th place. And T2K, same thing. You gotta hunt down Reject. You gotta be able to make sure.
IC-аар энэ тоглолтын сэргийлт авсан баха. За одоо л хүсэж залууч таа гэл. Таагд магтах судлаад эхэлж байгаа.
See, you say T2K and I said
Зон
IHC
сайн байлаа.
because now they've got a little bit of momentum under their belt. Will they just randomly in the last 2 matches of the day have 2 back
Тийм 100 цаашаа чанга доош татаад байвал тэгэл хайр авах шүү дээ. Манай машин байхгүй болохоор.
to in
Зү
third
шүү дээ.
place? I mean, if I were Reject, I'd be scared. So I Reject's up here for me as well. And
Who was their team?
This is it. Make or break. You're either going home, or you're at least making it through to survival stage.
How about some free? How about this? Since
No,
we're-
Let's go, boys.
How about some
Senator,
free-
why
what
you are
if
wearing a
those teams at the
BTR
top instead of
shirt?
hot dropping, right?
Yeah.
teams that they need to hunt down.
just
saw.
What if they hot drop some of the lower
Aki
end
50
teams that
yalla
might
yalla
be
yalla
in the tournament
habibis.
and try
Yalla yalla baby.
Yalla
I think
habibi.
that's
Yalla
too
Falcon.
They're gonna
I
start
think
playing
that's too
scared.
risky.
See,
I
I
think
knew
that's
it, Jukes. They're gonna
Yeah.
start playing scared. They don't want to do it.
I was
Okay,
telling
here's
guys
my
that how
question. I
crazy
think
of a
this is the big
support
one
they
right
had in
here, right?
PMWI.
Rejects. Do
Yeah,
you land
yeah.
in the spot
Very
you've
crazy
been
support.
landing this whole tournament?
You remember when the fight between
Yeah.
the last one, when the fight
I mean,
between
literally, that's something you have
Soul
to think about
and
here, because there's, I mean, you
this
are
thing was
the
there,
golden
ST,
child right now.
and Falcon
Yeah.
started
Everybody's hunting
shouting
you down
because Falcon
for
thought,
to
oh yeah,
steal
this is
that
our
third
chance to
place
get
finish, okay?
ST back down at number
Do
1.
you land in your normal spot and risk
was
getting
just-
taken out early?
At that time, I thought my
or
ears
do
will
you
pop
hide
out.
somewhere and mix it up? I mean, that's the question.
Mix it up somewhere that you have as a backup.
Okay.
drop back
Who
to
is this
back
Last
caster,
game.
by the
no,
way,
no one
Senator?
has
The
been
girl,
able
on
Ah.
to,
the girl on the
and
right
just
side.
pray that it works.
Where?
I'm with you on that. I would actually,
Bro, the
I would
official
actually
caster.
expect them to hopefully.
I don't know.
Like a
I
split,
watching
not too far
English
away
cast.
from each other. Not
I'm
right,
also watching
nothing
English
super
cast.
crazy. They're still gonna be
I
able
don't know.
to
I not see.
back up each other if for some reason they do get into a fight. But yeah, don't go to the exact same spot that you've been going.
انتوا بتسيبوا ناس اساسا.
I think it makes sense. I mean, I think it's way too risky right now. You have the most biggest target back.
Someone is asking that was Senator also a competitive player.
Obviously, look.
I played in before till season 2, season 3. I started in PUBG and I ended after I owned this team. After I owned this team, I ever not play. Just I play sometime classic for chilling, but I focusing on coach and the mentality of players. So
In their face, just thinking, what do we do? Do we go to our drop location?
Understood.
Do we change it? The entire weight is on them. Sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying that this is a conversation we've already had. We knew that there was the potential for this to happen. We tried to give whatever forewarning.
okay, let's see. Last match.
Last match. Let's go IHC. One more chicken.
Let's go IHC. One more chicken. Will be fire.
Where their entire fate in this tournament is determined by this last.
It's Shifu's team, right? IHC.
You want to be
Huh?
the geek fans
IHC is Shifu's team.
who have solidified
Shifu?
position
No.
and can go into
IHC is other Mongolian team.
Okay, yeah, that's the.
One of the teams in 4th and 5th because
Yeah.
if you're not getting your golden ticket, at least you're staying alive till survival stage. The squads that are fighting.
Ирэхээр эргүүлээд би эргүүлээд тайчаад ямар амар тууштай. Тэр чинь миний гарын зуудаг буугавчихгүй юу. Тэгээ би ингээ буугавч одоо энэ бөглөөний таг маг юм амар оролдог. Тэгэл орлож ирсэн чи эргүүлээд байна. Тэгээ эргүүлсэн чи яад дээ ер нь яад дээ.
Not have put ourselves in this position.
Vivo Key is literally biting their nails. Like literally. I can't blame them right now. I mean, they have to be frustrated with performance here overall. I mean, not even being in a position to
do or die.
But now they're in the position to risk not even being in this tournament.
I'd say top 3, Falcon
safe,
11.
But you know, who knows? It's anybody's game here at this point. You can even see GK.
I think in this game, lot of drop clashes. I think NSR will do drop clash with someone.
I mean, I can only imagine what is going through these players' heads.
Okay, tell me this game who will do chicken.
Right now, 7.
Let's guess.
They're being a little bit more
I don't know, but I think 4AM will be top 5.
Second to the right.
In this game, I say Falcon will do chicken.
And then you have
Okay.
I mean, they're like, hey,
Тэгвэл буугавч орлоо. Би чинь ажилт нь уу? Чи өөрөө орлохгүй юу? Та орцсон юм ярина интерес гэж.
I think they're already talking about what they're going to buy.
Харилцаанаас харилцаа шүү. Хүн natаа яаж ирсэн би яг л адилхан ирсэн шүү. Айл бол бүгдтэй дэвтэр байхыг үзээд.
Look at the difference. Oh my goodness. Stress it.
Remember earlier when they were saying they were feeling so very stressful. And on top of that, they were saying they were feeling really confident. The confidence has diminished.
This one will be pretty fun
match. Myself, because 5 points away from 11th spot comes down to the last game. This is not the place where you want to be. T2K, I was saying maybe they were a little bit relaxed. The closer they actually get into the game, that relaxation is gonna go away and it's just gonna become super stressful.
In the last game, they give them some extra rest.
What was it? Yesterday?
What?
The day before
In the last match, do they give extra rest?
No.
Yesterday also I saw the same thing.
Yeah, yesterday is I think some internal issue. Yeah, glitch because they have last 2 or 3 games have so many delay.
They didn't start off so well. They were super passive. Glitter, they have shown a completely different mode of them playing here. They have shown that they can adjust, and I really love what
Let's
that team
go
has been
Falcon.
able to showcase today.
Not only did they adjust well, but I felt like they just looked more comfortable. They looked more confident in their
Nigma Galaxy is in survival mode, yeah?
We were kind of missing from them up until maybe the second half of this weekend. I mean, first half wasn't so great for them, and that's something we talk about because obviously day to day, these teams, these individual players have to make adjustments. They have to be able to go back and review those buys. Look at the individual mistakes that they're making, the team mistakes they're making, and make those changes.
Let's
And
go.
implement them with very little time to really go through a lot of it. But at least we're seeing some of these people having a really good time. We've watched a lot of focus, a lot of kind of trying to zen themselves out, or looking stressed and completely not looking forward to this last match. But this is fun. This is fun.
Like the guy in the
Oh, man,
background.
I'll tell you what.
The Jukes, the one in the front are all having fun. The guy in the background is
I'll go to for drink. Wait, iconic.
Come on, guys.
Ciao, ciao.
Oh, man, I'll tell you what, man. So has become right now for these players. I mean, this is what it all comes down to here. I mean, I love just seeing the players' faces and this thoughts that are going through their head right now. Like, honestly, if I was in Reject's shoes,
I'll go to for
I
drink.
would
Wait,
probably
iconic.
drop Nongshon Red Force's location because I would bet my money that they're gonna go and hot drop somebody. So I think that if they go to their location, it could potentially be open. Thoughts that are going through their head. And I think that would probably be a safer bet for them because worst case they have to fight them. And I think they could. I think that's a team that they can definitely take. But man, it's a 50-50 coin flip, and I'll tell you right now, this is why IGL is one of the toughest positions in PUBG Mobile because you have to make that coin flip decision on, hey, what are we gonna do? Do we do this? Do we do that? And if you're wrong, your whole team's looking at you right now.
Yeah, and you can try to predict so much stuff, right? You can try to predict, okay, we're going to try to land here, but if we get one of the crazier playing paths that we have been getting, some teams are going to have to adjust on the fly. It might end up backfiring. We see it over and over again, not just this week. We have seen it last week and the week before that too. Plan B, Plan C, Plan D are going to come into play, and hopefully some of the other teams don't have the exact same plan as you, Glitter.
You know, we're talking about the potential strategy that Reject is going to have because they're going to have one of the largest targets on their back. Whether that is someone directly under them deciding that it's going to be worth the risk to try and take them out early, or that's just going to be one of the bottom teams randomly just deciding to YOLO onto them because they know that there's no chance for them to qualify. But we probably can also talk about the teams directly below Reject because they have a decision to make too. Do they try to go big in the last match and take out their competition? Because even if they have a great game, if somehow Reject matches their performance, then their game won't matter. So there's a two-part consideration to their strategy. They have to take Reject out, and they also have to get points. So what do they do in that situation?
That's the big question. By the way, thank you everybody for being so patient. It looked like one of the players did have a little bit of a tech issue. So it looks like we got about 5 minutes until the next game. So grab a water, grab some popcorn and get ready because this last one's going to be one heck of a show. So let's just kind of reiterate some of the numbers for everybody that could just happen to be tuning in here for the first time because I know everybody out there is telling, hey, you got some time, get in the game, watch this right now. So Rejects in 3rd place, 212 points.
Yep.
Train to Kill is in 4th place with 203 points. So they're 9 points behind them. That's going to be at least a 3rd place finish if Reject gets 0 points. So if you're Train to Kill, you're going to try to get some eliminations early on for sure. IHC is 11 points behind in 5th place. And then you got Tam Entertainment. Tam Entertainment's got one heck of a stretch here because they are exactly, what is that? 212, 186. They are exactly 18?
For Tam Entertainment?
Oh, I'm sorry, my math.
For Tam Entertainment?
Hold on, let me
26 points behind.
26 points behind, that's right. Math getting tough here.
You're doing great.
So if you're 26 points behind, FaZe Clan is 27. It's possible, right? Yeah. But Reject would have to go out immediately. Like literally immediately. So if you're Tem or FaZe Clan, I think you have to hunt down Reject. Like I think you have no choice at this point because getting 26 points, I mean, well, you have to get at least 27, and if Reject gets another point, that's 28. you're gonna be that's way too risky. Way too risky at this point. So I think you have to hunt down Reject and get them out as early as possible, and then just farm eliminations and try to get that chicken dinner. Glitter, do you think that's something that they would do right now, is hunt them down?
I mean, for my own selfish entertainment-based purposes, I would love to say yes. I think that it would have depended on the team. I think if we were asking this question and it was Geek Fam who needed to get into top 3 or even 4 Angry Men, and we were like, "Would you think we'll be
I'm gonna go for a while.
It'd be
You
so
guys
easy
can
for me to
keep
be like,
watching.
yeah, they're gonna do it.
मैं थोड़ा आता हूँ अभी.
They've been doing it the whole time. Why wouldn't they do it now? But not everybody has been playing that way. I truly think that a lot of these middle ground teams are going to end up playing it safe, thinking that that's the better choice, and that last conservative decision. I'm telling you.
That's the wrong answer. 1,000% that's the
Well,
wrong
I
answer.
think it's the
because I'll
wrong
tell you
answer,
what, especially-
obviously.
Yeah. I mean, well, yeah, because, I mean, the thing is, especially with a break like this, not to mention you got some teams that are super bummed out at the bottom. They realize they're going home after this, and they ain't trying to really delay the inevitable at this point. So we've seen this multiple times, right, Seven Glitter? Right at the end, the last game, like half the eliminations are gone within the first few minutes. So for those teams that desperately need them, they're going to be just trying to hunt down teams to be like, where the heck is everybody going? So if they even try to play this slightly conservative, that's it. It's over. They're not going to get top 3. Like, I think they have to land and literally full push every squad and hope for the best if they want something to happen. If they don't do that, it's over.
For Tem and IHC, I feel like if they can find a way to find Reject, right? Maybe not a hot drop, but just try to cut them off, whether it's in an early rotation or whatever the case might be. Just an early engagement between Reject, Tem, and IHC. And if they win that engagement, then I would say start playing towards the final. Yeah, if you do see an opportunity to get into a fight, get into that fight. But I just don't know how confident this team will be. Tem, I mean, Tem is in good mood, right? They're currently having the time of their lives. But when it comes to the game, when maybe you have one of your players knocked, the pressure is going to kick in because you're going to have to rethink what you want to do. And then being able to get into those engagements early on, you are risking losing some players. And we always know what happens when you lose those players. You're going to put yourself at just such a big disadvantage, Glitter, that it's not going to work out. So, I mean, we can talk here about different strategies.
Yeah.
We can do this over and over again. But at the end of the day, these teams are going to be stressing out, no matter whether they're looking stressed on the screen right now or whether they were looking playful, having fun. Once they're in the game, you best believe everything that's flashbacks even are going to be coming back to, oh man, we should have done this instead of that. And that's going to hunt them.
That's the worst part.
Big time. Big, you can already see, look, Xavier, they know the position that they're in. They know it's over. And that's all I think they're already thinking about is what could we have done differently? What play we could have done? Well, the one thing I hope is that these players don't really go and start doing the whole, name blame where they're saying like, hey, well, if you would have done this in game 4, game 5, I think they just need to look as a group together and just say, hey, okay, what do we need to work on here for next year and get it done? Because I think we've seen too many teams leave here and then just start dropping players, swapping them out, thinking that's the problem.
That's
in reality,
just
it's yeah. Well,
I feel like it happens a lot more.
We see some swaps.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, well, we see IHC, right, doing some player swaps twice today. I mean, how do you think that has impacted their overall gameplay, Seven?
They're just trying out different stuff. I mean, at this point, we've been saying it. Stuff hasn't been going their way. Might as well give it a try, right? And for Xavier, when I was looking at them there, it's just disappointed, man. This is a team that ended up being 5th place in grand finals of Pmgc 2021. An awful performance out of them, and that's definitely going to be hunting them down. I mean, their fans are not going to be happy. Their country's not going to be happy about that, and I'm pretty sure the players are going to be kicking themselves about
They're not
their
done yet. We got one more game.
Oh, you're saying there's a chance now? Okay.
Well, Guys, get ready because the game is locked and loaded. These players are ready. The final game for the PUBG Mobile Global Championships Group Yellow is on its way. Let's take it on over to the casters for the final time.
Thank you, Hot Jukes. This is it, the last match of the day of this tournament of the group stages. It is all coming down to this. And before we head in, before we see the drops, Jukes mentioned something that I really want to touch on. The hot drop. The reject team. Do they drop where they usually do? Because we did see in week number 1, the team of S2G, who was sitting in 3rd place, did get hot dropped and chased down by LGD, the team in 4th place. So it is a threat looming over the heads of the rejects that they do heavily need to consider.
I mean, that's why we saw their faces looking the way that they did, right? They were contemplating exactly that. They've had the VOD reviews. They know exactly what's at stake. They know what information is available to the other teams. If they know that they need to hunt down rejects, where they're going to go. Ruins, Razak, there's a little bit of information available for that. So where we need to see right now, these teams heading towards, if we see any sort of movement towards those locations, rejects are going to have a bit of a surprise on their hands.
Definitely so. Well, we'll know very shortly. It also depends on the plane path. I do believe Ruins typically is where the rejects like to prefer to drop in on. So we see here, plane path out on your screen. It's a good plane path for everybody involved, which also means it's a good plane path for any potential hot drops. Anybody could get to anywhere that they would like. This is gonna get very interesting. Teams dropping out right here. IHC will go for the Novo side. Geek Fam dropping out very early. We've seen Geek Fam take military base as well, though. But one team we don't see is 4 AM, so 4 AM is going to go towards the North George area.
I mean, similar situation for them. They don't want to give anyone an opportunity to get the drop. Another question we have to ask ourselves is who will be going home at the end of this match? One more opportunity, a few potential changes we might see at the end for that survival stage. Vivo Keyed, they had 6 points over on Miramar to keep them safe, at least for now, as the gatekeepers in 11th, but now that's been reduced to 5. Genesis Dogma, I mean, if you want to talk about the survival instinct, if you want to talk about fighting right till the end, this has to be it for them. And they're going to be dropping down right on Milton, right alongside FaZe, that zone heading to the north. And look at where rejects are currently finding themselves.
Yep, rejects do drop in Ruins uncontested. There is a team of Vivo Keyed parachuting overhead. I think Vivo Keyed is just trying to go to the South George area, hospital area. That's where they usually loot. So no hot drops. The rejects are safe for now, at least for the beginning of the match. Everybody's just going to play this normally, at least as far as the drops are concerned. We might see some targeted traps, like rotational traps. Teams are very familiar with rejects drop, so also with a zone like this, they could kind of predict potentially how the rejects will path and rotate. So we might see some shenanigans still, but at least off drop, everything looking to be quite normal. The circle, not the most normal of Erangel circles. We do have a little bit of a potential northern shift, which could be involved with the Osnaya Stalber, or a southern shift south of that.
I mean, 7 mentioning that 2-2 split here for rejects, trying to keep themselves in a potential dynamic shift, right? Having that opportunity that if something does happen, they can take that rotation on out, they can take that rotation on in, Pincer, whoever is applying that pressure if they need to, or at the very least, focus on the longevity game. I mean, at this point in time, anything that they can make happen, any, potential control they can apply to this wrangle will be making a difference. We're not seeing any of those hot drops, though. They will be relatively uncontested. Falcons, they brought in some extra energy in the previous game. This time, it looks like Team Entertainment have immediately gone for that revenge play. They went out very early on because of Falcons. Is going to be the turnaround.
Yeah, we've seen these two teams share this drop almost every single match, but finally in the very last game, Team Entertainment, with somewhat of a far shot off into the top 3, they're gonna be aggressive. Furious Gaming getting one onto Besiktas. Ooh, that's very not good for Besiktas. Like, they are in 10th place, but if Vivo Keed and Genesis Dogma Gids come out strong in this game, Besiktas could all of a sudden find themselves knocked out of the survival stage. And 10-minute tournament, they're gunning for it. Never alone. This time is very much alone in this compound by himself. His two teammates across the ways does put in some supporting fire to get a knock. But 10 Entertainment, they're like, we've had enough of this. This is the last match on the last day. We're not sharing this with you guys any longer. Falcons find themselves down to 2.
Honestly, the only shared point, the only thing that I know for a fact that is concrete at this point in time is that Never Alone needs to change their name. Every single time, they are the only player left for Falcons. So please, can we talk about an IGN change here? Something is happening. But Sam Entertainment, they are heading through into Napoliano with a vengeance, looking at Falcons, trying to kill. Again, I would love it for them to make it on into top 3 just purely based on the fact that this is one of their first Pmgcs. Falcons, they are still feeling the pressure.
All the way up to the top. That was a homing missile, if anything. Man, Yusuf definitely wasn't expecting that. Powerful was thinking about running away, and then he realizes the only way we get into the survival stage is if I 1v4 this right here and then pull out a miracle run. So no point in running away. It's the last game. You need points. Why run away? And he's going to get that first aid off. And I like this. It's better for Tim Entertainment to get these points because there's a potential there. Potential that they get themselves into a top 3 finish. Teams making mad dash rotations right now. Nongshim, Red Force making a rotation. Oh, Powerful's got 2. Okay, he gets taken down. Powerful manages to knock 2 out of the Tim Entertainment. I was thinking maybe some sort of crazy upset, but that would be the end of that.
Yeah, Sim Entertainment, again, nothing really to lose for them in this scenario. Whether they do have a massive game here or not, they will be moving on. They will be moving into the survival stage. But if something happens, if they do bring in an absolute banger of a game, then yes, then they're in top 3. Then they have saved themselves a little bit of torment. In all honesty, that's all I can talk about as the survival stage. So if you can save yourself that trouble, please do, because that survival stage we keep talking about it, the team's in there waiting for them. It is going to be tough. Furious Gaming and FaZe finding one another. A little bit of a turnaround from FaZe, at least, as they find Fernan, but this is really... There's no opportunity for Furious Gaming to close this out. At the very least, they can just take this engagement with some pride.
Try and not finish in last place, potentially, but it's looking like they might just go down in last place. Unless a FaZe messes us up here. They're trying to finish this last player out, and they do manage to find it. Furious Gaming still have Milos all the way long range, trying to do some supporting fire, but at this point, when teams are playing this aggressive, you just got to get close and personal. Milos, last one up. FaZe getting the reset back up to 3. Milos trying to find some sort of angle possible, but it is too late for him. Furious Gaming might find themselves packing it home in a last place finish.
You know, that's just going to break Seven's heart. He's been shouting at them for the last 3 days.
I think
He's been the biggest
Falcon को तो सच में मेरी पनौती लग गई भाई.
I think Seven's given up on Furious Gaming. At some point, seeing
उन्हें drop clash किया है क्या किसी के साथ?
this right here, I don't think it's gonna break Seven's heart. I think Seven's already moved past it.
He's accepted the fate he knew.
Yeah.
Coming into today, I mean, it was just looking rough, man. Nongshim Red Force already, they picked up the pacing. They made sure that they're not going to be finishing in last place. So, yeah, for Seven, I guess times have passed. You know, maybe there was a glimmer of hope, but Seven will never tell us that. No. But as we take a look at it, that rotation up into the north, IHC having to make that move on in from the military base island. Yep, goodbye Furious Gaming. It was nice to have you. They will be uncontested. You know, Genesis Dogma, they actually opted for an earlier rotation, so they left farm/Milta, they left that potential of a bridge camp, and they're focusing on rotations, as I believe they need to.
Oh, Train to Kill, finding an important elimination point right there onto 4 a.m.
Ooh.
Very good shots out of Train to Kill, ripping that player right out the vehicle. That's not easy to do, especially with the
Troublemaker, that's what I'm asking you. Drop clash किसने किया? Tem वालों ने Falcon पे किया, Falcon ने Tem पे किया.
Tracking that. Very good.
Last game for T2K if they want to go to come back. Yes, same is for IHC.
They're
And
approaching
Tem
this
को अब
last
advantage
game
मिल
with
गई.
a lot of caution. I think
FaZe
they
ने किसके
already
4
breathed
point
a
उठाए?
huge sigh of relief by
FG
not
के.
getting hot dropped on. So now you can see they're playing on the edge. They're 2-2 split. I don't know if that's a 2-2 that they're trying to, pick up some points from inside the blue, like trapping Game Lords on rotation. That shouldn't be the case. If you're going to be trapping players for points, you should be doing it as a 4-man team. I think RC
Hello,
just
Harsh.
in coincidence, had Game Lord pass by, but RC is actually trying to remain low and quiet as much as possible.
तो किर भाई पनौती लगा दिए खत्म टाटा बाय बाय.
Like they have nothing to lose, honestly, making the big rotation still. And they need to get out of there. Oh, that's another player caught off for sure.
4 AM का 2 खत्म.
Getting down the hill, but still ending up getting caught. 4 AM.
भाई सेटन जबरदस्त बंदा है.
Down to 2.
सेटन अच्छा प्लेयर है.
This is more and more of a chance for rejects, if anything, to get second place.
बे हम काहे पनौती लगा दिए?
Hey, I mean, they're running in that 2-2 split. Honestly, I just think because they want to give themselves the best possible chance, right? I mean, yes, if they do get caught out on the one side, at least the other side can take that rotation on in. Like we said, having to just make that disengagement, make that choice. But they will be regrouping after that little bit of a scary engagement with Game Lords.
But इन पे push आएगा, GK का push आएगा. इनको पता है 2 ही player हैं.
On into the zone because they're going to be heading in from the west, and the west pretty open except for Geek Fam.
इस वाली गेम में मजा आएगा.
GK Esports. It's been some good energy from
IHC 2-2 split पे खेली. अच्छा.
It up just a tad. Brought in a little bit more of an aggressive style, brought in a little bit more of those eliminations, which is great. But yeah, they're going to have a tough time when it comes to that survival stage because now, now this is the proving grounds. They're getting ready for that gauntlet that's coming up next.
We see Vivo Keyed, another team trying to make or keep their survival stage spot. Genesis Dogma very close behind. Vivo Key coming in from the northwest, just making their way into the northwestern edge of zone. So they're not going to go for a hard rotation center.
भाई ये सब तो ठीक है लेकिन Jonathan सबसे best है. Jonathan is MVP of India, bro. Not a joke.
Geek Fam, they're probably going to take every single fight possible they see. I mean, they are first place no matter what. That's already what they did before they were first place no matter what. So a little bit scary for the Rejects team, getting ever so closer to Geek Fam.
We love it. We do love it. An opportunity here. Train to Kill. I mean, honestly, I'm just keeping an eye on Train to Kill and Vivo Keyed. I want to see what these two can do, what Genesis Dogma can do. If we're going to have a difference, coming into this last game, if the 5 players, or the 5 teams rather, that we're going to be saying goodbye to is going to change, it's going to be up to the zone as well. Moving into more to the north, Team Entertainment still in Yasna Buliana, holding in a fantastic
ये last time Jimmy अकेले किया था 1v4 और वो solo बचा था. I know, bro.
So maybe they can bring on in some
RC
crazy eliminations as those teams have to make the
RC fight नहीं लेगी इस time
This
पे.
is not the rotation you want to
RC
make.
will try and avoid as many fights as
right
possible.
now, that is all I can say.
Yeah. Oh. A lot of Rejects players taking damage there, and I'm surprised Geek Fam didn't get in their cars and just decide to chase one of those buggies down. I mean, if I was Geek Fam, first place no matter what, I'd be having fun just like that. And luckily for Rejects, that is not the case. But Genesis Dogma, this is a team we need to watch out for. This is the team trying to break into that bubble. One of their players is knocked. FaZe, we saw them playing very aggressive early on. They get an opening knock, but even then, this compound might be too tough for them to crack as a 3-man team. So FaZe is going to leave them alone for now. Genesis Dogma gets the reset back up to 4.
Ooh, we've got some scary prospects here. Rejects. Yeah, that made me very, very nervous. But Genesis Dogma, also a team that is fighting for their opportunity and fighting for their lifeline into this tournament. 5 points away from Vivo Keyed. We can see it on the screens right there. Vivo Keyed already picking up those 3 eliminations, just furthering that gap.
Yep.
बोलो भाई किसका चिकन? मैं तो कुछ बोलूंगा ही नहीं. RC T2 के IHC hold करके खेलेंगे. Yes.
Train to Kill, however, being the ones to pick that one up. It's so many storylines to follow. I think I'm just going to be staring at numbers the whole day.
Yep, that's 2 more points. That's 2 more points closer for Train to Kill, closing that gap onto the Rejects team. Rejects coming in from the far eastern edge. So Rejects will have to fight their way into many
T2
of
के
these
आ गई
circles.
4 AM पे.
Definitely got very close to potentially losing a player or two, or even the whole team when they drove by.
समझ नहीं आया Falcon क्या किया उन्होंने इस टूर्नामेंट में जबकि PM I know bro हो जाता है bro
has been knocked down to 2 very early on doing their kind of calculated risk rotations this time, not getting the better end of things, but they will find themselves pretty central as a two-man.
Last prediction T2
Trying to kill with a
okay.
really strong position, honestly, on the northwestern edge. They have a lot of options to play into the rest of the game with 4 members, and 4 AM is probably the biggest roadblock for Train to Kill. And 4 AM only has 2 members, so if Train to Kill play it correctly, they'd be able to pick up 2 more points and take over 4 AM's strong position.
Again, these storylines that are potentially building off of the fact that we're seeing these crazy rotations. Oh, it is going to be a treat. It is, like we said, coming down to the last game. That last zone, that last decision can make the world of difference.
IC पे मेरा prediction है.
Getting closer and closer.
मेरा prediction है Tem.
We've got Tem Entertainment.
मुझे लगता है Tem ले लेगी chicken. Tem अच्छी position पे है.
Holding that position. I mean, how do you think their odds are going to fare when all of those teams are moving now in from the south? The opportunities for them, the line of sights, Vivo Keyed right behind them.
Yeah, I was looking at Rejects rotation. It looks like they're cutting down the middle, going somewhere. This is going to be a very messy rotation. So many teams will not want to take out Snide. They don't want to, lock themselves into the city. And there's not much else left to play elsewhere. Xavier losing a couple members. Besiktas right there picking up some much needed points for his safety.
अरे sandwich हो गई है Besiktas. NSR पे slam जाएगा.
Getting very close to this. They're getting very, very close to this opportunity. Train to Kill just found out for Vivo Keyed.
Ooh, IHC.
There's points here. There's points available here, Zute.
Yeah, a lot of points. IHC coming in.
Oh my
This is another team that could very well take the top 3 if they get a huge game in, and we're going back and forth. So many important fights. Vivo Key, coming onto the backside of Train to Kill, getting backfilled right now. And that nade, that low toss, Legend will take some damage
T2
right there.
Down.
Rig is knocked. I think Train to Kill is heavily debating, do we stay here and try and help him out, or do I just leave him?
अगर चिकन निकाल गई तो RC को पहले elimination होना होगा.
This might knock them out, but sure, they need a massive game.
Tem पे कौन 4 AM आ गई.
A couple points away. And Jane is back. Sendesh in the long range, providing some sort of support. They will try and eject Legend out of there. Vivo Keyed will take over this position. They don't have the zone here, so Train to Kill is going to play from further inside the zone. They weren't able to get the revive, unfortunately.
Agreed.
Train to Kill hopefully can make it out with 3. The back of that buggy. They need to cross over, and I think they do manage to make it. IHG, meanwhile, taking over this position.
4 AM बाहर.
I think they picked up 2 on the Genesis Dogma. Genesis Dogma down to 2 players with 0 elimination points. So it is looking darker and darker for them. Tem Entertainment, meanwhile, on the other hand, 6 elimination points.
Beautiful.
I know they're a bit behind IHC and Train to Kill, but 6 elimination points. It's a start.
Again, also have to note that Train to Kill IHC, the teams that are hunting after rejects,
यार तुम ये देखो बेसिकतास कैसे होल्ड करके बैठी है, पिट कैसे होल्ड करके बैठी है.
Entertainment storyline for that a little bit later on. That engagement with Vivo Keyed and Train to Kill was spelling a little bit of opportunity for Genesis Dogma, but at the same time they get forced on into a contention by IHC and Train to Kill back on off. So now again, it's just looking darker and darker. As you've mentioned, Genesis, this is going to be a tough one. Nades moving on in from IHC. There's a little bit more pressure with the likes of FaZe when we consider it. As soon as they make that rotation, they put themselves out.
हरीश भाई नहीं, इतनी भी flattering मत करो. कोई कुछ चीज easy नहीं है भाई. Trust me on that. You don't know the pressure that is there.
4 AM was taken out by Tem Entertainment, by the way, so it gives a chance for the reject. Oh, full send by GeekFam on the northeast, right onto the side of the Rejects team. Rejects open it up with the initial nade knock, but GeekFam such a dangerous team, and Rejects is definitely playing. I wouldn't say scared, but they're definitely nervous here. So many teams potentially looking to take their 3rd place position. Rejects get a confirmation.
अबे उतार दिया. एक गया. IHC का एक knock, 2 गए.
And I think IHC should
be
done for. One player goes down for IHC. There's only one up. Alex, this is IHC's run for the top 3. Pretty much closed shut. Yep.
IHC
IHC
khatam.
is out. Geek Fam and the Rejects still very
अब
close next to each other on that
them का
northeastern
chance है
side,
top 3.
pretty much sharing those apartment
इस वाले गेम में बहुत जल्दी fight हो
What is
गई.
happening
Yes,
here towards just
इस
now,
वाले
Rodion?
गेम में
Genesis
भाई
actually moved on up into the Wizard Tower, but
Tem
they're
top 3
right
खा
in
जाएगी
front
भाई.
of Tem Entertainment. Tem
Tem
Entertainment
top
already
3 खा
running
जाएगी.
with 6 eliminations, make that an instantaneous 8. And I'm sorry for Genesis Dog, they do not have an opportunity to catch up to the lead that Vivo Keyed have put forward. Geek Fam, they have found Rejects. Rejects now the potential next team to feel that action, and if they go down, it is up to Train to Kill to close that gap.
And maybe, just maybe, Tem Entertainment. 8
ये
eliminations.
बसिकतास और जी के तब से लगी हुई है.
And they're put into the clutches of clutch situations. They clutch it out.
RC
Vivo
को
Key
निकाल दिया.
getting a lock onto Rejects now. Long range knocks. I think Rejects are 2-2. It depends on where
ये
these
तो
two
अब सारा
knocks are.
मतलब
If
I
they're
think
both revivable,
Tem
Rejects can get a
T2
full
के
reset. But
RC
if the
सिर्फ
knocks
slot
have
के लिए अब
happened in a
fight है.
way where it's a 2-2
I
split
mean,
and both are on one side,
मैं देखता हूँ T2 के कैसे hold करता है ये.
lose one confirmed.
I hope they
have
don't
one
make any
knocked.
dumb moves.
I need to see how the Rejects and Geek Fam fight is going out on that northeastern side, but there's just too much action going everywhere else. Train to Kill moving in on the very edge. Tem Entertainment have their sightlines set. That's Geek Fam losing another player back to the side of Rejects. Looks like Rejects are staying strong and putting up a fight.
There's equal footing, yes, but here we go. Oh, look at this opportunity.
Yeah, okay. Rejects are down to 2.
That's down to 2. There's no way the duello is going to be revived in this scenario. Geek Fam
कौन
are just
जीतेगा भाई
applying
ये
the
मैच नहीं
pressure,
guess. I
ready,
think Tem. I told
holding
you.
the
I think
line,
Tem
at least in
जीतेगी.
the same building with the
जिस हिसाब से वो
so
खेल
if
रहे हैं.
Geek Fam do ever make this push, or if Tem Entertainment move on in, they do have an ability to run a bit of a bait and switch, to run and work together to just try and hold on to this, but they need to. Train to Kill, Tem Entertainment, the looming threats, and again, Tem Entertainment just behind Rejects. So, with Vivo Keyed involved, Geek Fam as well, this could turn around in a matter of seconds in any direction. There we go. Tem Entertainment finding Train to Kill.
Yep. Oh, Vivo Keyed picking up to 5. Train to Kill, I think they made a mistake. They're just trying to stay alive, but they need to not just stay alive, but pick up points. They're losing all their vehicles out there. They're not going to get much further into the rest of the game unless they get circle blessed way down in the southwest. Yeah, Train to Kill, that buggy's definitely blown up. They still have one buggy left to play with. It's a tough task
जी के
for Train
5
to
kill.
Kill to make
इधर
a
तो
play
खिचड़ी
here.
बन रहा है
Going
पूरा.
back
हाँ
to his team,
भाई.
finding some more cover with that buggy. Next zone shifts out. They do get the zone very close to them. All the teams on the northeastern side lose the zone. So Geek Fam, Vivo Keyed, and the
भाई
Rejects
Tem एक साइड से
forced to
T2
make
के पे
a
पुश
move.
दे रही
Tem
है.
Entertainment get the zone at that
भाई
city.
मुझे लगता है ये
They're
गलती
gonna
कर
look-
देंगे.
They're looking like they want the chicken dinner. That's a play for the chicken dinner. Sweep around, clear out the side, and control the whole western front. That would be huge if they could execute it properly.
Not only that, but they could take out Train to Kill, one of the teams that they are chasing down for that third place finish already with those 8 eliminations. Could they be adding 3 to the tally? It'll take them up to 11. Quick math, but that is an opportunity for them to get closer and closer. Here it comes. GK Esports actually going to be helping out as well. Tem Entertainment will find that initial
भाई
knock.
T2 ने
Now
बेवकूफी
it is
कर
a
दी.
double bombardment. GK Esports from the backline. Tem Entertainment right up
PMW
ahead of them. Train to Kill,
हाँ
no
PMW
opportunity
जिसमें
to
join
even breathe
वो भी इसी
as they
fields
head
में हुई
into
थी
this
ना.
engagement. They need to hold on, otherwise that is it. That is going to be survival
Oh, he
stage
crawls
for
into
them.
the fire. Oh, he crawls into the fire, goes down to 1 HP, and a stray nade just within certain distance will get him knocked. And there it is, crawling into the molly. He does end up getting naded. Train to Kill only down to Legend. He finds a knock, however, and Train to Kill down to their very last legs. Tem Entertainment's taking a fight on multiple fronts, so they only sent 2 players here. So it could get dicey for them. I want to see a third player come up to support this front line push. Can they get the revive? Tem Entertainment need all 4 up.
GK वाला Tem पे क्यों नहीं आ रहा है?
Massive amount of eliminations. They need all 4 to secure the chicken dinner at the very end. And Bevy is confirmed. Tem Entertainment go down to 3. We've only seen Tem Entertainment make huge clutch plays late game to close out chicken dinners with 4. So now that they're down to 3, it's looking a lot dimmer for them.
Unless they can isolate that final team. We saw them do it against the likes of Geek Fam. of all teams, they managed to do that on Miramar, but it came down to Nexus hitting some ridiculous openers and
Geek
then just
पड़ा है
that zone
फेज के
shift
पीछे
and the aggression they were allowed
ओए
to
नाइस
add. Now
नेड
Geek Fam, in
नाइस
the meantime,
नेड
they've moved on out from the
टेम का
sniper
वैसे
They're
भी
looking for FaZe
do
Clan,
or die है
looking to take
I
hold
know
of
है
the
but if they
southeastern
hold the
portion of the
compound I
zone.
think they
It
have
will
better
be a
chances
pretty easy opening if
अभी
they
देख
can
I
just
think
make this move
186
on
हो
now
गए
before GK Esports move
205
in.
they are 1
There's
point
only
behind
one. It's a 2v1
T2K
scenario with a bit of a backline there from U-High, who's
अरे
finding
RC बाहर
Rejects is
Rejects
out.
are out.
अब तो
Rejects are
पूरा
out, but
चांस है
they
टेम का
should be somewhat okay. Train to kill with only one player up. And Tim Entertainment, I mean, if Tim Entertainment had 4, I'd be a bit more worried. But Tim Entertainment down to 3. FaZe putting up a fight against Geek Fam. GK also
FaZe
coming
बाहर
in with a hard third party. GK has 4 players up. They could do what they want with this lobby. And that is Geek Fam out and FaZe out in a blink of an eye.
Vivo Key, Nongshim, Red Force, GK Esports are 3 teams that all have 4 players up into this final map of the group stages. Trying to kill down to a sliver of HP as Nexus from Tem Entertainment are moving in. Ooh, they're going to be spotting out GK Esports. Satan out. Will be healing just a little bit of a damage there. But Vivo Key, Tem Entertainment, that is going to be a discussion point because Tem Entertainment
NSR पे drop
any sort of eliminations, any sort of opportunities.
ओपन में बनना
and
था
team
जोन
wipes that they
यहाँ
can take
आगे
now
वाला
to
अपार्टमेंट
further
जोन है
themselves with those
जोन
placement
में
points could
था
be a
बस
massive change still on the overall rankings.
Tem Entertainment, I can't help but to think they should have sent a 3-1. I understand leaving 2 players in the backlines for supporting angles because you get
Mentos
really good
Whitey.
angles out into the whole entire field. But the chances of a team full pushing you in Yasnaya when there's another compound open is very unlikely. So they could have just left 1 back here.
Zone.
Yeah, and keep that.
इन्होंने
3.
NSR पे
Zone has
push
to
दे
put
दिया
away from everyone
खत्म
except
NSR
for- Oh,
खत्म
well, I
NSR
mean, here we go. They're fighting for the only place left in zone, and GK with 4 come in spades.
GK 10 elimination hello Vijay hi bro
It's just down to 1 just like that. And GK 12 eliminations.
NSR eliminated ए गया
Team was
T2K
the
भी
team we saw out in take 1, but
गया
nowhere to be seen except for the last game of the day. There is Train
Position
to kill
points.
taking out. That is not enough for them to pass up rejects. It's all down to Tem Entertainment. I don't want to do the math, but I want to say they need to eliminate everyone in the lobby and a chicken to maybe take over rejects, and that's a huge maybe.
At the very least, they have put themselves, I believe, in 4th place, but they need all of these eliminations. They need all of these eliminations and as good of a placement to actually make it. But at the very least, it's possible, Zute. There is a storyline here where
If they
Tem
have
Entertainment
4.
in the last map make it happen.
If
but
they had 4.
Only 3.
I would maybe believe it if they had 4, because we've seen what they could do with 4 time in and time again. But going down to 3, I feel like that was it. GK
भाई तुम aggression देख रहे हो team में
GK are looking strong. They get a knock onto the side of VK and GK. They're gonna keep putting on the pressure everywhere. This
bro
is
here
not just
from here
points
onwards I
for
want to
GK,
support
but
them
points
entertainment
taken away from Tem Entertainment.
They're on the hunt. I mean, they've been doing so much damage to Vivo Key. They've been slowly but surely making them a potential here. Tem Entertainment
GK chicken खा गया भाई Tem ने बेवकूफी
their favor down to only 1. This is the storyline now thrown out the window. Tem Entertainment staring down the barrel of a 1v4, v potential even 4 for Vivo Key if they can get that res on up. GK Esports? In the last map, they are the thorn in the side of any team trying to take on rejects.
Yeah, the GK will be putting a stop to everything here. Up to 14 eliminations. I think the record was 15, by the way. Or was it no, it was 20 out of the rejects. GK looking to maybe, is there even enough players for them to hit past 20? There's 4 plus 5. No, they'll hit 19. They'll hit 19 at most. Vivo Key managing to keep up 4 though is pretty impressive. They're definitely on the back foot though. 3 of their players all behind 1 hay bale. Adrian luckily has managed to make it somewhat more into the zone. Tem Entertainment, if they sent that 3-1 split,
nice
clean out
nice
that west
peak
side, that could have been the opening for the west side to take over GK spot.
भाई T2K ने चप्पल मारेगी खुद को लेकिन वो वैसे भी नहीं थी ना इसमें RC को उन्होंने पहले ही निकाल दिया था
One member, they did get a trade back. Tem Entertainment doing whatever they can to maybe
Abhi
pull out a
clutch!
couple more points. Spot out one player. Maybe the
Tem
double.
bahar.
It was
Number
almost
3
lined
pe
up,
to
but
kitne
GK
point ho
looking like
gaye
they were
wo?
going to win this game down to having
GK
two
is
players
becoming
knocked. It is in
Fireflux
favor
last game
all of a
comeback.
sudden
15
to
kill.
BK now to close out this last game on the very last day.
Vivo Keyed with those 9 eliminations up against GK with the 15, who have just been looking more solid. They've just been looking more aggressive. They've been moving in, being the guardians for rejects. They potentially have already secured rejects and their current position, but what else can they do on this last day? I don't think it's going to make a difference for them in that top 3, but at the very least, it will set some dominance. It will set a tone in for that survival stage to come on up. It will give them that momentum to take on forward, and they're going to need it. There's a tough journey right up ahead of them.
This is the last circle. It's going to close right down into the middle. Manpower goes over to BK for sure, and Gaith gets caught and found. It is a 4v2. Satan needs to put on his eagle eyes and get at least 1 or 2 knocks into these fields, but it's so hard to spot out players when they're prone in this. Satan, he's going to be the difference maker here. He's on the high ground. He can't peek for long because Cielo all the way wrapped around. Cielo's about to knock Satan if he peeks out any longer. Cielo getting closer and closer to getting that angle, and Hope actually catches a molly. He's forced back up as well. And look at this positioning out of VK. They are pincering in from every side, every angle.
भाई तुम देखो VK gear कैसे रहा है?
Center of the zone now too. Satan does have that Groza, which could come into
भाई
play.
Satan is very good. He's very good.
Goes prone. Adrian knows where at least one player is.
और उसके पास Groza है.
Satan crawling ever so
निकाल लिया
closer
उसने
to
एक.
Cielo. And he fires off the shots. He finds Cielo. That's a good start for GK to bring this back down. 2v3 situation. He wants to get this confirmation too because he doesn't want Cielo giving out info. But that slight stand-up did
Satan ने
Satan
एक knock
couple
निकाल
of
लिया. Very good knock.
Grass. That's another one.
1v2, 2v2, 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 2v2.
Satan with the Groza.
2v2, 2v2.
2v1. They both pop up. They both take shots. Diego popping off a lot of shots. Goes down. That smoke
Vivo निकाल
the
गई
vision
chicken.
out of the last player. But Vivo Keyed will get the trade in, and Vivo Keyed will celebrate a victory on the very last game on the very last day.
मैं देखना चाहता हूँ अरे यार इन्हें अगर चिकन निकाल लिया होता ना इनको बहुत ये शायद इनका चांस था
to cause some upsets.
At the very least, Vivo Keyed with such a dominating performance will secure themselves that spot in the survival stage. They have no more worries, of course, because the games are done, but also GK Esports. I mean, we started off with that first day. They were a little bit dominant, then they were just a little bit consistent, and then they fell off. Back again with that kind of momentum, with that kind of performance. Can they replicate that in the survival stage? Can they bring us to a whole different storyline? Just look at the amount of utility that they used in that map. 42 smokes, 27 nades. I mean, the damage, the distance traveled.
Check, mic check.
GK Esports and Vivo Keyed was emphatic.
Falcon down 16. What's happening, bro?
I was downstairs actually getting my coffee, so I didn't see it. So who did drop clash? Tem did drop clash, or they came to drop clash?
I think team, but I think yes, they have 2 teams. Yeah, team and team Entertainment and Falcon, but I think team Entertainment targeted on last map maybe. I don't know.
I'm lost right now.
I really don't know.
Them targeted these guys? Falcon?
No, I don't know. Inko, ateşte Inko savaştı. What the game? What a game
in the end. I thought GK clutched it out. At 1 second I thought GK clutched it out.
Boom. Yeah, I'm having it.
Who's number 3 now?
Maybe RC with 1 point and 4th position T2K, I think. Only for 1 point.
Why do I have a feeling T2K qualified?
If they qualify, it's good, but I think they need only 1 point of difference. Let's see.
Let's see match rankings. GK 28 points, so no chance they are there. We were
Yeah.
already 27, they were any
No,
years
it's
up.
only fight with
Tem. Tem was at
Yeah.
186 plus 20, 206. T2K 11 points, that means 222.
Vivo Key taking over the
Team
chicken dinner. I
stand
gotta give a
20.
big
Reject
shout
has
out
only
to
2
Tim
points, bro. I think Reject is out.
This squad
Yeah. Huh?
I think
Reject go qualify?
I think T2K qualify. Wait.
so close. That
T2K.
lineup was so
Let's see. Let's
sick,
see.
Glitter. I mean,
How many
it
difference?
was almost the most insane story.
T2K غلط طلعنا T2K نرجلي. Okay. Maybe same point T2K got qualified because they have more chicken.
Yeah. Wait.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see.
It was
Sad for IHC, man.
one fight going
Yeah, sad for it. They have only 12 points of difference, but RC died very early, so that's mean 14 points of
So
difference.
in case of draw, what happens?
We actually get Icy up here
Huh?
for the
In
top
case of
damage,
draw,
and then
what happens?
Snipes
Someone just
with
wrote that T2K and RC has a draw. So what happens? How do you calculate the winner out of it?
deserved to have two players up here as well.
In PMGC.
Wow, what's I don't understand.
Bro,
What?
draw means
Again?
both have same points, right?
Yeah.
T2K and RC. So how do you break the tie? Okay, you see T2K, 2 chickens, 90 to 100,
If
214, 214.
If it's same point, it's mean like more team have a more chicken dinner qualified.
Bro, both have
is the
same
up.
chicken.
So that's in pleasant point need. Pleasant point need. Yeah, T2K.
T2K.
That point, you see?
Yeah, placement point.
122.
Placement
Yeah, pleasant point is counting after chicken dinner. Oh shit! Woo.
T2K is lucky, man.
So sad for reject.
I
I
know,
think
bro.
they will not come in survival stage. Survival stage will be very hard.
Very hard, bro.
Yeah, GG.
Wow.
T2K.
T2K,
South
bro.
Asian pride.
South Asia is killing it, man.
Yeah.
Forget them.
Position
Nepal
points.
one
Damn.
team. Nice job,
Possibly ended up with 214 as well if they
Very well played.
Damn.
Very well
T2K,
played.
congrats to T2K.
Congratulations to T2K, man.
Oh my goodness.
I was not expecting.
Okay, ooh, Genesis Dogma. Bye. Xavier, bye. Team Pascal.
Besiktas saved.
Shit. Yeah.
I mean, I'll say it.
Besiktas saved.
Bro, wait, so Vivo KYD came out of nowhere, yeah, to kick out Genesis Dogma.
Yeah.
Bye.
Wow, let's take a look at the
So
qualified
Geek Fam,
teams here
4 a.m.
for the grand
T2K
finals.
are in the
Give a round
finals.
of applause
Hey.
for the Geek Fam,
T2K
absolutely dominating this tournament. 4 Angry Men as
Wow.
well, second place. Train to kill.
Finish point को priority
I
देनी
mean,
चाहिए थी.
the name speaks
Yeah.
for itself, because that's exactly what they did.
Somebody
to
was
the
writing they should have given
The
priority
survival
to finish
stage,
points.
reject, GK, Team Entertainment, IT Sport, Fate Clan, Vivo K, Game Lord, Besiktas Esports. Okay. Grand final, Geek Fam.
Yeah,
Malaysia.
bro.
Chinese for agreement, T2K, the Dark Horse, Nepal. تعرفونه يا
Everybody is feeling sad about Falcon. Man.
Yeah, Falcon.
MVP Geek
I'm
Micah.
so sad for IT too.
Micah has
Oh,
48 eliminations,
By the
bro.
way, having two of the top players
Mm.
in Micah and
MVP Mika Peter Filtret يطرغت MVP عوناك إنه أوغست MVP
Technically,
يا
they got the MVP, and then they also had the player with the highest eliminations and the player
Yo,
with
bro.
the highest assists. All
GG. Let's prepare now for the finals.
Survival stage.
Yeah, bro. Survival
I will do.
out of this group, and
Yeah.
that's just kind of
but
the cherry
tomorrow
on
you're gonna
top.
start training?
They also get the MVP.
No. Our training start begin Thursday, Tuesday.
I mean, it's so crazy to see Tem Entertainment. I love their aggression at the start, and I always say when you have
Bro,
a team that
Jeremy.
goes that aggressive and starts getting those early eliminations, other teams
Okay,
that have
bro.
been sitting and waiting
See you then,
aren't
bro.
as
I'll log
Okay,
out.
bro. Bye.
Signing
Night.
out, everyone. Bye, everyone. Thank you.